This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season 2022, the grand finale of the biggest surprise event we have ever seen. The way the teams have been performing, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, and today, joining me, ladies and gentlemen, on the desk for the first time in this PMPL is going to be Phoenix. Phoenix, how are you doing, buddy? How you been?
I'm good. To be honest, I'm very excited for this PMPL South Asia Finals because I've been witnessing the games. In fact, I've been following the teams from past 1 year, and I was very excited that I was just thinking that, you know what, I have to cast the games. That someone has to be here to jinx the momentum of the team. Just kidding. I'm just here to enjoy the games, right?
So you're here to ruin what High Voltage has been up to, because ladies and gentlemen, surprise, surprise, High Voltage sitting on the first position right now, well, sitting in the top 3, in fact, of the overall leaderboard, have been absolutely incredible. No one expected them to surpass IHC, DE Warriors, and also Godlike Stalwart. 3 Mongolian Goliaths getting beaten by one team from Nepal that everyone thought was actually going to qualify for the SA Championship, but was going to be somewhere in the middle of the pack. But no, they have proven themselves to be the best of the best, to be the top contenders for the title, and today is where their fate will be decided, along with 9 other teams, because the top 10 at the end of the day will be moving forward to the PMPL South Asia Championship and will be joined by 6 teams from PMPL Pakistan, and then from there the next step is going to be the Global Championship. But before that, the matches need to happen. 6 games, the last 6 games of the last day of this PMPL South Asia. And it is going to be quite incredible to see what the end result is going to be. Sivansh, apart from High Voltage, I want to know a lot of things from you. But before we move forward to that conversation, we talk about the prize pool. $150,000 on the line. What do you have to say about that?
Now, the prize pool is humongous, to be honest. If you're just going to finish at the first place, you'll get the $10,000. And then the prize pool drop a little bit. Towards the second place, you'll get 6,500. But again, it all comes down to the 10th place, right? If you are in the 10th place, then you'll qualify for the championship. But as you just mentioned, right, what I'm looking forward to, basically, I'm just looking forward to the Mongolian teams, right? They have been performing well, not only this season, but every single PMPL. If we talk about IHC, one of the most consistent teams, Stalwart Esports, they are on the 2nd and 3rd position respectively, and there's only 1 point difference between these 2 teams. So it's literally massive we talk about, because IHC is a team who secured 3 chicken dinners in a row, and in the other 3 matches, they weren't able to secure a single placement point. So that is going to be crazy too if this is going to happen today. But let's see. I'm really excited for that.
I mean, exactly. We are excited because look at the standings. As Sivansh mentioned, it is just 1 point separating Godlike Stalwart and IHC Esports right now in the overall ranking. And then there's High Voltage sitting on the first position with 2 chicken dinners to their name. But the consistent runs that they've had in every single game that they've played since the start of the league stages up until now have made sure that they are one of the most deadliest teams in the lobby in terms of their survival instincts. Talk about aggression though, and one name pops up, that is DE Warriors, who have always been focused on taking those fights. And I mean, the word that has been going around by DE Warriors is this is the team next in line to, well, be there to outshine Godlike Stalwart in terms of raw aggression. They can go toe-to-toe against them, and they have consistently beaten them on Erangel.
I agree with that point, Johnny, every single day. But you know what? In fact, they're not that far behind from the first position. They just need one good game, one good chicken dinner, and they might hop on to the first or the second position. What will happen? We'll just get to know about that in future. But if we talk about the second page of the overall ranking, right now this is the fight for the survivability. Right, the best team will survive, and you have to be in the top 10 if you want to qualify for the championship.
I mean, definitely. You have to make it to the top 10. And the difference between the top 10 right now, I mean, we were talking about this yesterday. VENOM Legends looking a little safe if they manage to have at least 2 decent games today. 2 matches where they finish in the top 5. I think they can consider themselves safe unless the teams below them show an outstanding performance, an exceptional performance in at least 3 to 4 matches. Because look at this, JyanMaara sitting on the 10th position with 115 points. Then on the 15th position, we have Skylightz Gaming with 100 points to their name. Just 15 points separating team on the 10th, team on the 15th position. That means one, not even a good game, one half decent game, half decent performance is going to propel Skylightz Gaming into the top 10. And top 10 is where you want to be. But situation is looking dire because, as I mentioned, Simanj, did you ever think Skylightz Gaming would be struggling to not win a tournament, but to qualify for a certain stage? Did you ever think we would witness that day?
Not at all, dude. In fact, that's like the worst nightmare for the team Skylightz Gaming, because the players and the organization, it's huge. The performance would consistent. Every single season we have witnessed an astonishing performance from their side, but right now they are literally struggling to qualify. But again, there's still a chance. You can get decent amount of points by just just play a natural game, right? You know what to expect from other teams. You just have to be consistent, and I think so. The minimum threshold of the points per single game, it's going to be 8 points. If you're going to achieve that, then you're good to go.
Well, but let's see how many points are they going to get at the end of the day and what the total tally is going to look like. Again, final 6 matches for all 16 of these teams, for all these lads also, because again, $1,000 on the line for the tournament MVP, where top from Godlike Stalwart, even though his team is on 3rd position, he will make sure that he's always sitting on the 1st. So an incredible run by the individuals from the side of Godlike Stalwart, but as a team, they are getting beaten somewhere along the lines with IHC, even though it's a 1 point difference between the two teams. IHC, those 3 chicken dinners, I think, did establish that momentum. On the last day, if they can even secure 1 more chicken dinner in the first 2 matches, I think that can put them in a fighting position for the win. But let's talk about DRS. Slow and steady run they are having. I mean, not too shabby, but not too great either. They've managed to stay within the top 6 quite consistently, but what we expected from DRS was a top 3 finish.
True. I really wanted to see them in the top 3 because, again, if we talk about the players, they have the experience, and we know they are talented. They can pull out anything. They can get chicken dinners, right, every single day. If they manage to get at least 1 chicken dinner in the early stage of the match, or maybe in the first or the second game, they might secure more points after those games. But again, you have to be consistent. You just have to play again your natural game. That's what I'm hoping for, and that's what I'm looking for.
Well, let's see what the end result for DRS is going to be as well. As you mentioned, I mean, the caliber is there, the experience is there in the players as well, and especially Killer YT back in his old form, especially in the finals, is looking extremely deadly. And then we can't talk enough about Gyante. Gyante has been the cornerstone that the team has been making so many plays around, and he has been just incredible, on fire even throughout the entire tournament. I mean, the man has just taken his performance to a whole another level. I mean, I can't even use enough words to describe how good it has been for his team, for DRS, this entire finals. Killer YT, Gyante, both of them looking really solid. Rules also doing really well for himself. So, I mean, DRS, they have what it takes and they've displayed their caliber as well. But I think somewhere along the lines there is a little bit of self-doubt, a little bit of a lack of confidence in them that makes them second-guess their decision-making during those 4v4s, and they get eliminated a little bit earlier than they should be because of that. I think DRS, they can secure a few more chicken dinners, or maybe they're just saving their tactics for today. Maybe they just wanted to keep the competition in check and make sure that the rest of the teams did not get far away. Just keep them in the final day, and then on the last day, just start going bonkers and just take over the rankings. Finish on the 1st position with the end of the last game. Has happened a few times before.
Anything can happen. This is South Asia, and this is famous for that. But let's talk about the team T2K Esports. To be honest, one of my favorite team. Right? They're not that far behind from DRS. They have in total of 147 points, if I'm not wrong. If we talk about the like the first day of the grand final, the second day, there's not huge difference between their performance. Right? The damage is quite different. However, we can see a 200 drop in that, but still the eliminations is good. 4.7, you're maintaining a 4.7 average. It means you already have 4 points in the backpack, so it's a good thing for you. Just have to focus on those placement points, and that's where the survival time plays an important role, right? 18 minutes, that's less, dude. If we talk about a team like this, 18 minutes is very less. You have to just increase it a little bit more, like 21 or maybe 20ish. I'll be happy then.
Well, let's see. I mean, T2K, I'm glad with the way they are playing right now
Yeah.
because the last time in the league stages, their performance was, I'm going to be honest, a little bit of a letdown for
True.
me. Because from what the word was going around, T2K was supposed to show up to the PMPL South Asia and they were supposed to demolish the rest of the competition. They were supposed to make IHC look bad. That's how good they were supposed to be.
Yeah.
So I guess it was a little bit of a problem that we got a little too overhyped for T2K. But to be very fair, no matter how bad the drop was during the league stages, they have recovered quite nicely. And especially with their performance yesterday, I think they are looking like their old selves now. So today is going to be quite important. Again, the first game of the day is going to matter so much for T2K and for DRS because that match is going to allow them to penetrate the top 3. And once you're inside the top 3 is when you can start focusing and zoning in on the trophy that's going to be there. But ladies and gentlemen, with all that being said and done, we are still waiting for the match to begin. We have talked about the stats of the team. Now, another team that we have to focus on is VENOM Legends. VENOM Legends, as we talked about, them sitting on the ninth position right now in the overall rankings. A little safe. I have to say there's a bit of a safety cushion there. 13 points, that's it. But those 13 points can fade. They can fade, they can go away before you even realize what happens.
True. Like, you'll never notice what just happened with you and then it's gone. Just have to focus. Like, you have to maintain a good average in every single game to, you know, just increase that minimum threshold. But right now we talk about these players, Laser, Gangstar, Fragboy. They have humongous amount of, you know, experience. Plus, we all know they are capable of pulling off some incredible stuff. Especially Gangstar. Look at the damage, 2,049. 12 matches, he also secured 12 eliminations. In fact, per match, he got 1 kill. It's not ideal, but it's still working out for them, right?
Yeah.
They are on the verge of elimination, but still they are on the safer side. So we can say like it's going to be a challenging start for them. If they face some, you know, difficulties in the early stage of the match, they might topple down. But let's hope for the best.
Well, we are going to be hoping for the best.
Yeah.
So will the players from VENOM Legends and their fans, of course. I mean, because this team has shown an incredible run as well. I mean, the improvement that we have seen going from the league stages all the way through the finale, it has been quite significant. I mean, they are competing toe-to-toe against some of the best teams. But then again, there is that little bit of an extra X factor, that oomph factor that is missing, that can take VENOM Legends from being a team competing for middle of the pack finish to being a team that competes for the top positions, to the top 5. So it is, I believe, it is going to take them a while because we do see a few fresh faces in the lineup of VENOM Legends as well. And it is going to take a little bit of an experience that they have gained in this particular tournament to take this team, this lineup to the next level and to help them compete against the likes of IHC and Godlike Stalwart. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, the schedule of the day on our screens, and I'm pretty sure you guys weren't expecting anything different. Again, we are going to be starting our day with Miramar, then the match number 2 is going to be played on Sanhok, map 3 is going to be Erangel, and the same rotation is going to repeat one more time, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel. 6 matches, the last 6 matches of the last day, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to decide the fate of who moves forward to the SA Championship and who gets left behind. But with that being said, who do you think, Sivansh, is going to win the first map of Miramar? I mean, I know prediction is where me and Necro have been competing for a while, but Necro, he's a little under the weather, so he's taking a little bit of a break. He's going to be back, ladies and gentlemen, for the 4th game of the day. Erangel is where you're going to see Necro, but again, right now, since you are on the desk with me, I'm going to put you under the bus. I'm going to throw you under the bus.
So it's a tough question. And the odds are pretty high too. In fact, low, to be honest. But, you know, I'm just going to play safer side. I just want to be on the safer side. I'm looking for team Godlike Stalwart. That's what I'm hoping for. Like, they might secure second. Let's go.
That's what we call a safe pick. Not taking a risk, a little bit of a letdown from Sivansh. I thought he was going to go outside the box. Yeah, me and Necro, we've been doing that quite a lot. And that has worked out quite nicely for us, but I will actually go with DE Warriors. I'll go with DE Warriors. And the reason being because we decided yesterday that we want the top 4 to be extremely close and to be in a position where it's not just between 1 or 2 teams the fight for the trophy, but between 4 or 5 teams. So right now I'm going to motivate the players of D Warriors. I know they aren't even listening to this broadcast, but we want D Warriors to close in the distance, to close in the gap between them and the top 3, and then we want the team on the 5th position to also move forward and be in a fighting position. Imagine 5 teams fighting for the trophy and only 1 walks away the winner.
Yeah, you know what? That is what life is, right? You have to be the best if you want to be the best, right? But as you just picked the Warriors, if we talk about yesterday, they also secured the first chicken dinner of the first game of the second day of the grand final. So yeah, it's humongous, a pretty safe side. You're also playing very safe, Johnny, which is really bad, but yeah, it doesn't matter, to be honest.
I mean, the D Warriors right now aren't a safe pick. They are a little too aggressive for their own good. I mean, they don't run away for a fight from a fight. So my prediction is going to be D Warriors. You picked Godlike Stalwart as your prediction, and since it is the map of Miramar, we all know that it is the Mongolian teams who have proven the mettle on this particular map. They are extremely good on this Miramar, but it will make the leaderboard a little bit more interesting because, as I mentioned yesterday, high voltage, a team sitting on the 1st position, their Miramar is not that good. I mean, we have seen them go bonkers on Miramar once where they got a lot of eliminations, but the consistent runs on Miramar have been a little shaky. So we have to wait for those Sanhok, for the Erangel to show up, and that is where high voltage will show their true colors. But if they can manage to just stay on the 1st position at the end of this first game, then things become a little bit more interesting because then, as I mentioned, going into that Sanhok game, high voltage look very good on that particular map, and also on Erangel they are very, very well. They read the map very well. They read the circles very well. So that map also works out quite nicely for them. But this is where it all matters. We have 2 Miramars happening. One is happening right now in a few short moments, and the other one is going to be map number 4. If high voltage can just hold on to that 1st position, their job is done.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they can walk away with the trophy.
As just told us, right, they are pretty comfortable on the other 2 matches, so
yes,
yeah, that's going to be good for them. But basically we are talking about high voltage and the top 4 teams, right, which is going to lift up the trophy. In fact, the top 5 teams. But I'm more curious about the top 10. Because it's a very, very close competition between JyanMaara, MABETEX, in fact, Raw to one of the biggest name, the Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. But right now, they're not being aggressive as I expected. But let's hope for the best. Again, this is going to be the first map of the day, so it's kind of you might witness a slow start. But again, you know, it all comes down to you how you're going to manage to just delay your opponent's rotations and just delay their game plan too. So want to lift that top, you're just going to qualify for the championship.
Well, let's see what is going to happen. We do see the lovely faces of our players on our screens. And ladies and gentlemen, that means game number 1 of day number 3 of the grand finals. It is about to begin shortly. Map that is going to be played, it is going to be the map of Miramar. And the results, I'm pretty sure, are going to be something that none of us expected. Always expect the unexpected on the last day, but there it is. The plane escorted by the 2 helicopters right next to it. We are seeing the flight path beginning from the southwestern Los Higos Island, going all the way towards the eastern edge of Junkyard. I mean, right below El Azhar. So this is kind of a short flight path for Miramar, and it is leaning heavily towards the southern and the eastern part of the map. Any team heading towards the northwestern side is going to be in a world of trouble, and because of that, we do see Raw Official take an early exit towards the prison island. 1952 is going to be blocking their way towards Valle del Mar. We see Skylightz Gaming heading towards Ladriel, and that's going to mean they are going to use the western edge of the map to rotate all the way up north towards La Cobriera. But let's see where the early drop clashes are going to be because of a flight path like this.
This is a ridiculous plane path, first of all, Johnny. Look at this. I kind of think that MABETEX and WIZZES Club is going to be pretty happy with this one because they usually drop out towards Los Angeles. In fact, we have seen MABETEX also, yesterday also dropped at the same location, so this flight path already favoring them. But as you just mentioned, it all comes down to where the first zones is going to form, right? I might think it might form towards the northern side of the map, so it'll be an amazing one. Technically, it's a northern one, but heavily shifted towards the western side of the map. So, as just told us, right, it's going to be an easy task for Skylightz Gaming to move north and just hold a very good area to block out the rotations and to block out the the game plan, what other teams is gonna hoping for, to just gonna looking forward to. But if we talk about, look at Memo, where he is. He's between three teams, and that's not a good position, my man.
Yeah, it's never a good position. But to be fair, we have seen the man pull moves like this before as well. He has sort of, I would say, gifted survival instincts. I mean, somehow managing to
Wow.
survive even while being close to the likes of T2K, Godlike Stalwart, DRS. He managed to stay between these Goliaths, between these behemoths, and still just keep an opening there for his teammates to show up. Because the rest of the players from the side of Gremlin Storm, they're going to loot up on Impala a little bit quick on their rotation and just move to where Memo is as soon as possible. But as predicted, I mean, we did see Skylightz Gaming drop towards La Driela. Now they're going to move up north, go towards La Cobriera. And I think this is going to be a game where Skylightz Gaming can actually break their way into the top 10.
Yeah,
Every single time we have seen a flight path like this leaning towards the southern and the eastern part of the map, and a circle towards the northwestern side of the map, Skylightz Gaming have had a wonderful performance in that game.
true. I agree with that. In fact, this is like technically Skylight's game. Because we might witness a circle between the creative fields and San Martin area, the final circle. But let's see
Yeah.
if that not gonna happen, then which team will just get the first chicken dinner of the game? That's going to be an interesting topic to talk about. But right now, I'm more interested about IHC's rotation, right? If JyanMaara blocks their way, right, if they camp or if they hold the edge of the circle towards water treatment side, or maybe Hacienda del Petron side, so they can easily target IHC and they can easily cut off their rotation and might secure some of the kill points if they want to. But that is again going to be a question, right? Because
Yeah.
we know IHC is a deadly team. If they are angry, you are done. Like, just go away. Don't
I mean,
engage in a single fight against them. That is like kind of a statement from their side. We have seen that a lot of times, but let's see what John Maris is going to do.
I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, especially with how Godless has been playing in the last 2 days,
Yeah,
last couple of days, in fact, the monster, the beast, has been unleashed from the side of IHC. And as my boy Necro has started to call them inhuman competitors,
true,
that is what they looked like on day number 1. And as we were mentioning, after the hat trick win, the next 3 games went like this. Match number 4, they got eliminated on the 14th position with, I believe,
true.
1 or 2 eliminations to their name. Match number 5 of the day, they got eliminated on the 15th position. Match number 6, they got eliminated on the 16th position. So the advantage from the first 3 games was basically nullified in the next 3 matches. And now moving forward, IHC today is an opportunity for them. I believe they're just 13, 14 points shy of being on the first position. But ladies and gentlemen, now the first fight has been initiated. We have Liquid from the side of Raw, who has seen entry in the distance from 1952, going for a spray with the M4 and the red dot. Oh, this is not going to be enough to connect. Well, he did hit a few shots, but not enough to secure a knock. The distance just a little too much for him to comfortably aim on the opposition.
What?
But in the distance, Liquid gets backstabbed. Dante coming in out of nowhere. The Infernos from Hell rising, and Liquid, he's gonna be burned alive, evaporated from this map. The first blood of Miramar being secured by 1952.
What a beautiful bait! Wow, that was
Oh yeah.
amazing. The team 1952. Right now, they're not playing with their hands. Basically, they are, but now right now they're playing with their minds. The way they secure that kill was amazing. Right now, this on top time to get one for himself, but Wally escaped pretty quickly. And Bucky's amazing Baron. He hit one body shot. In fact, if I'm not wrong, that was 14 damage onto him. But that's the single bullet he can connect, and that's it. But Johnny, as you just mentioned, right? IHC, they had a very good start in the first 3 games, secured 3 chicken dinners in a row, and the other 3 games were not that perfect as we expected. The same thing happened to High Voltage yesterday, right? If we talk about the 7th game, they were in the top 5. They even secured 2 finishes out of that. And then in the 8th and the 9th game, they secured 2 chicken dinners in a row, and that was amazing. Secured 10 kills in the 9th game. But after that, what we just witnessed, they finished off the 14th and the 13th position. That is not good. So you have to just keep up the momentum. You have to, just move forward every single time to get some points. What if High Voltage could have secured another chicken dinner? They would have had a very good amount of lead in this leaderboard.
Oh, yeah.
But again, This is a part of the game. You have to be, you always get tested by other teams, and you have to be at the top if you want to be the winner.
I mean, definitely. Yeah, as you were talking about it, I think if High Voltage had walked away with one more win yesterday, they would be having a ball right now. I mean, nothing to worry about. A massive safety cushion upon them. No one else even close in terms of the overall ranking. But again, they would have to be a little bit of their usual selves, be as consistent as they are on a normal day, and they would
Yeah.
have just walked away with the trophy quite easily. I'm not even kidding. High Voltage are one of the most consistent teams if you talk about the league stage runs and the final runs at the same time combined. High Voltage have managed to just keep themselves in the top 3 everywhere, and it is going to be quite interesting to see where they finish. Also, another casualty in the game was there. It was DEADEYES guys getting a pick onto Leo from the side of MABETEX. And MABETEX are going to be a player down now. Elementrix, if they do see Baron, I think there is going to be a little bit of an engagement right there.
And they might secure a kill point too, if they want to. But I just waiting for the circle to, the circle to pop on, because I just want to talk about VENOM Legends' position. They are still inside the blue zone and they're very far away from the circle. And there's a team in front of him, and that is WIZZES Clubs. Nima tried to climb that mountain, but he was like, okay, that is not possible with the truck, and now he's just going back. He was like, okay, it's done. What a funny... Oh no, I thought the truck got stuck, but no. That's not
now can't claim insurance on that.
Oh no.
Alrighty. Oh, that's a stunt. We are giving out style points again, and for that, you get a 4. Seen better.
He's just checking his vehicle. What's wrong with him?
No, we've seen better. Yesterday, we saw one of the players from the side of 1952, I believe it was Jax, took a glider, rammed it on the side of a roof of a building, and then exited the glider to go in go into the building through the window. Through the second floor window, not even the third floor window. He went through the second floor window. That was so cool, so amazing. And right after that, we saw, I believe, what was like a 720 car flip landing and then straight into driving on the same trajectory. So these lads have been pulling off some amazing stunts on this particular map, but one of the stunts that we'd like to see is the bolt action headshot.
True.
I think I wish that happened soon. Oh, this is going to be quite incredible. Elementrix with the high ground advantage. Do you see the lads from MABETEX rotating? Quite hesitant on the engagement.
Yetauda has a chance. In fact, he has a lot of information to work on, right? He already spotted out almost the whole team. Connected 2 bullets onto Wally. Might take him down, but that's enough. And Wally's now... He's safe for now, but not for so long. Because now, Yetauda knows that there's one team below him, and he doesn't even know that which team, but at least they might secure 2 to 3 kill points from there. I think so the best option is to get a knock and just charge in from a different location or from a different angle. You might secure another one, and then you can easily rush onto them. But we usually, witness these type of plays from Elementrix side. They also they usually, tend to opt for the height advantage situation, and also opt for these type of places to, just charge onto your opponents and just play as a surprise factor in the game. But here they are just trying their level best. But I still think MABETEX still has a chance. They just want to be, stay inside that one compound and just pray that no one will approach onto them and just take them down. But yeah, it's going to be tough, but let's see. And we have an AMR in the first airdrop. Good weapon, but I still love AWM, the big gold on, the old cannon.
A lot of discussions on the AMR and the fact that the lack of ammo is, well, it's quite tricky to work with. Just 5 shots and 5 opportunities you get to take down the opposition. But if you manage to hit even one, oh boy, is it satisfying to connect those shots.
True.
But we do have the zone in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems like there's a massive cluster between El Pozo, Hacienda, towards Crater Fields. And I think over there, even DRS right now holding a wonderful position. I believe they are holding the summit of that long mountain range just east of the Crater Field area. And that is going to give them a lot of information. But IHC, they need to be extremely careful. T2K rotating from up north. If there is a little bit of gatekeeping going on, then IHC, there's a possibility they might be sandwiched between T2K from the rear and JyanMaara right in front of them. VENOM Legends entering the zone right next to where DE are holding their spot towards Monte Nuevo. In the meanwhile, WIZZES Club just moving far west, kind of doing what Skylightz Gaming did in the early stages of the match, but this late rotation, it is going to be a little tricky for them to make it work.
But again, they also already have a very empty area in front of them. The western side of the L pose, or the extreme western side of the L pose, and they also have one airdrop just beside them, so they can get some loot and maybe get a level 3 kit from that one airdrop. But I'm really interested about JyanMaara's position because Gunnar already spotted out 2 players of IHC, and Team JyanMaara has 1+3 split, which is a good split because Gunnar can collect a lot of information and they can work on that. But look at the shift of the circle. WIZZES Club, they are quite happy with their decision making, dude, because now they are very close to the circle. In fact, they are on the edge of the safe zone. So as the players of MABETEX, in fact, Skylightz Gaming has an upper hand in this situation because they have the higher ground. They have all the players ready inside the circle, and they can easily gatekeep for not 1, not 2, not 3, in fact for 5 teams. So it's good for them if they if they manage to secure at least 4 to 5 kill points from here, and then they can move inside the circle. That is going to be an ideal situation for them.
I mean, if they manage to secure 5 eliminations from there, it is going to be quite incredible for them. But along with that, I think they will have to absorb a lot of pressure, an insane amount of pressure just to be able to do that. So it's not going to be an easy job, but let's see if that is going to work out eventually for them. In the meanwhile, though, JyanMaara rotating on top of these mountains, and top, in fact, seem to have spotted out a few of the individuals. Now, it's not just the lads from Godlike Stalwart taking shots on JyanMaara. Elementrix, they are trying to chime in as well. Action has dished out a lot of damage onto No Fear, and it is going to be the players from the side of Skylightz Gaming who secure the first knock. Mafia Ninja, there it is, a knock and a finish secured. JyanMaara, another life lost inside of this match, and what is Snipe doing? Running back towards the players of Elementrix. Those mini shots, they are hurting him quite a lot. He's down to around 50% HP. I don't think JyanMaara have a way out of this.
No way. In fact, he got stuck. He's just hiding just behind a boulder. That is not a good thing. In fact, Joker also falls down. Meanwhile, Snipe Whitey, Shawl already know that where he is, just lobbing onto some grenades onto him. And he has Car 98 equipped in his one hand. Just use one smoke grenade to deny the vision, but you can't stop the grenades. However, Shawl has to fall back, receive some amount of damage, is going to heal himself quickly. As I just told you earlier, this is an open gate for Skylightz Gaming to achieve a lot of kills and to secure a lot of kills. Meanwhile, Stalwart is not stopping at all. Secure another knock. Meanwhile, Joker goes down top, peppering down a lot of bullets onto Vardu, and he is just bleeding out slowly and steadily, and he is done.
Well, yeah, Vardu is going to be eliminated. I believe Ghana is going to be the last player left for his team. JyanMaara not in a wonderful position, especially considering they are, or in fact, they were sitting on the 10th position before this game began. Quite important for them to secure every single point in every single game that they can to just qualify for the SA Championship. And Elementrix seems to be the team standing in their way. Look at that, Snipe YT, elimination confirmed by the players of Skylightz Gaming. Even though we thought it was going to be Godlike Stalwart who were going to pick up the points from JyanMaara like that. Skylightz Gaming doing a wonderful job, capitalizing at the right nick of time. And look at that shift of circle, the cluster towards El Pozo. Let's get ready to rumble. And it is going to be quite incredible to see how, in fact, how quickly the pace of the game is going to change now. Since there are, I believe, 6 to 7 teams towards that southwestern edge of the zone. Plus, look at the cluster outside the zone towards the southeastern side as well. No one is going to be safe.
No one, literally no one, and some of the players just going down by the blue. That is not a good thing for them. Meanwhile, we can see WIZZES Club quite happy with their decision making. Dude, they are already inside the circle. Bishal has a chance to at least take down not 1 but 2 players of MABETEX. Oh no, using an UMP to take down the players. You could have switched to an M4, but he has a Mini 14. Oh, that was pretty bad for him. Quite unlucky, but again, MABETEX were quite safe. Meanwhile, Octopus gone. He already got knocked out by East, and East is one of the most deadliest player here. Already charging in onto Octopus, secure that one pick. The Warriors has 1 kill point, and that's enough for now because you are already inside the circle. You have one of the best position in the circle, so You just have to work around that one safe zone and this one particular building. Meanwhile, Turul have gone down. Kiva trying to fight back, already dished out a lot of damage, but that's not enough to at least get one knock.
Well, let's see. Wait. He's just waiting. Crosshair plays perfectly. Right on the edge of the building and the ridge. Oh, I think he hears the vehicle. Could have been easy for him to pick off Sneak, but no, T2K on the other side getting eliminated from the game on the 16th possession. That's the first squad wipe of the match, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are going to see the second one soon as well, as DE Warriors, they have been surrounded in these compounds. At least for the next few moments, they don't have any incentive to keep on fighting, because of which they are quite eager to hold their position over here. VENOM Legends right behind them as well. Oh, look at this. Godlike Stalwart in a world of hurt. Scry, he's going to be knocked and finished by Mafia Ninja. Rest of the players just stuck towards that.
No way.
What is this driving? Someone take his keys.
But the best part is eventually survive from that situation. Not Slayer this time. Icy just gonna knock him down. And that was one of the most beautiful cover fire, and now they are charging in onto the players of WIZZES Club. There's only 3 players left, and this is their last hope. Kiva YT just trying his level best to at least revive his teammate and just buy some time, and that's what he's just doing. Stalwart just fights back, retaliates back perfectly. Kiva spotted out the players of IHC, and now he also has pretty less HP. This is not looking good. This is not an ideal situation for WIZZES Club.
Well, as you mentioned, it is not going to be an ideal situation for them. Oh no! Opportunity presenting itself, but Slayer, in that little moment of hesitation, did panic, and now the players of IHC are not going to give him another opening like that. Godless, Alex, Icy, and Demo all sticking together. It's a 2v4 situation against the players from WIZZES Club, who for now have somehow managed to survive, but Quaid getting shot from the outside is going to be knocked by Gangster from the side of VENOM Legends. That means Slayer, he's still there, and he's going to be left all alone in this factory, in the stadium, to take on the players of IHC. Vision beam blocked with the Molotov as well, and IHC, they are pushing him back into the corner. He's still waiting, the nades being traded from either side. Utility being committed more than it should.
Meanwhile, the circle shift. It's favoring Team 1952, and they are quite happy with this one. And in fact, Team Raw is also inside the safe zone, so it's going to be pretty tricky for some teams. Godless with that amazing grenade. Takes out Kiva, and now Slayer. It's barely surviving on 10% HP. Oh, Domain is still there, but okay, he was just hiding behind the desk, but that wasn't enough to save his life. And now IHC, they have to move inside the circle because the blue zone is closing in.
Imagine showing up to the front desk and someone starts shooting at you. That's very unpolite. That's not polite at all. That's rude. But oh my goodness, what happened? How did we miss that, Nima? I mean, alrighty. So if you don't have a weapon, apparently it's okay to hit people with cars right in their face. I mean, whatever works, right? Demo on the other side, finding an opening against VENOM Legends. IHC not looking to slow things down. After they are done with whatever was left from the side of WIZZES Club, they start pushing towards VENOM Legends, but that might have been a mistake, because IHC, as you guys can see in the feed, have been caught off guard by the players of DE Warriors. We do see the players getting picked off. Godless has been shut down as well. The numbers dwindling down, but on the other side, Godlike Stalwart against Skylightz Gaming.
One of the most legendary fight in this one particular map, because Stalwart Esports has to move inside the circle, so has the players of Skylightz Gaming, but they are not going without a competition. And what was that, Domain? Oh no. He got finished off, so as his team, WIZZES Club, got eliminated on the 14th position, but the circle is closing in. DRS also targeting the players of Skylightz Gaming from the different location. VENOM Legends going down one by one. D Warriors has the highest chance to secure second in this one particular matchup, but how's this going to happen? Because the circle is still a little bit far away from them. 10 meters going to be the distance for the players of IHC. D Warriors not stopping at all now. Pin down the players of high voltage. They have been using a lot of smoke grenades to block out the vision, but again, they are fading away, so as their chances to survive.
Alright, so none of the teams who are part of the cluster towards the southwestern part of the map are gonna win. I'm just gonna be honest about it. High Voltage is not gonna win this game. DE Warriors, Gremlin Storm, 1952, IHC are already basically done. And these teams are gonna struggle till the very end. There's a massive, massive cluster. There's a lot of cover available. So you know you're gonna be quite exposed if you step out in the open. This game is gonna go in the hands of DRS Gaming now, apparently, because Skylightz Gaming, they are eliminated. And Godlike Stalwart, they don't have enough players. There's just one last lad remaining. But let's see. MABETEX getting an exit on the 12th position. 11 teams, 30 players still surviving. DRS spotted out by the players of the E Warriors. East going for a spray.
Wow.
And what an impressive knock. Not from East, but from Slipknot, though. But East does manage to steal the finish over there. An extra point being secured by the players of the E Warriors.
That's good. They already secured 7 kill points from this matchup right now, and they're still looking out for some more. However, Sneaks got knocked out, but the revival process is going to be there. Assassin just tried to finish off the final pair of guys on top. Is Bailey showing on 20% HP, and now he's done. And his team to 11th position. They got eliminated on the 11th position. Plus, another team just got knocked out. In fact, finished off, and that is Stalwart Esports. And if I'm not wrong, DRS also secured that 1 kill too. Team Gremlin Storm trying to move inside the circle, but they have to be careful. VENOM Legends rips and just looking out for that one opportunity. Textra also pinned down the players of WIZZES Club, and this is looking impossible for them.
Well, let's see. In a situation like this, I mean, even the probable becomes impossible. And right now, I'm just worried about what is going to happen to Gremlin Storm, getting destroyed in second. Exit on the 9th position, but they weren't the only ones eliminated in that moment. They are going to be joined by the players of IHC. Oh, what a wonderful nade from Jax. Should be able to secure the pick of Inkiss. Slipknot, he's going to try and go for a revive. Sus trying to find an angle of flank. Oh no, though, Slipknot taking a lot of shots. The transfer is not going to be there. One more shot from the other window is going to connect. Devil Boy and Jax working in tandem, destroying the players of Raw Official.
1952, they are in one of the best, and what a comfortable spot here. Taking out players one by one, and this is the best situation you can ever get in, especially in this type of circle. However, VENOM Legends, they got eliminated on the 7th position. 1952, Jax Raw also taking down another player of Raw, which means they got eliminated. Now we have top 5 teams, ladies and gentlemen. And T Warriors, they are looking pretty strong, and High Voltage also has a pretty good compound, and you have to focus on one thing. Johnny picked T Warriors, and they are surviving with 3 men. DRS with also 3 men, and now Dante coming out back-to-back grenades. Precious, in fact, got an opening from that one. Knocked out one player. Dante is just spraying some random bullets, and in fact, whenever he's just going to connect some, he will secure a pick, and yep, he got it. 2 for High Voltage, but if we talk about the playstyle of 1952, it's looking very good.
Good, isn't it? I mean, they are doing a pretty wonderful job right now, protecting their numbers, just holding on. Just being extremely patient as well with how they are approaching these fights. 5 teams remaining, 13 players still alive. High Voltage and 1952 fighting with everything that they have. If High Voltage win this game, then it is going to be so incredible for them. Because now, since the top teams, the contenders that were there challenging them for the trophy are going to be eliminated, it's only DE Warriors, and the difference between High Voltage and DE Warriors is still quite significant. And High Voltage, they will know what they need to work on in the next few matches to go for a win. Top 4 teams, 12 players still surviving, as T2K have been taken care of as well. 1952, 1 player knocked out, Devil Boy down on his knees. DRS applying a lot of pressure on the opposition, but DRS, they have to worry about the fact that the blue zone is going to move in on them in about a minute.
Or maybe a second, dude. It's already closing in. They have to travel 60 meters. That's massive. Dante was trying to get at least one pick, but unfortunately, he got taken down by the players of DRS. DE Warriors taking down one by one. In fact, they already punished the players of 1952. High Voltage also got one knock of Team DRS. Jax has a very good opportunity here. But he has to be careful, right? 15 meters going to be the distance. You spotted out the players of DRS. Kilowatt go now. There's only 1 player left, and that's going to be Gante. He's barely surviving on 15% HP. This is your key. This is your chance to secure another pick, but it's High Voltage. It's going to steal the chance
Oh.
from the players of 1952, and now we have top 3 teams in which High Voltage has the highest amount of chance
Oh,
to get this
look
one.
at the
And a
nade!
very good grenade, but
What a lob right there, and I think the next one is gonna do the
Yep,
trick.
done.
Jax, bye-bye. That's it, lad. Go back to the lobby. High Voltage. This win is gonna be there. It's a 1v3 situation. He's the last player surviving. Won't be able to get a single knock. And there it is. The first win of the day going to the team who are already sitting on the first position of the overall leaderboard. High Voltage just capitalizing on the advantage and growing it even more than before. What is going to happen at the end of the day? I think this is just the signs of what is about to come next.
yeah, we were talking about the team IAC. You have to be careful, right? They are one of the most difficult tasks to complete, but it's High Voltage who secured the best chicken in the first match of the day. With 5 eliminations, not that huge, but still 20 points, it's humongous. However, you talk about DE Warriors, they also secured about 12 to 13 kill points, and that is also massive. So it means they might have secured more points, more total points in High Voltage, but it's still, I'm just going to still wait for the total overall ranking. But still, only 950 to 958 damage and you secured a chicken dinner. What else you need, Sony?
Well, I mean, a few more eliminations would have been nice. If I'm being honest, had they gotten 10 eliminations, that would have been better, because I believe DE Warriors, in fact, did secure a lot of eliminations and are now sitting on the second position in the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen. So what we wanted has in fact happened, and I couldn't be a happy man because of that, because now the finals are looking a little bit more intense. And High Voltage, this run of theirs, it is going to go down in history. And this is what I've been talking about, not just for this tournament. I mean, I've been talking about this since Zeus Esports got introduced into the South Asian circuit, that when the Mongolian teams showed up and showed us the level of aggression they play the matches with, the first reaction was panic. All right, how are we going to beat them? But this is how you do it. For now, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia fall season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Sivanch alongside me. I mean, it's a habit. I've been saying Necro for about a month, but no, it is Phoenix Sivanch with me for today, and it is an incredible journey. I mean, Sivanch shows up, it goes all chaos. In the first game, we have IHC being super aggressive. They get beaten by the Warriors. We have Skylightz Gaming taking care of the players of Godlike Stalwart, and DRS show up. They're like, all right, aren't you guys just the team right above us? We're going to take your points. We're going to take their points as well. We're going to capitalize on the advantage, and we're going to close the distance, because now DRS have moved up in the rankings as well. But ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to see next is going to be the MVP of the game. And even though he might not have been able to secure the winner chicken dinner for his team, East did so much more to secure those extra points. I believe, Sivanch, that even though High Voltage walked away with a win, DE Warriors would have secured more points just because of the number of eliminations that they have. I think double-digit eliminations is where they are going to be.
True.
Yeah, look at that, 12 on 2 players.
There's only 2 players who secured 12 eliminations. That's massive, dude. But other than the players of DE Warriors, we have Yeta Uta, who was like amazing throughout the game, right? Poking a lot of teams, also dished out a lot of damage, not only for one team. He also, in fact, he had a chance to take out at least one team, and that was, if I'm not wrong, it was MABETEX. But again, he had an UMP. Alongside with that, he dished out a lot of damage with his Mini 40 and secured 3 picks, which is amazing. Jax with 4 eliminations, Kyante with 2 for himself with almost 700 damage. But I just want to mention one point, and that it's, Johnny, it's a story, right? If we talk about
Yeah.
the teams who were on the first position, they tend to fall apart in the first few games of the third day. But high voltage totally changed it.
Well, I mean, high voltage did in fact change the game in the very end. But it is going to be quite important for them to make sure that this does not happen in the future matches. I mean, even though
True.
you do walk away with a win, you do walk away with the 15 points, but those 3-point difference between the first and the second can easily be covered up with the number of eliminations that the players of DE Warriors have secured for themselves. So it is time to be extremely cautious. Look at how important East was for this team in this particular game. Highest assist, highest damage, and of course, highest eliminations inside the entire server. The man just went berserk. Quite ironic considering the zone was in the west.
Yeah. In fact,
And his name is East. So, yeah.
Now I got it, like how my jokes
bad
really,
joke.
yeah, dude. I can like feel the pain. But as just mentioned, DE Warriors, despite of the fact high voltage secured the second dinner, but DE Warriors might have the highest amount of total points, and that's what just happened. 26 on board. And then we have 1952 and high voltage here. Why 1952 is on the second position? Due to the elimination points. And then we have high voltage secure the second dinner, but still they have only 5 elimination points. By the way, 1952, dude, right? These 20 points is going to help them a lot. However, they're still on the 16th position. But what if this is going to do the same thing again and again? However, there's a 40 points far behind from the 15th position. But, you know, there's still you can do some damage to other teams. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's what they're going to be looking for in the future matches as well, because this was just game 1. We still have 5 more matches remaining for the day, and consistency is going to be the most important. And the best part is right now that the top 2 teams in the overall rankings, High Voltage and DE Warriors, are 2 of the most consistent teams inside of the top 16 right now, with completely different playstyles. There is DE Warriors, who are all about aggression, who are all about those constant 4v4s, picking off players, picking off individuals, and getting those elimination numbers up as soon as the game begins. Then there's High Voltage, a little bit more focused on survival in the early stages of the game, and well, those survival instincts do end up getting them a lot of points. Even in this game, they were so perfect. I really thought High Voltage was not going to win this game, because they were the ones who were literally playing on the edge of that entire cluster that was fighting in that factory area, and had anyone just decide to turn around and focus them, High Voltage would have been shut down, their rotation would have been shut down. So kudos to High Voltage, their IGL, the entire team. In fact, everyone just played this game out perfectly to get those 15 points. And at a stage like this, every single point matter. But look at that, the damage histogram. 24-38 damage dished out by DE Warriors to secure 14 eliminations. And also 1952, where was this team before? What were they doing during the league stages? Now that is the question that I want to ask them. 15-67 damage, 10 eliminations secured.
Wow.
Why were they so passive earlier on? Like, had they played like this during the league stages, I think I would have been a little bit more concerned about them and other teams as well.
That's the X factor, right? They're just like, okay, let's go all in. This is the final day. You have only 6 matches left, and you have to play the best PUBG Mobile today, and that's what they are doing, right? I'm quite happy with their performance, but as just told us, you could have done this a little bit earlier. But again, it's still good, right? But one question in that is going to be High Voltage secured the first chicken dinner the first game of day 3, and you already know they are so much comfortable on maps like Sanhok and Erangel. Maybe this is the start of dominating performance by High Voltage, or domination performance from their side. Let's see if this is gonna happen. If they secure another chicken, there's slight chance that they might get the victory a little bit early. But let's see.
Let's see.
Still don't have any idea.
The next game is going to be played on the map of Sanhok, and as we discussed before the day began, this is one of those maps that is, well, where High Voltage actually do really well. So if they are able to win on a map that is supposed to be their worst possible maps, then they imagine what they can do on their best map. I think High Voltage consistently are very aggressive on Sanhok, and if the circle is anywhere close to Camp Alpha Island, oh boy, we are in for a treat. And the best part, I'll tell you, Sivan, here's the
Yep.
best part. All right, are you ready for it?
Wait, yes.
DE Warriors land right next to them.
Oh,
Like literally land right next to them. There's like 200 meters separating these two teams as soon as the game begins.
but they are the neighbors inside Sanhok, right? Sometimes you have to
Yeah.
just maintain a friendly relation with your neighbors to just move forward, and then you can easily just diss them whenever you want. But
Right.
again, let's talk
So
about the prediction now.
Yeah, I just found out there are people out there with better calculations than me. So high voltage, I mean, and the Warriors are going to be separated by 12 points, I guess. And it is going to be quite interesting, and it's going to get more and more intense as the day goes forward. But as far as predictions are concerned, Sivansh,
Okay.
I'm going to go with DRS now because you know what I want.
Yeah.
I want the competition to get a little bit more. Well, I want it to be on fire.
Me too. I agree with that point because DRS they had a very good opportunity in the previous matchup, but I'll opt for Stalwart again. The
You go for
fanboy.
Godlike Stalwart.
Yeah, again. You know, I'm
Right,
just
I
gonna
mean,
stick to
Godlike
that one team.
I mean, they are supposed to be the team that everyone always at the back of their head is going to be
Yeah.
worried about, and you're going to be like, all right, they're on the 5th. They can still win.
Yeah.
There's 5 games. They can still win. There's 2 matches. They are on the 5th. They can still pull something out of the bag. They are the magicians of this particular region. And that is, well, quite fair enough. They have... It's not like we are just saying something just for the sake of it. Stalwart Esports have earned that reputation
True.
for themselves. Every step of the way. I remember when the first time they came to this region as Astra Academy, I was wondering, all right, what is this team? Back then, Zeus was like all the hype was about Zeus Esports and Skylightz Gaming, and I was wondering, all right, what is this team called Astra Academy going to be able to accomplish? And they shut my mouth so good in the very first game. They just went berserk. It was so impressive to watch. And since then, they have earned so much respect from every single person who has watched the South Asia region, every single player that they've played against, and you will never be able to count them out of the competition. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do see the players once again on our screens. You know what that means? Game number 2 is about to begin. And let me tell you guys again, the map that it will be played this time, it will be the map of Sanhok.
One of my favorite map, and I love this map because you know it is good because you have to just take some fights. Sometimes you have to just opt for some early fights, and it just all comes down to your instinct that how you're just gonna focus and how you're gonna manage to win those. But let's see, this is a countdown because when we are done with this map, you just have 4 matches left to decide who's going to be the champion. But if we talk about the playing path, it starts from the Lakavi side and heading towards the western side of Hatem. What is going on? I just want to talk about these playing paths. They are literally ridiculous. Every single time we talk about from yesterday to today, it's still same. They're still again focusing on the edge of the map. Why?
Well, it's a little bit of a safer option for everyone, to be honest. You don't really get into the so many engagements towards the edge, especially on this particular map. But let's see. The trajectory of the plane on Sanhok does not matter to anyone because the map is so small. You can literally go anywhere you want. Look at that. I mean, Raw Official is gliding all the way towards point on DRS. We know they're going to head towards Shami and Nakam. And look where the circle is taking us. Right, well, in the perfect position, intersecting all 3 islands with just enough land area on all 3 islands for, I think, every single team in the lobby to work with. But I wonder, there's always going to be someone going for a water rotation in the early stages. Also, drop clashes. Well, there are none for now. T2K, they have gone for a 4-man split draw, but we know JyanMaara are never going to leave Paradise Resort this early, so the chances of these 2 teams engaging are going to be will be 0 to none. But Raw Official, the 2-2 split, 2 players close to boot camp, 2 players in Painan. Now that is risky because for the past couple of days, Sivansh, what has been happening is Godlike Stalwart, they will rotate within 4 minutes of dropping onto the map. So I believe Raw Official, they're going to have like 3.5 minutes more before Godlike Stalwart start heading their way.
That is going to be a chance. They have to
I
survive.
was glad.
Meanwhile, Dictator, the fight has already been dictated by Gunner because it seems like he knocks him out and he also secured that 1 pick too. And the first elimination goes to Gunner. Quite unfortunate for the team Gremlin Storm, but again, this is just the start. Sometimes bad things happen, and it all comes down to the recovery. How you're going to manage to just move forward. To be honest, I just want to mention one point in that, as I just mentioned, right? Godlike Stalwart is going to loot up quickly, and then they might opt for the center side of the circle, towards center, dead smack center of the circle. It seems like that Raw, Elementrix, High Voltage, and DEADEYES guys has a very good chance in this particular circle to get a
Yeah.
second dinner for themselves and to increase some amount of numbers in the total overall ranking to secure a good amount of prize pool. Because again, it all comes down to that too. If you're not heading for the first position, you just your mindset is
Yeah.
like, okay,
True.
let me get some more prize pool because it's
True.
just gonna help me to upgrade my whatever you want, like
Anything.
anything, whatever you want. Like literally, if you're a foodie like me or Necro, you can order some food. And
Necro has been working out these days,
me too,
mind you.
dude. Come on.
He's lost like 12 kgs in a week, which is
Look,
very impressive.
it's 4, so
Yeah.
let's not talk about that, dude. It hurts.
You guys are losing weight.
Yeah, dude.
Have you seen that meme? That's me right now. You guys are losing weight, huh?
Kinda yes, but yeah, Necro is doing quite
I
good.
think I'm gonna vanish if I lose more.
It might happen. Okay, like I think so. You
What?
just need to
Me
bulk up.
vanishing? That's what you want?
No,
Me just
dude.
disappearing from the face of the earth?
We love you. We really love you,
Oh,
but
thank you.
you need to bulk up a little bit, and then if you like
Yeah.
go,
I'm just gonna go Super Saiyan in a minute, but yeah,
I know one
my hair
person
is gonna
who
go
is
yellow.
already has body like a Super Saiyan god. You know his name, right? He's been working out quite lately.
No.
It's Ocean, dude. Come on.
Oh yeah.
Look at his physique, dude.
Oh yeah.
And Necro too.
Man's Jack.
But again, this is literally out of the box talks. But the most important part is it's Sanhok, and nobody has engaged in a single fight. That's
True.
the X factor right now. But it seems like action. We saw someone there on top of that mountain, and again, it all comes down to it, right? How much capable you are to just secure some good points at the early start of the
Yeah.
game and just punish your opponents.
So, what we were discussing in the early game about Godlike Stalwart moving towards the players of Raw Official, I think the plan of
Yep.
Raw Official was to not allow Godlike Stalwart to move out of bootcamp and instead be the ones engaging upon them. They are taking the fight to the Goliaths. They're taking the fight to the, well, who everyone thought would be the champions of this time's PMPL. But you know what? It ain't over until it's over. Plus, Raw Official this time are looking very deadly themselves. So there's going to be a possibility that this fight can go their way. We will find out in a few short moments. But for now, all Liquid is doing, just taking in all this information about where the players of Godlike Stalwart are. He's going to look at the windows of those compounds, make sure he's tracking where the players potentially can move towards, and then just reeling all of this towards his teammates. As soon as Godlike Stalwart exit bootcamp, Raw Official are going to move in for the kill. But for now, it's a game of patience. And again, as we mentioned before, only one pick has been secured in this game. Quite unlucky for Gremlin Storm to lose out on one of their players as soon as the game begins. But it is okay. We have seen teams with 3-man rosters also secure wins on Sanhok, because if it can happen on any map, this is it.
This is it. This is your good to go map to just pull out those kind of shenanigans. But now I have a question for you, Johnny. If you talk about the position like TR is holding, it's quite good. They are present on the south western side of the map near Sami and Nakam area. There's only one team in front of them, and that is Elementrix. I know it's MABETEX and WIZZES clubs too, but that is not going to be a big problem for them if they're going to move towards the western side of the map. But if they manage to eliminate Elementrix, then they might get a really good position inside the circle. Meanwhile, 1952 chimed in, takes down Slayer. I thought it's going to be MABETEX, but no. Now they're sandwiched between those teams, so 1952 has to be careful, dude. This might backfire. This strat is weird, but anything can happen. If it works, it works.
Yeah, anything can happen. But I mean, it can go the other way as well.
Yeah.
Murphy's Law, right? I mean, literally what you said is what is called Murphy's Law.
Yeah.
Oh, I love
Beautiful.
this tuk-tuk. Yeah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Imagine owning that in real life. I'm gonna go to work every single day in this.
Oh
This is what I want to
my
drive.
God.
Yeah, man, that's my dream vehicle now.
Okay.
Just buy it, to get it modded to look like this. I'm gonna take a picture.
What if you're gonna get this one in future, dude? Hats off
Oh,
to
I
you,
think
man.
I can. I think I can.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. A fight entry. Denying the entry to the players of MABETEX. Oh, almost getting the second, but goes down instantly. But MABETEX, they have been taken so low that Dante is going to run upstairs, shoot a few shots, and then MABETEX are going to be in trouble, or at least that's what I thought. Baron running, jumping
What?
outside the window is going to try and survive. It's not going to matter. Dante on the reload is going to run out, back, trying to take the fight, and what a fight it could have been for the players of 1952, but a few blunders here and there are going to result in them losing 3 of their players. Oh no.
This has to be 1952's fight, dude, but they lost it. That's bad. That's really bad, and only one player left. How are they gonna manage to get this one? It's a 1v2 situation. He has a grenade in his hand, and that is not an ideal situation, and you're done. The team who secured 20 points in the previous match and the first match of the game, and that was Miramar. Now they faced an elimination. That's bad for them. But again, we were expecting a really good performance from 1952, but they couldn't able to deliver. But again, MABETEX really showcasing their skill level, and they're challenging 1952. If they're gonna roam around near the Painan area, you'll get punished.
Well, if you want to take a lesson from that,
Yeah,
would be switching your weapon is faster than reloading.
true. That's true.
And along with that, I mean, MABETEX, they played it really well. 1952, I mean, the individual performances almost securing 2 knocks. Both of those players are so amazing. But still, team communication is also going to be important in those team fights. And 1952, that early elimination, right, they're quite unfortunate with considering their run in the previous match was very, very nice for them. Could have given them amazing boost in terms of the overall ranking had they performed in the similar manner in this one as well. But it's okay. There are more matches remaining. But ladies and gentlemen, 9 minutes in, almost hitting the 10-minute marker. One team already outside the game. And look at this Beaker. See Slipknot slipping in and out of vision in the distance.
In fact, he received 16 damage, right? Someone had connected a bullet onto him, but he's safe for now. The important factor is JyanMaara is also closing in near the boot camp area, so Stalwart has to be careful because they might face another competition there. It's a good shift. It's a centralized shift. Every single team inside the circle except the players of WIZZES clubs, and that's it. But now here comes the interesting factor. Team IHC can move around the quarry area, and then they can easily punish the players of Skylightz Gaming. If they're going to move straight in, they might face some amount of competition from these 3 teams, and that is Frost, JyanMaara, and Skylightz Gaming. So that is going to be a tricky decision to make. Let's see how they're going to remold their strat. Meanwhile, I'm quite happy the way High Voltage and DEADEYES guys are playing. They are just playing slow. They're just making things slow, and they know that if they act, a little bit fast, if they like tend to opt for some more fights or take some unnecessary fights, they might fall down. So it's better to be in that gray area, just play safe, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, let's see. When the blue zone is moving in on these lads soon. And after that, I mean, it is going to turn out to be a little bit of a gamble for everyone. I mean, it is already a gamble to decide which part of the 3 islands of the map are you going to be on. Because if it moves towards down south, that means teams playing from the Camp Alpha Island are going to be in trouble. If it moves east, again, teams from Camp Alpha Island will be in trouble along with the teams playing from Ruins. If it moves west, then teams playing from the main island position are going to be in a world of pain, because crossing those bridges, it ain't going to be easy, my friend. But for now, JyanMaara, no fear. I mean, they are moving in from the eastern part of the map, moving westward. And whoa, Scry, the Head was spotted out. Nerfear connecting a few shots. His information has been given away. His position revealed to the opposition. And now the point of concern for me is going to be the fact that JyanMaara, I believe, aren't aware of the fact that Raw official have a flank available. Oh, good peek, good shots from the lad, almost securing a knock, and there it is.
What?
Incredible display of skill from Nerfear. The opening has been found. JyanMaara, what is going to be your next move?
Dude, that's 6 times on an MG3. Are you crazy? That's an
He's going for
LMG.
small little bursts.
But yeah, I agree with that. But still, it's you know
Two
what?
shots,
I
you
have
go.
tried it. I know I'm not that better. We could compare with these players, but it's literally almost impossible to control that burst. Sometimes it's almost difficult. But again, if we're gonna switch to 660, the firing speed, then it is kind of possible. But again, connecting those bullets perfectly every single time your opponents peak, that's amazing. Now, Stalwart Esports has to be careful, right? If they're gonna do the same thing again and again, they will damage their loadout, and that's not gonna help you in the later stages of the match. However, another dropped on top of the players of JyanMaara. So No Fear already has an MG3 with a level 3 kit, and another player can get a level 3 loadout for himself. So
Yeah.
a good, a good situation for them. Maybe the PUBG cards is favoring them. They're like, yeah, take this. But they have to be careful. There's one team just behind them, and that is Skylightz Gaming. They can easily backstab you, and we all know they are assassins.
Oh yeah, they are definitely quite deadly. But look at this, airdrop number 3, another MG3 with the tactical stock. I guess it's a different kind of day today, but let's see, the blue zone almost closing in. High voltage, Malik, he's still like he's running towards the blue instead of running away from it. Maybe having different plans. High voltage this time around. Usually we are going to see them by this time in a situation like this. I would have expected to see them on the shorelines, and that is why the circle playing mind games with everyone. Still split between the 3 islands. Godlike Stalwart, no incentive for them to move. Raw official, well, they're gonna have to protect that hill with their life now.
True. I think the Raw had made the perfect decision, but right now this might backfire because you'll be like, you might get the center of attraction. You kind of are in the center of the circle, but that means you are going to be the center of attraction too because you're surrounded by every single area. In front of you, there's Stalwart Esports, and then on the western side you have Elementrix. And if you talk about the back, you have JyanMaara and IHC. So you have to be careful. Every single move just gonna count. Every single position, every single second will make your life better or worst. Let's see. Meanwhile, High Voltage and Deadeyes, guys, I just told you earlier, right? They're just having the good time. This is playing slow. They know the circle is favoring them. They quite happy with this approach. Especially DE Warriors too. I almost forgot about them. They are also inside the safe zone. So it's a good day for these teams who are already in the top 3 position. That's amazing. But now it's going to be a challenge for teams like Gremlin Storm, T2K, and VENOM clubs.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a challenge for them. And as we did talk about it a little bit earlier, I mean, DE Warriors, High Voltage, they do play right next to each other every single time they drop in on Sanhok. So whatever happens to High Voltage, I think DE Warriors can definitely take advantage of the information and try and predict how they want to move, how they want to traverse the terrain on this map. But for now, things have been looking quite quiet on this map. Not a lot of chaos apart from the circle just not really giving anything to the players. Raw official against, playing the shoreline of this river, and Precious on the other side of the broken wall. Taking a few shots, I guess, towards DRS, I believe, moving in on their position.
So yes, because now it's a spread out approach from their side, right? Every single player is a little bit far away from each other, but still providing a lot of cover if anything just going to spot him out, or any team member is going to spot them out. They already have solid amount of cover, but it all comes down to how he's just going to stay anonymous, right? You also have to act like a X factor and a secret weapon in situations like if any team just start closing in inside the circle, you have to gatekeep for them. Meanwhile, IHC took a really long route. They were present towards the western side of Query, then they moved towards Camp Charlie's Bridge, and then they are moving inside the circle, which is already occupied by MABETEX and WIZZES club. So it's a really big decision, and This is not what they are looking for. I think so. They might end up in a worse situation right now they are in, but let's see how they're going to deal with that. They are inside the blue zone, so it's going to be tough. Meanwhile, if we talk about, look at the position of Pika. Johnny, if we talk about the minimap, we have the luxury to witness, just see the players where they are and their position. If we talk about their position, it's a 1+3 split. Pika collecting a lot of information. If we spotted out one player of VENOM Legends, they are done. So they have to be careful too.
Oh yeah. They have to be extremely
I
careful.
told you.
IFC! Oh, this is why two-wheelers on Sanhok are not advised at all. IHC losing 2 players. Godless and Demo stuck in the blue as well and are taking a little bit of damage from the players of WIZZES club. Godless running forward. Kiwi waiting for him. Behind the rock, Godless knows where the opposition is. Kiwi, he is just peeking the rock and now finally steps out. Godless down on his knees as well. IHC, 1 player surviving.
That's massive. Kiwa with an amazing spray, and he might secure that kill too. They already have 2 kills in their backpack, but look at this circle. The PUBG gods helping High Voltage again to secure another one. We saw High Voltage and the players of DE Warriors. They were in the top 2 situation in the previous match, and we might witness the same thing again. Plus, DE also has a good chance to be in the top 3. Now, T2K also moving in, and Gremlin Storm too. So, it's going to be a difficult task for them to move inside the circle without taking a fight. They have to dodge every single competition. But that's also true for another team, and that's going to be Skylightz Gaming. And Stalwart Esports also moving from the water area.
Let's see, 54 players still remaining. Godlike Stalwart against the players of VENOM Legends. As you mentioned, they are going to be moving from the water area, but before they move through the water, they have to make sure that it is clear of all the sharks that are going to be in there. Right now, that means the players from VENOM Legends, and even though they have a pick on Ripson, they are going to try and go for finish on our screens. The players have trained to kill. Moving from the northern part of Camp Alpha Island are going to be a little bit of trouble as DEADEYES guys and High Voltage are going to make sure they get pinned down in the crossfire. That truck blows up, and along with it, the players from Train to Kill. Numbers reduced from 3 to 1.
One goal.
3 to 1. 3 TO2 to 1.
In fact, Prabeen stole that 1 kill from Shari. He thought that he was just going to secure both of them, but 1 goes to DEADEYES guys and 1 goes to High Voltage here. High Voltage has a very beautiful spot, especially Prabeen. Look at the height advantage. He can spot out every single player if he can. But Gremlin Storm, okay, it's a do-or-die situation for them, especially in this type of circle. Pika taking down the players of DEADEYES guys, doing the backstab pretty perfectly, but they also have to move inside circle, so it's going to be a difficult task for them too now. High Voltage can easily secure a lot of kill points. Let's see how they're going to manage to do that. Pika, another knock. DEADEYES guys going down 1 by 1.
Oh boy, I mean, this is just looking incredible. The amount of chaos. And look at that, even though we are seeing players go down, the team counter is still stuck on 15. So the teams are still present, but the individual players being lost might just put them in a world of hurt a little bit later on in the day. True Love, sir, the Molotov is going to push him indoors, and he goes inside to take top down. And with top knocked out, Godlike Stalwart could be in a world of hurt as well. Pika putting the first aid out in the open is going to try and survive for a few extra minutes, but DEADEYES guys and Godlike Stalwart in a similar situation at this point when both the teams have 2 players knocked out and no way for them to go for revives.
That's the worst situation can ever happen to a team right now. Meanwhile, we just saw a lot of players going down by the blue zone because this is really harsh. Sometimes players can run out of bullets, but the blue zone also always dished out consistent amount of damage onto you, so you have to be careful. You have to be respectful for the blue zone. Right now, Liquid also showcasing his true colors, taking down 1 player and increasing the numbers, increasing the total points. Delta, look at this! He has a very good cover of that rock, and he can easily spot out the players who are moving inside the circle through the water area, inside through the river. Godlike Pika is only left, and before he go down, he took the final player. He finished the final player of Gremlin Storm, and it seems like Pika goes down by the players of High Voltage. And yep, that just happened.
Oh yeah. That just happened right there. But the Warriors against DRS
was
and
that?
Yante
What?
jiggling in and out from behind the rock. Was trying his level best to sort of deter getting knocked by the players of the Warriors, but nothing can stop them because they're all the way up, and well, up is where they want to go, up the mountain and go face to face against the players of high voltage. 3 players from the side of the Warriors still surviving. Doc extremely low, but being the Doc, he has to heal up. DRS, quite unfortunate for them. Killer YT, the last player surviving. Not a lot of options for him.
Wow.
Oh no.
Close call.
Oh, well, had 5 firsted. I thought he was going to be alive for a few extra moments, but no. Gets eliminated so early. MABETEX also outside the game. We are down to 6 teams. There's one more exit right there. Train to kill, and I believe the Warriors are going to be next. As East, the last player surviving, is running out in the open, and he has, well, nowhere left to go, ladies and gentlemen. I believe this is just going to be another win for the players of high voltage. They have all 4 players remaining. Raw are down to 3D Warriors, just 1 lad left. DEADEYES guys have just 1 lad left. And I believe one of the players from the side of
Elementrix.
Yeah, Bishal is just, well, he's in the distance doing something.
He was inside the water, but he was barely
No,
surviving.
he's gone.
Right?
He's gone now.
Yeah, he's gone. Okay, that's something wizard stuff. But right now, as you just told us, right, high voltage. Look at the winner chicken dinner broadcast prediction. In fact, 44% favoring them. East has to be careful because he's surrounded by 2 teams, Raw and High Voltage. And they secure 9 kills already. And they might increase that tally to hit the double digits. Joker is also there. Surviving his last breath. Spotted out the players of High Voltage. And that's it. Trying to retaliate back, but... Oh, it was Slipknot! That grenade was perfect! Stole that kill from the players of High Voltage and secure 1 for them. Now it's only 2 teams, I think, so Raw and High Voltage.
Yeah.
East can play an X Factor, and that is only option. That is the only option he has left, but that's it. But the circle, look at that. It's favoring East, and that's it. Not even a single player other than East inside the safe zone.
Well, let's see East. The fact that he's managed to stay alive for so long is already quite incredible. It wasn't easy, especially considering the players from the side of High Voltage had his position now. Jiggle up on top of the rock is going to be completely zoned in and focused on the players of Raw Official. A team with the numbers to snatch this win away from High Voltage, but East, as you said, is definitely going to be the game changer right now. If High Voltage get this winner chicken dinner, the back-to-back win is definitely going to propel the momentum completely in their favor. And Malik, oh no, look behind the tree, Malik. There's a snake hiding in the bush, and
No
this
way.
one is going to bite your face off.
What?
Let's see, still waiting. 3 teams remaining in the top 3 we are now. And East sees 2. Here's
What?
1. If he sees all 4, he's going to start shooting. Or I believe he's going to allow the players of High Voltage the opportunity to go up against the players of Raw. Praveen is going to be taken out as well. High Voltage, their numbers are going to be dwindling down. Raw Official denying them the back-to-back win. Or maybe not. High Voltage. East! What have you done? What an amazing steal! He waited for the opportunity to strike, and now, finally, did the Warriors, they're going to be sitting on the first position. What a win! Did not think that was going to happen.
The most venomous snake of Sanhok. It was East. That was amazing, Johnny. That was incredible.
Well, why are you
Speechless.
like this?
Oh no.
2 games
Oh,
in a row, and
no.
the man just goes berserk. The previous match as well, and this one.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you still think that's the peak of competition. It's not, dude. Every single day, something amazing just happened. Out of the box just happened. And you have to check your surrounding. It's Sanhok.
Yeah, I think his teammates couldn't believe what just happened. They were like, bro. What?
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 And the worst part is the final player of High Voltage was surviving. Just jumped right in front of him, and he got an open opportunity to finish him off.
To be honest, that happened to me. I would have just like, yeah.
They could have
I'm
destroyed my
playing
phone.
anymore.
I was like, it's
Yeah,
done.
I've broken stuff for less.
Yeah, I'm not playing, dude. But what a steal! And this steal can cost high voltage a lot of points and maybe the championship too. Who knows?
Well, but let's see what is going to happen, what the impact of this is going to look like in the overall rankings. I was wrong about one thing. They're still on the second in the overall rankings,
Yeah.
so my apologies for that. They're still sitting on the second position. High voltage, they had a lot of elimination numbers, so they're going to be propelled up even further in the overall ranking. For now, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
With that being said, the MVP of the previous game is in front of us. It's going to be Assassin from High Voltage with 6 elimination points and 4 knockouts at 24-20. Now, of course, I wasn't really here for the last game, but I saw a little bit of final moments, and I can see that it was, of course, a crazy game in which the players of TPW did have a big share of that.
Oh boy, I mean, what an amazing win, Necro, in that previous game. But still, I mean, it is sort of a Uno reverse card coming in from the side of the lads of High Voltage, because what happened in Miramar, the game number 1, was the fact that the Warriors had the elimination numbers, but the chicken dinner went to High Voltage. In this game, it was the exact opposite. High Voltage had the elimination numbers, but the chicken went to DE Warriors. And Assassin, I mean, our MVP, has always been an incredible player. We always see him competing for the MVP of this tournament as well. I'm pretty sure he's going to be moving up the rankings with 6 eliminations secured in this game. The 24-minute of survival time is also going to be quite beneficial to him. But still, Raw Official, have to give them props as well. Managed to stay alive for so long in this matchup, considering they were challenging Godlike Stalwart literally from the first minute.
I mean, speaking about challenging them, I mean, right now, the overall rankings are definitely shaping up quite well, too, right? But as we do see the player focus of the previous game in front of us, too, and it seems like even Raw had quite a decent game for themselves. As we do take a look at the match rankings, of course, from which High Voltage is second place, but we're not able to get the dinner, in which the players of DPW, they managed to steal it away.
Well, they did manage to steal it away, but only able to secure 21 points. Because of that, Raw Official, the elimination numbers helping them and High Voltage out as well. High Voltage sitting on the first with 23 points. It is a 2-point difference. Oh my goodness, what are these teams doing? Necro, I'm going to have a heart attack today.
Yeah, this is definitely quite interesting, right? Because there's not a lot of difference, as you said. And this is definitely going to be quite interesting. This is what Grand Finals brings in. You don't really have a lot of days to try and compensate, so you really do got to make something happen in just these limited games you have and this limited time that you're being allotted. So, yeah. Man, oh man, I just can't wait to see the overall rankings. Are we going to see the overall rankings, Johnny, or is the production just going to try to keep the suspense? Because right now, the suspense is definitely building up quite well.
We aren't good people, Necro. We are evil. So I think we're not going to show the overall rankings today just yet, before the finals, though. What about you? You look extremely pale. What happened? Where were you?
Pale? What do you mean?
Yeah.
I was just drinking some juice, man, you know, and yeah, drinking some juice, sort of following the games in the sidelines.
Sort of following the games.
Yeah. You guys were having quite a little banner between you guys. I heard a little bit of that stuff.
We were talking about you.
Yeah, and Shivan said that I have a Super Saiyan God bod. Like, I just don't understand.
He was talking about someone else. We just were like, all right. Necro's going to the JV, he's done quite well.
Oh, damn, really? You
Yeah,
guys are
yeah.
being nice to me. Oh, thank you so much, man. By the way, I'm glad to be back. And chat, I hope you guys have been enjoying the show so far, too. Love to you guys as well, because I'm back. Now the action's going to be even more intense. What do you think, Johnny?
I mean, it is going to be intense nonetheless, but still. It's glad to have you back on the desk, man. It's always
You
a
missed
pleasure.
me. Let's be honest. You missed me.
I mean, Sivansh is starting his prediction game from 0 because it's his first day today. You're the one I have to beat. You are my main competitor.
I mean, technically, I should have taken the lead, but unfortunately, I wasn't there for the first 2 games. But that's something we can talk later on. Right now, as you do see the damage graph, you can clearly see the players of high voltage had a big share of damage. Then even the players of Raw had a decent amount of damage dealt. And look at the elimination points. Both these teams did put in the work, but unfortunately, that chicken dinner, those extra bit of points that the players of DEW stole, that might prove to be a little detrimental for their mentality. What do you think?
Yeah, it will be for sure. But moving on, I mean, we do have the overall rankings right there. All right, what's the difference? It is 15 points, actually. Just 15-point difference between High Voltage and DE Warriors. Wow.
Yeah.
So, all right. So now, Necro, what we do is we deduce which teams are out of competition. And right now, I would say DRS Gaming is quite far away to actually contest the trophy. Godlike Stalwart can move in. They're going to need 2 chicken dinners to do that. The moment they do it, the moment they get those 2 wins, I think they're going to be competing for the trophy again. IHC as well. 2 wins, 2 chicken dinners with 10 plus eliminations in each of those matches, and they're going to be contending the trophy again. Given the fact that High Voltage and DE Warriors bomb those games, they blunder those matches and get eliminated within the first 5 minutes, or maybe get eliminated at the bottom 3, basically.
But what is going on with Skylightz Gaming, man? I saw them on the 15th spot in the overall rankings.
Yeah.
Is this a joke? Is this the Skylightz Gaming I'm seeing?
I mean, yeah, it is what you're seeing, but I don't think that's a joke. I think it is going to be... so, it has been a tough competition, and dynasties fail. That's all I'm going to say. Skylightz Gaming, it was a dynasty, but now it is a little bit of a downfall, at least for this PMPL finals. That is what we are saying. Maybe the next time around we see them, it is going to be a completely different scenario. Maybe you're going to see the Skylightz Gaming name again in the top 3, in the top 2, and sitting on the first position. They have a habit of lifting trophies, and I think it is going to be quite easy for them to get back to that same old tradition.
But maybe if I just say that in the upcoming 4 games, Skylightz Gaming can make a comeback happen, what would your reaction be to that? Top 10, man, is the goal here. Only top 10. I don't think so. It's that difficult from the position they have right now. One single good game, and they will be levitating themselves all the way up somewhere in 11th or 12th.
Well, I think they can, and if they make it happen, I'm not going to be surprised. If they get eliminated right now, that's going to be more surprising for me, because till it's over, till the day is done and dusted, I will be hopeful that Skylightz Gaming will deliver. They will make it through to the top 10. They will make it through to the SA Championship. So that is what I want from them. But as you guys can see right now, the day is being dominated by top 2 teams, High Voltage and DE Warriors, just switching the chicken dinner wins amongst themselves, and the elimination number tallies as well. Either you get the elimination numbers, I get the chicken, you walk away with the vice versa. You guys get it, right? But going on to Erangel Necro, map number 3. Now is your opportunity to beat me. What is your prediction?
Okay, my prediction. My opportunity to beat you. You know, the team that I was saying might make the comeback happen? Skylightz Gaming.
9.
What are you doing?
I'm just pointing out your prediction number. That's 9 right there. Mine says 10.
Oh, I thought you were poking me or something, but anyways, it's okay. Just one prediction lead, man. Right here, Skylightz Gaming are going to win this game. Yeah. And they're going to prove me right and get my number back to 10. We're going to tie up right now, right here. Watch.
You're going for Skylightz Gaming. Now you've actually put me up in a bit of a pickle, because...
Go Gremlin Storm.
I mean, GSM actually, no. I want to go for Gremlin Storm, but no.
It just says GSM Gaming. Actually, no.
No. So the reason being they drop a little bit far away from Skylightz Gaming. I'm going to pick someone that lands close. I'm going to go with DEADEYES, guys. From Yasnaya to Rozok. The distance is not that much,
Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see how it really is going to pan out, though, because again, Skylightz Gaming, as we did speak about them, they really do need these points, and considering they only have 4 more games to go, ladies and gentlemen, in
Yeah.
which the upcoming game is going to be quite critical for them, and that's going to be played on the map of Erangel. That means, of course, it's a classic map. Every single team is well versed with the map as well. They're well used to that map, so Erangel is definitely going to be quite a lot of problems. But Skylightz Gaming
For sure.
have been quite phenomenal on Miramar and Erangel, these 2 maps. Of course, more that have been shining through on the map of Miramar, but Erangel as well, it has been their stronger suit.
Well, definitely. I mean, Erangel, as you mentioned, it is the OG map. Everyone is quite comfortable on the terrain, and no matter where the circle is, people will figure out a way to survive. There's not a lot of guessing game going on in this particular scenario, but it is going to be quite interesting to see where the zone is going to go. I'm pretty sure you and I are both hoping to see a military zone right off the bat in the very first game itself, or maybe finally, it's the last day. I'm going to pray to the PUBG mobile gods to give us the Stalwart Hill circle. We haven't seen that yet. Anywhere towards the Northern Island is something that works for me. I think Raw Official are also going to be a happy bunch of players because of that.
I mean, Stalwart Hill. Yesterday we sort of saw a circle be coming close to that, in which the players of JyanMaara took it home with 16 elimination points, and that was, of course, a remarkable performance from their side. But has JyanMaara been able to replicate any sort of performance even close to that yet, or no?
Well, I mean, kinda, I have to say.
Kinda, so momentum's kind of working in their favor right now.
Yeah. So it's not like they are going for those heavy pop-up performances that we are going to remember. Like, we won't see what happened in the previous game from JyanMaara, at least today. What they're trying to do is to secure a little bit of placement points to just keep themselves within the top 10. And if they manage to do that, I think in the next 3 matches, I think they are going to be making it to the SA Championship. We're going to see them in the SA Championship.
I mean, SA Championship, man, I was just down at the graphic rooms too, and I saw some graphics. It is going to be lit for you guys. Trust me, you guys are up for some entertainment. You guys are going to be up for some entertainment in the SA Championship. So just hold on. There is going to be a big break, but just hold on, man. Just hold on. Trust me, things are going to get even more better in the SA Championship, as we do have the planned flat path, though, starting all the way from the right side, ending towards George Pool. This planned flat path is not going to create a lot of trouble for a decent amount of teams, considering the fact that some teams do like to go down south. I want to see what sort of route and what sort of adjustment these teams are going to bring inside the game, because you do see the players of DEW just dropping near shelter, and this might just be a little drop collision or something that is going to create a bit of trouble for other teams.
Well, let's see. JyanMaara dropping towards Lipovka. The zone is going to be away from them. Then they might be a little bit of hurt. And yes! We got it, Necro. We got it. As the zone split between the southeastern edge of the main island, and it encompasses the entirety of the military island within it. So this is going to be an exciting game now, because No Repnoi Bridge is going to be up for grabs, and so will the military bridge area. Ferry Pier, Elementrix, they're going to be in a world of trouble right off the bat.
But Johnny, listen, man, I wasn't really there for the first 2 games, so how are you doing? And chat, let me know too in the chat. How are you guys doing today? I'm pretty sure you guys have been doing pretty phenomenal so far, considering it is the final day of the PMPL.
Well, I mean, I'm super excited, and I want to see how the rest of the teams are going to be dealing with the action. Look at this. For the first time, I guess someone has beaten Godlike Stalwart in their race towards the military island. 1952, just managing to reach there a little bit earlier on, but these guys just going to be quite comfy in that pink car. It looks quite pretty. Don't you want one, Necro?
I mean, let's talk about that later on. Right now, we do see elimination happening. In the elimination feed, it's going to be 1952 Falling Prey. Oh, that's not a great start, Johnny. All the way in the bottom spot. I feel like the only way 1952 can really redeem themselves is just try to get away from that bottom spot. What do you say? Just not be in that 16th spot. At least try and fight through, you know? So maybe in this PMPL, you fight out of the 16th spot. Maybe the next PMPL, you go to the 12th spot. Baby steps. baby steps improvement. What do you say?
I thought you were gonna say fight out of the 15th, the 16th in this one. Next time it's gonna
Yeah,
be
they can
15th.
do that too. They
Every
can do it
single
too.
time, just move up and rank.
Yeah.
It's so it's gonna take them what, like 16 years to finish on the first position that way. Not 16 years, 8 years. 2 PMPLs every year.
Interesting. I guess Johnny's taking a little shots against 1952 now.
You started it.
I didn't. I was asking them to baby step.
I mean, so there are no baby steps in a scenario like this. To be, if I'm being very honest, what they're gonna have to do is literally just take every single ward from this tournament, go back when this event ends, and go through every single game, every single POV of all the 4 players performing. Look at them individually, time sync them and watch them, and figure out what went wrong in every single clip that you used, and just try and break it down to the best of their abilities. I think without putting that amount of effort, it is going to be quite difficult to compete with, because I'm pretty sure none of these players, none of these teams show up to a stage like this thinking that, all right, we're going to settle for the middle of the pack finish. They want to win. 1952 also wants to win, and they have what it takes. All they want to do, all they have to do is just focus in on the fact that, yeah, they have the skill set in them. It's already there.
I mean, speak of the skill set, and as you do see, the players off Raw falling prey once again. Elementrix. I mean, that's a big elimination right there. Raw was one of those teams that was sort of on the domination spree, but now, as they have lost out on a man so early off, this is not that good of a story for them inside this game, but they still do have 3 players up and alive, and we have seen some miraculous plays in the past as well with just 3 players. Again, now we were speaking about 1952. Let's be a little serious here, okay? How they can really improve. And I personally feel like they should go back and watch how they were playing inside week 1 and how they were playing inside these games. If they notice that there's no difference in their play style, then try and figure out what sort of a difference is in the enemy teams. What different are they doing to try and counter you? And that can be the best way to try and know what your fault is and what you can improve on.
Well, right now, though, I think everyone's eyes are just zoned in on the players of the Warriors and the players of High Voltage, along with a little bit of attention being given to Godlike Stalwart as well, every now and then, because you never know what they're going to do. But these 2 teams competing for the first position now. It's all about qualifying for the SA Championship. That is where the priority is, but also calling yourself the champions of South Asia in the first place, which I think, Necro, I will be honest with you, it is going to be a pretty big deal for High Voltage to actually walk away with a win, because this lobby this time around for the PMPL South Asia was one of the toughest. Look at this, 2 players from side 1952 against Gremlin Storm. Memo is going to be knocked out, but from the backlines, Dictator appears, and Jax is going to be knocked in. A trade entry is going to be there, sandwiched between Gremlin Storm and DRS in the distance, and 1952 yet again. An exit.
Oh, wait, they can get him. They can get him. Hold on, there's still a hope here. Dictator's way too low. If they do get Dictator here, there might be a little saving grace for 1952, and I think he should be able to get him, and yes, he does! Nice entry, finds him, should be able to shut him down as well. Dictator out the fray. Is he going to be able to get the res on the fallen player, though? That's my main question. Now he's also getting shot at in the back lines. RX Jax will bleed to his death as entry will fall down as well, and that's going to be it. 1952 put to sleep inside the game, getting eliminated on the 16th spot. And I would still say, I mean, look, man, I really am not hating on 1952 in general, because they still have made some sort of a mark in my heart with the way they played in week 1. And I know, man, all these players have been playing for years now. They have the experience. And just to let anyone know as well, even their fans, guys, just keep on supporting him, bro. There's no need to hate them right now, because at this point, they're really going through some of the worst time in their life. And if you guys do go and just hate them on the social medias and stuff like that as well, it's just going to make it even more worse. Instead, you want to see a team like that rise from the grave. And the only time and the only way they will, if you guys show them some love. So make sure to spam some hearts for 1952. They're giving it all they have.
Well, yeah, they are definitely giving it all they have. And bad tournaments are always going to be part of the journey, right? Bad performances are always going to be part of the journey. but you have to push through. You have to figure out why it was bad, what went wrong, and if you are able to fix it, the next time you're going to be strong. It's not like the players from DRS were always this good, right? We
Of
have
course
seen
no.
them make
Yeah.
blunders as well. I'm pretty sure we can find a compilation of their mistakes. We can find compilation of Godlike Stalwart making bad plays and having
I
bad
mean-
performances as well, bad runs in the tournament. So
Skylightz Gaming.
yeah,
Prime
everyone,
example.
Skylightz Gaming right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's a prime example. Anything or any team can have a big downfall, man. It's okay. It's just part and
It's
parcel
okay,
of the
yeah.
game.
But Gremlin Storm also eliminated early Necro. What happened? I just saw a car go into water, and then all of a sudden, whoop, Gremlin Storm eliminated on the 15th position.
It's fine. It's fine. Still 4 more games to go, right? I mean, 3 more games to go. So, yeah. As I said, anything can happen in those 3 games, but the circle as well is shaping up pretty nicely as most of the teams have shifted down south. The nade as well is going to be tossed inside the room. Rules OG goes down. Snipe YT as well from the side of JyanMaara is going to be the casualty in this fight. No Fear really wants to get the second man down as well, but it's going to be so tough to find the second knockout. The nade's going to rebound off the frame. Is it going to find someone? No, it's going to be the answer, but it does chip down the player way too low. JyanMaara, the spread as well is quite nice. If the players who are in the back lines, if they're able to find any sort of a pixel angle too, that can just change the entire course of this fight. No Fear is all by himself, trapped on top of this house. He has nowhere to go.
Well, nowhere left to go, nowhere left to run, no fear.
Nice.
Definitely experiencing some sort of fear right now. Play extremely low
Heal.
against him. No fear has the HP advantage. He needs to push right now, and if he
There's no
does,
heals.
DRS could be the world of hurt, but no.
Why are
DRS,
they-
they do manage to regroup.
Why are they in a loot deficit? Why are they in a med deficit? This early inside the game, I would still call this an early phase. When
Yeah,
there's
lot
14
of
teams
teams
alive.
committed- So a lot of teams committed to fighting early. I'm sorry to cut you off like that,
It's
but
okay,
a lot
it's
of
okay.
teams committed to fighting early instantly after dropping instead
Yeah,
of
makes sense,
looting
yeah.
now. And I think because of that, we are going to see early eliminations in this game.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense too, right? It's the military circle. Every
Yeah.
single team doesn't want to book it as quick as possible inside because they know once it's too late, you can never make it in the military zone. But for now, it's the players of JyanMaara trying to slowly and steadily creep and crawl up inside the house and maybe potentially also wipe out the entire existence of DRS. But they have one man lurking around in the edges who is around the stones. And DRS, now they're going to finally jump out. The fight will be challenged as the players of JyanMaara, they breaking through the house, and they really do need a breach inside, and that's what they exactly do. 2 players down, and WIZZES is being an absolute nuisance for the team of DRS. WIZZES all by himself, just creating so many trouble and problems. Now Killer YT is probably looking to shut him down as well, but even he gets knocked out. WIZZES is going absolute monstrous mode. It's all down to Gante now to try and save the banner for his team, and maybe potentially get the res back onto rules. But Badu will go for the res, but the information's already given away. Gante will have a clear know of where Badu is, but that's not going to matter. Gante will fall down as WIZZES single-handedly takes down the entire team of DRS.
Well, something that we saw was going to be pulled off by someone else, but his teammate does the job. An impressive win for the lads of JyanMaara. His teammates are going to be so proud and happy with the fact that they are surviving, because we did talk about JyanMaara on the verge of either making it through to the SA Championship or just taking a tumble. And the end of the journey is going to be here in the PMPL SA Finals, but they're going to be still fighting over here. On our screens, though, yeah.
I just can't believe they got 1v4'd like that.
I mean, all right, so to be fair, we were just discussing the loot deficit on DRS.
Yeah, but still, I mean, if you're...
I don't think they had
Vadu was
anything to
all-
fight with.
Other players were knocked out. Vadu was
Yeah.
all by himself in a complete disadvantage. He was behind the box, trapped, nowhere to go. He's
Yeah.
right there. Even if 2 players group up and decide to push him at the same time, this could be a complete different outcome.
Yeah,
That is the
perfect.
prime example of int moment. That's what you call it. The int. That gets to you,
Intentional
you know,
feeding.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does get to you, man. And it's just like, you feel the moment, you're like, I'm going to take him down. Who's this guy? He's no one. And then you just push him and you just get destroyed and you realize, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. That's pretty much me every game.
Well, that's just regrets, man. A lot of
Yeah,
regrets.
literal regrets.
No regrets. Press W, easy win. That's my motto. Let's see right now. I think the most difficult decision teams are going to have to make is to see where they're going to be moving in towards the military island from. And in the meanwhile, though, DE Warriors managing to secure the elimination points from the players of Raw Official. So we're down to 12 teams already, 47 players alive, and it's just the 13-minute mark of the game. Look at this. High voltage against the players. In fact, high voltage being chased by the players of T2K, and Jane is going to be shot from right off the car. He's going to be dropped to the floor. Sandesh is going to have to be extremely careful because there is one man that high voltage left behind. Praveen from the flank is going to create so much chaos. It's down to Legend and Sandesh in the front lines against Malik, who runs up the hill, secures the knock. The HP is going to be low. Sandesh, he will have an advantage, but it's a 2v1 situation. Jiggle is going to be there as well, but it's not going to matter. And high voltage eliminating T2K in a perfect 4v4 execute. What a team fight.
Yeah, indeed, man. Oh boy, Jiggle too. I mean, he did fall down, but it's okay. Something they can definitely recover from, but they cannot keep on buying a lot of time. Jiggle needs to patch himself up right now. The zone's going to deal some chunks of HP. Is Jiggle going to be able to patch himself up? He should be able to if he does put a bandage, but no. Jiggle falls to prey to the zone. He should have utilized the bandage first and then went for the med kit, but unfortunately, he directly went for the first aid kit, which of course didn't really pan out. As we have the players of MABETEX just going for an all-out rotation, out in the open, inside the water lines, hoping for the best, crossing their fingers, hoping that no one's going to spot them over here, but it does seem like no one is even around the entire Nova Rupnoy area, so it's going to be quite clear. So MABETEX, they will have a clean rotation inside the circle without worrying about a thing. Look at the edges of the circle. It's filled with all sorts of team. As the circle does now move down south on the right side a little bit, even Godlike Stalwart, they're going to be on the edge. Now, Johnny, this is a really crucial decision. Do you leave the high ground and go for a better spot inside the circle, or do you stay on the high ground and try and accumulate some points?
I think if you are a team like Godlike Stalwart, you're going to feel extremely comfortable just holding on to that high ground, because that observatory, that has gotten them so many wins. And I'm not just talking about in this particular PMPM, I'm talking about the previous ones that they have been a part of. So that definitely is going to be a lucky position for them, and I'm pretty sure they're going to secure a lot of elimination points from that particular spot. But after that, yeah, they will eventually have to come down that hill unless the zone keeps on moving upon them. But don't rotate early. I don't think rotating early is going to be a good decision.
I mean, speak of rotating right now, DEADEYES guys just around the wall over here. This can be a little, I don't like where this is going, Johnny. I honestly don't. This is going to be way too hectic soon enough. Look at this. DEADEYES guys in the water lines. VENOM Legends on the high ground. Of course, VENOM Legends having the most amount of advantage, but even VENOM Legends is scared to fight. The confidence issue is definitely showing up, but at the same time, if you are VENOM Legends, you got to make sure every single step, every single inch that you try to take towards victory has to be really cautious or really safe in general. Godlike Stalwart on the high ground, they're not going to let it go. Instead, they will stay there and try to establish some sort of dominance, and later on, maybe when you do wrap up a lot of information, that vital info can be utilized later on to get a nice rotation going for yourself. Top, just making sure the buggy's being dismantled, getting rid of the tires. Godlike Stalwart with the 2-2 split they have. Yeah, they're definitely wrapping up a lot of elimination points now, Johnny.
Yeah, they are. I mean, and it is going to be quite impressive to see how far can they go with this. So, as I mentioned, don't rotate early. Godlike Stalwart coming a little bit further down the slope towards the southern side of the mountain. Oh, but on the northern part, look at what is happening. IHC spoiled out. Scry connecting those insane shots from this distance. Oh, IHC is definitely going to be quite shook from that. Well, let's see. IHC, the opportunity to take an exit is going to be there. And they get into the bar, try to run away. Scry with a few shots is not really going to be able to accomplish anything over there.
Speak about accomplishments. Where is Skylightz Gaming? Skylightz Gaming is still alive inside the game and trying to find them. And they are on the northern side, right next to MABETEX. Man number 2, it does seem like they have all the 4 players up and alive, so things are looking great for them so far. If the circle does shift in their core too, then this can be a complete different scenario. The circle should be popping up in a couple of seconds in front of us, and yeah, sort of does shift up north, but the players of High Voltage and MABETEX are now going to create a big problem for Skylightz Gaming. Rotating through a straight northern rotation can definitely prove to be quite detrimental. So they'll need to try and figure out some sort of a genius plan. As we have DEW in front of us too, and Godlike Stalwart on top of the hill spotted. DEW is not a team you want to mess around with. And DEW too are looking pretty confident even to take a fight against the players of Godlike Stalwart. Action falls down, and he might just be claimed soon enough. The elimination points just... Yeah, action's done.
Well, action's going to be done right there. Quite a small blunder, and WIZZES Club definitely a good punish from their end as well. Godlike Stalwart, the odds have switched for them. Now they're going to be quite far away from the zone, so it's not going to be easy for them to move forward. But look at this. Oh my goodness. East, you sneaky man. It's not just once now. It's thrice he has managed to do this to people. Oh, I believe everyone in the lobby just hates him now.
Indeed does. But not just that. Look at YT. He's just almost putting a full stop to the fairy tale off the players of DEW inside this game. And DEW, yeah, now just down to the last man alive, Doc. He definitely has some clutch genes in him, but he really does want to take an exit from this entire fray. Does not want anything to do with this entire battle. He's not able to track him down, and Doc will get an escape route figured out. And Doc manages to run away, or at least for now, he manages to survive. He will probably try to patch himself for the first aid, and then instantly peek out and maybe try and possibly take down YT, but he doesn't even need to do so, as the players of Godlike Stalwart unintentionally helping him out.
Let's see. Alrighty, so Domain is now in a world of hurt as he's the last player surviving for his team. The blue zone damage is going to be quite a lot for him to deal with. But on the other side, the nades are the nades from the side of Skylightz Gaming, just putting up a lot of pressure on the players of High Voltage. 2 players still remaining, 2 lost, Jiggle and Malik out of the picture. As long as DE Warriors are there in this game, High Voltage can't afford to get eliminated. The moment DE Warriors are out, High Voltage, all they have to do is get a few elimination points, and then they can just dip out as well. For now, though, we have seen a few more exit. WIZZES Club going out of this game. One more team saying, bidding us adieu, and that is going to be Godlike Stalwart. The Warrior Dog has been spotted out in the distance, and there he goes. JyanMaara making things easier, making this game easier for High Voltage to play, but the squad fight, look at this. What is going on over here?
MABETEX and VENOM Legends. Now it's a head-on collision between these two teams. And MABETEX, it does seem like they are dwindling down. Unfortunately, Leo's going to be the last man, and he's trying his best to fight back, but he's not going to get anything done. MABETEX put down 6 feet under in their graves, as VENOM Legends, they're going to dance on top.
Well, let's see. High Voltage taking an exit on the 6th position as we head finally down to the top 5 teams. 14 players still alive. Skylightz Gaming present with all 4. And Necro, I think you might just be right. This is going to be the game. Skylightz Gaming looking extremely solid, extremely strong in this one.
Yeah,
just be there when they have an extremely good position towards the zone as well.
But they need to make it inside.
Yeah.
This is where things might just get even worse, though. I mean, they are slowly and steadily inching their way inside the circle, and yeah, told you, man, sometimes making it inside the circle is one of the toughest things you can try to pull off, and if you do manage to pull it off, it's a high-risk, high-reward sort of a situation. When you don't have the vehicles available too, making it with just feet is going to be way too risky, and that's what exactly happened. Skylightz Gaming tried to play with the odds, and it didn't really work out with them.
Well. Things not really working out. The backstab from the players of IHC causing a lot of trouble for them. Oh, but look at this. Nima with the hip fire of the UMP is going to make sure One of the players from the side of IHC is going to be down. Godless is going to trade his teammate out, but is that going to be enough? The answer, I think, is going to be not. Because Skylightz Gaming still present, and Demo is going to be the last player surviving for his team. Again, Hipfire versus Hipfire, and it works out quite nicely. IHC
Skylightz
survived. But for how long are they going to be there? Because JyanMaara and VENOM Legends, they have their crosshair literally pinned down on the spot.
Yeah, they've got him in the crosshair. It's just locked in and loaded. Yeah, matter of seconds, and even IHC take an exit from the game. Now it's the top 2 teams alive. VENOM Legends versus the players of JyanMaara. Who is going to take this game home? It's the 3rd game. That means the halfway point of the day, the final day of the PMPL South Asia Grand Finals. And what is going to be going on over here, Johnny? I mean, 3rd game will definitely give you a big confidence boost for the upcoming 3 games that are going to happen. Of course, the next game is going to be played on Miramar, and you really do need this one back. So, VENOM Legends or JyanMaara? Let us know, guys.
I think it is a 2v4 situation. The players from JyanMaara going for a wide split flank play. Can work out for them, but they will have to secure early knocks and just finish them off as soon as possible. If VENOM Legends decide to play a group, that might backfire upon them as well. But what the odds usually say is VENOM Legends, they're going to walk away with the win of this game, and they will solidify themselves a slot in the PMPL SA Championship.
And the circle shifts on top of the players of VENOM Legends too.
Yep.
So this should be it. I mean, this is definitely quite elongated battle, honestly. I mean, it's a 2-on-4 situation. These 2 teams haven't even taken any shots against each other. So yeah, this is just being stretched over. But JyanMaara with 9 elimination points, they definitely have quite a decent game in here. And speak about the consistency that has been able to carry on over throughout the entire day. JyanMaara definitely has managed to keep the momentum rolling in their court over and over and over again all the time. And so far, JyanMaara, it does seem like they are a little close to success too, but just because the man number of the players of VENOM Legends, I'm not sure how close they're going to be. But what is VENOM Legends exactly doing? Why are they not taking control of the zone? Instead, they're just spreading out. At this point, VENOM Legends should have a 2-2 split where 2 players should be on the left side and 2 players should be on the right side near the rock.
Yeah.
Someone should be scouting out with a vehicle, but VENOM Legends are just too hesitant. And this is a difference, clearly, right here. As you guys can see, if it was any other team like Godlike Stalwart, you clearly would have seen them be really proactive and try and take the fight against the enemy because they know they have the man advantage too and they can afford to do so.
Well, let's see. Utility exchange between the 2 teams. I think in this 2v4 situation, as you said, they can literally just push up the slurp, finish off the other 2 lads from JyanMaara and secure their win. Or maybe the buggy bait strategy would have been an easy conversion for them as well, especially considering how low Wadu has gotten at this point. Ghana hiding behind the smoke, being quite patient. This little bit of hesitancy from the side of VENOM Legends. I mean, it's not going to change much, though. This is their win. I'm pretty sure of it. Yeah, see, Gunner knocked out. Wadu, last player, steps out from behind the rock. Is going to try and take a duel, but is getting shot at from every single direction. And there it is. VENOM Legends securing the win. We talked about this team today at the start of the show as well. We talked about how much they have improved, and even with this game, I mean, as I said, they had pretty much already earned for themselves a slot in the PMPL SA Championship, but now this is just going to take them further in the ranking. This is going to increase their prize pool.
Yeah, it indeed will be. And I don't know if you saw, there was a little balloon hanging down.
Oh yeah.
From the roof, a little heart balloon, you know, there's a little heart.
Celebrations on the way.
Hearts in the chat, guys. Hearts in the chat for VENOM Legends. That chicken dinner. 8 eliminations and 23 points in total. Let's not forget, even JyanMaara had a solid of a game.
Oh yeah, they did. They had an impressive run in this particular map. Considering where they drop and how they want to rotate through the waterways. I think it was quite impressive that JyanMaara made it all the way to the top 2, because you know what? I believe this is the first time this water rotation to Military Island has worked out for JyanMaara in this PMPL. I mean, usually it did in the previous one. This time teams were a little bit too over-eager. Every single time we had a circle moving towards the Military Island, we always got to see those early rotations happen. And this time around, things worked out quite nicely for JyanMaara, but will this be enough to move them further up the rankings? That is also a pretty important question, which, ladies and gentlemen, will be answered right after this very short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia fall season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, once again being joined by Necro alongside with me. And with VENOM Legends getting the win in the third map of the day, we are done with at least the first half of our 6-match cycle. Now, the cycle repeats. The wheel goes round, and we will once again start off the next game on Miramar. But before we do that, we have to look at the stats of the previous game. Necro, who do you think is going to be the MVP? Well, let's find out.
There we go. WIZZES, told you, man. Didn't I tell you in the break? You forgot? Damn, bro. Memory's quite weak. It's okay. Yeah, but it's okay, Johnny. You can take some meds. I've heard like there are a couple of meds that can help you boost your memory. But with that being said, 6 elimination points and 5 knockouts, and the damage number of 983 with 1 headshot and 26-16. WIZZES. Oh, that 1v4 moment definitely helped him get that MVP status right there. And it was not just against any other teams, guys. It was against DRS, a team that was dominating in the league stages.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the domination that was there from the players of DRS was so impressive, and with how Wadu made, like, how easy he made it look to go up against them, made this man look like a monster. But to be fair, we know his caliber, right? He is an impressive individual. He is an impressive player. That time around, I mean, just the fact that it was a do-or-die situation made for all the hype in that particular fight. I'm pretty sure Wadu does that on a day-to-day basis as well, just destroy teams. But moving on, I mean, all right, so East again. I wonder. So you know what I'm thinking right now, looking at East pop up in the list of MVPs of 2 games back-to-back. I think he's going to take a jump on the MVP rankings this time around. I mean, the elimination numbers might not be there, but the damage and the survival times are adding up, Necro.
I mean, speak of the survival time, it is right there too. Look at it. I mean, Fragboy with 26-16, of course, from VENOM Legends, a team that did quite good in the previous game. Then you have DW2 coming in. Unfortunately, that battle between IT and Skylightz Gaming. For a moment, I thought Skylightz Gaming should be able to win that. The sort of push the players of IT made on Skylightz Gaming, didn't it feel quite random?
Yeah, it did, to be honest. Yes, it did.
so random.
Yeah, no reason to do that. I think they just wanted to go for it just because they could. If a team decides that, no one really is going to try and stop them. But let's move forward. Look at the match summary right now. And we do see Wadu there with the highest eliminations, highest damage. He does make it to the list of highest assist as well, which was literally just 1 assist that he was able to secure. But on the other side, high ceiling done, going over to IC with 474. And I don't even remember IHC being able to heal or being given the opportunity to heal. Maybe it was the fact that Scry shot him in the face twice, dropped his HP down to a sliver, and then he was moving forward after he healed up. So that sort of also added a major chunk to that. But we do have the match rankings on our screens now, ladies and gentlemen. VENOM Legends getting 23 points for this game. IHC walking away with 15 points. And you know what? The competition for the trophy is still very close now. Because Godlike Stalwart, they took an exit. All right, 5 points, nothing too shabby. But look at where High Voltage and DE Warriors are. Just a single point separating these two teams.
And I mean, you were speaking about high voltage and D Warriors, but what's okay? Skylightz Gaming had an okayish performance.
Yeah.
How much it should actually propel them in the overall rankings? That's what I would find out. Even if they
Top
are
10.
2 positions closer
Yeah.
to the top 10, that can be a big thing. They still have 3 more games to go, or 3 more. Yeah, 3 more games to go. So
I think the opportunity is going to be there.
yeah, it is. So maybe that was the game plan. Just barely squeeze yourself in, win the SA Championship, get your slot fixed, and sit, chill back, and go on some holidays.
Oh well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see if Skylightz Gaming wants to make it to the SA Championship, what the result is going to be. Because I've been noticing this from the league stages, the performance drop it wasn't like it was just drastic. It happened all of a sudden. It was a slow and steady process. Like every single day, you could see the performance just go down a smidge, and now here we are. But looking at the overall rankings now, Necro, all right, now things get a little bit more interesting. You have a 16-point difference, from 15 to 16-point difference now between High Voltage and DE Warriors. IHC have started to move in. They're sitting on the 3rd position with 212 points to their name. Godlike Stalwart now, 3 matches to go. They have to secure 50 points as of this moment to go for the win.
How though? It's so tough. Are they really aiming for the win? That's my question. Are Godlike Stalwart really aiming for the win or no? And from what I'm looking at, it doesn't seem like it. Don't you think so? I personally feel like Godlike Stalwart aren't really even aiming for the win here. They're just aiming for the slot inside the SA Championship. At least that's what it seems like to me, but again, maybe they have a different sort of game plan, just like the way they did inside the league stage where they clutched up on the last day, which is today. They probably will clutch up in the final 2 games or something. Don't exactly know what the game plan is going to be there. But as you do take a look at the latter half of the overall rankings, Skylightz Gaming, they still haven't moved. Still in the 14th spot, but they've definitely inched their way closer to the 10th spot. Now, JyanMaara is sitting on 137 points, a little far away, but look at that 12th and 13th spot. It's not at all far away. 121 and 123, 2 points difference. Even if Skylightz Gaming have a decent game over here, like I'm talking about like even 10 points, they should be able to topple them over and get really close to top 10.
I think I agree with that. I think it should be quite easy for them to break into the top 10. I mean, VENOM Legends were in a situation like that, and look at where they are right now. They're competing to break into the top 5, so the possibility is going to be there, and the opportunities have been provided to the teams. But with the final 3 games on the line, the pressure, the mental pressure, is going to be a little too much for them to deal with. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it from the players in this special interview.
के छ खबर अड्कियो भन्दै हुनुहुन्छ सायद उहाँले मेरो आवाज सुनिराख्नु भएको छ जिगल
अलिअलि अड्की आइरहेको थियो भन्नु न अहिले बुझिरहेको
के छ खबर सन्चै हुनुहुन्छ कसरी गइरहेको छ इभेन्ट
सन्चै हो राम्रै गइरहेछ अहिलेसम्म त अब हेरौँ
पक्कै पनि टप अफ द टेबल रहेको छ टिम इन्ट्रेस्टिङ हुनुपर्छ किनकि सायद लामो टाइमदेखिको जुन चाहना पनि रहेको छ त्यो पुरा भइरहेको हो कि भन्ने एउटा आभास हामीले पाइरहेको छ सो रस्मै हुनुहुन्छ अनि इन्फिक्स हुनुहुन्छ हामीसँग सो आई गेस दुईजनाको लागि थुप्रै क्वेसनहरू रहेका छन् सो म फ्लोर छोडिदिन चाहन्छु रस्मै र इन्फिक्सलाई
एज हामीले देख्न पाएको छौँ कि तपाईँहरूको टिम मध्येमा तपाईँ एउटा सुरुमा लुज हुने प्लेयर मध्ये हामीले धेरैचोटि देख्न पाइरहेको छौँ सो त्यो गेममा कल कसरी रहन्छ तपाईँको तर्फबाट टिमलाई कसरी सेटलमा राख्नुहुन्छ तपाईँ बिना पनि टिमले राम्रो पर्फर्म गरेको छ तपाईँको प्रेजेन्समा पनि टिम खेल्न पाइरहेको छ अल्दो तपाईँ फिनिस भए पनि
त्यही हो अब म मरिहाल्यो भने पनि सबै प्लेयरलाई एक्सपेक्टेड गरेर राम्ररी गाइड गर्न खोज्छु सकेसम्म अनि बाँकी त केटाहरूले हान्ने ठाउँमा हानेकै छ अनि आफ्नो पनि गेम खेलिरहने छ त्यही भएर मलाई त्यस्तो गाह्रो चाहिँ भएन
ओके त्यो त रहेको थियो इन्फिक्सको साइडबाट प्रश्न बट मेरो साइडबाट प्रश्न एउटा दुईटा मात्रै रहेको छ कि अब आउने म्याचेसमा कि हाई भोल्टेजले फेरि पनि जुन आफ्नो कन्स्ट्यान्ट गेम थियो त्यसरी नै निकाल्छ या अरू कुनै चेन्जेस चाहिँ हामीले देख्न पाउनेछौँ
अब त्यही हो अलिअलि अब कन्डिसन पनि अब त्यस्तै हुँदै जान्छ एन्डतिर पुगेपछि अलिअलि केही न केही चेन्जेसहरू आउन नि सक्छ तर फ्लो चाहिँ त्यही समातेरै नखोज्छौँ
ओके सो भनेपछि PMPL को ट्रफी घर नै आइरहेको छ
अब आउला भन्ने छ यसो हेरौँ न 3 गेम बाँकी छ अब अहिले आयो पनि नभनौँ तर ल्याइन्छ जस्तो छ
ओके सो बेस्ट अफ लक जिगल अनि आफ्नो फ्यान्सहरूको लागि केही भन्नु छ
त्यही हो सपोर्ट गर्दै गर्नु अब ब्याड टाइम पनि आएको थियो योभन्दा अगाडि PMPL नै बिगारे हो अब योपालि कमब्याक गरेको छ यसो नै माया दिइराख्नु थ्याङ्क यू भन्न चाहन्छु सबैलाई अनि त्यही हो अब 3 गेम छ हेरौँ जे हुन्छ हुन्छ सपोर्ट चाहिँ गर्नु
ओके थ्याङ्क यू जिगल धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद आइदिनु भयो जोडिदिनु भयो एकदमै म्याचेसहरू राम्रो गइरहेको छ होपफुल्ली त्यो ट्रफी हामी छिट्टै आउँदैछौँ हामी भोलि नै नेपाल फर्किँदै सो हातमा बोकेर हामी हाई भोल्टेजसम्म आउन पाऊँ भन्ने हाम्रो अपेक्षा पनि रहनेछ थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर यहाँ आइदिनु भयो यहाँ आउन आफ्नो टाइम मिलाइदिनु भयो त्यसको लागि धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु अनि बेस्ट विसेस फर द गेम्स अहेड
हस् यु वेलकम
उहाँ हुनुहुन्थ्यो हाई भोल्टेजका जिगल द आइजिएल जुन किसिमको
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation right there with the players from High Voltage.
Yeah.
But with whatever they had to speak about, I'm pretty sure they were just happy on being on the first position in the overall ranking, because that is
But
actually
what
quite
were they
impressive.
exactly saying though?
I have no idea.
What were they
I mean,
saying?
we're gonna have to. We
How
will
is
have
anyone-
Ansh translated in the next.
I don't
during the break.
I don't even have a single clue. The only thing I understood in the end, what the host was saying, was hopefully our region wins.
Yes.
That's all I understood.
But
So-
to be fair,
Mhm.
when we did interviews on the English broadcast, I'm pretty sure it was there were a lot of regional speakers who were also struggling to understand what we were talking about.
But really?
That I mean, even so. Alright, here's the thing. It is a misinterpreted conception that like everyone speaks the same language. Not everyone speaks the same language. Not everyone is comfortable with it. Everyone is going to be comfortable speaking their own native language. Fair enough, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
No, I
So
was just
that's-
saying I didn't understand. That's it.
But I didn't understand either. I was just like trying to guess what they could have said. I mean, sitting on the first position, they're going to be feeling happy, man. It is going to be a bunch of celebration going on in the high voltage bootcamp. That's it. That's
Yeah,
all I'm going to take
that's-
for it. Or maybe they're just going to be feeling the stress of the Warriors chasing them.
Maybe, man. Because as you said, maybe they're going to be feeling the chase right there. HV. The previous game was grim. It was not that
Oh,
great
yeah.
at all. The previous
1
game was.
point.
Yeah, the previous game was really bad for them. So they might be feeling a little, a little bad.
I think just reading that facial expression, I think they're just happy that it went from 15 point to 16 point and not just like the gap getting reduced. So if the gap keeps on growing, even by 1 point until now, I think that will work out eventually in the favor of high voltage. But in order to just secure the win, I would say go for a win, lads. Go for a win. This is the Miramar. You guys won the previous Miramar. Go for the win. In this one, that should give you the trophy. Not right now, after 2 games.
Yeah, whatever he said.
Oh yeah, whatever
but
I said.
Whatever
I'm
he
the
said.
greatest. I'm better than Necro. Whatever I
Yeah, I'm
said,
about to
right?
go. I'm going by. I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's time to go on the predictions, man. As we have. Okay, so Johnny's on lead for now. That's for sure. But I'm about to take it over right here, right now.
Alright.
And I'm going to go with Godlike
Make your
Stalwart.
move, Necro. Make your move. I'm
Godlike
prepared for
Stalwart.
it.
Let's go. This is my
Alright.
nuclear move.
All right,
Godlike
this.
Stalwart.
All right, if you are gonna go with Godlike Stalwart on Miramar, then I'm gonna go with the Warriors. Cause why not?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I mean, it is a name there, so why
Fair
not?
enough,
Yeah,
right?
why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
One of the
So,
best
dude, I
seasons
feel like
yet.
High Voltage could have been really good because even now they're going to be desperate to actually try and pull something off to maintain that spot. And it's funny how we had a little conversation about this too, that that High Voltage were not really able to win the previous game, so that means that should be affecting their momentum a bit. And so far, it does seem like it has, right? Because the previous game was really grim for them.
I mean, it has been. I mean, as we were talking about during the match as well, winning that particular game was so important to them. They failed to do that. And what they expected, I think, on Erangel was the fact that, all right, we're just going to increase the lead to more than 25 points. Then we go on to the next cycle of maps. Miramar, we're going to do quite decent. If they manage to secure 10 points on every single map, that would have just worked out quite nicely. And not even 10 points. All they had to do was secure 6 points per game, just to literally have a comfortable win. after a 25-point difference between them and the Warriors, but that has not happened. 16 points, the Warriors can just cover it up in the next game, bring themselves on the first position, and then just hold on to their spot by challenging, drop clashing. So now the plan is for the Warriors, win this game, drop clash high voltage on Sanhok, finish them off, and then on Erangel, just chill, play a game to survive, secure those points, and win the trophy.
Okay, and what would you say for Skylightz Gaming?
For Skylightz Gaming, I think I would say just play like your usual self. I mean, I don't like what Skylightz Gaming are doing right now, to be honest. Like, it is a little bit of a passive approach. The previous game, they went all in. Yeah, previous game, they went for it. They went all in, committed everything that they have into that one particular fight, and worked out quite nicely for them.
Indeed did, but again, as we do have the plane flight path in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and this time the plane flight path is going to start right on the southern side of Los Leones, all the way towards El Pozo and Trailer Park. So yeah, the plane flight path is heavily leaning on the left side. This is going to create a lot of problems for the majority of the team inside the lobby. Are we going to see any sort of early collisions? I have no clue. Maybe we'll be able to see that in the future stages of this game. But for now, what I can see on my screen too is the MVP ranking of the Grand Finals in front of you guys. And as you do see on the top right now, it's going to be East with 36 elimination points and 69 damage dealt. And then on the second spot, it's going to be Pika with 26 eliminations with 49-11. Now, what I'm really impressed about this one is that you don't usually see Pika on the MVP rankings. You see Action being on those MVP rankings, but something's happened to Action, man, inside this PMPL. We aren't really seeing the best of the Action that we saw in the previous PMPL, but it's okay. Maybe Action's being saved. Maybe Action's sort of like the bigger weapon. Maybe Action's going to try to chime inside the bigger picture, which is going to be SA Championship overall. So maybe that's going to be the game plan for the players of Godlike Stalwart. Just try and preserve Action because he is their main hammer that they will try to utilize in the SA Championship, of course. But as you do see the circle in front of our eyes, and the circle is going to be on the northern side, tilted on the left, of course. Circle as well is quite interesting. And the only possible way the circle can pan out to be quite interesting, once again, it's that if it does shift on the top left near ruins, the circle can definitely be something that will spice things up even more. MABETEX inside Los Leones, WIZZES club as well, it's going to be right there. And what I love another thing about this Grand Finals is that usually A1 and B, they like to drop inside Los Leones. And just considering the fact that A1 and B are not playing inside Miramar, MABETEX is now taken over Los Leones. They have the entirety of Los Leones to play around with. Maybe a little bit of that southern side is being played by the players of WIZZES club, which is completely affordable. I mean, Los Leones is a massive city, and you can definitely afford to share it between two teams. You will still end up with a decent amount of loot wrapped up. And speak about that, look at the players of DRS. They've just dropped inside some little shacks and little compounds, and they have gotten some basic loot secured.
Well, let's see though. After they're done with looting, what is the next move going to be? Oh, I thought he got hit from up somewhere, but no. Moving towards DRS, quite a risky move.
Imagine if there was team damage. Oh, that would have been so good. That would have been so fun.
I would have enjoyed, like,
I would have legitimate freaked out and enjoyed. There would have been so many funny moments. It's crazy.
Yeah. I was playing a different game last night where that is an actual thing. Just trying to spray down the opposition, and my teammates ran in the middle.
Dude, I trust. I mean, I don't know if you have any clue about the other platform of the game, which is, of course, I'm talking about the PC. And yeah, you can literally just type in some montages, and you can see them. It's literally going to start with some TKs. It's literally going to start with some TKs. That's literally how the PUBG PC montages start. So. Yeah, it definitely does set up for a great content, man.
Definitely, and it is quite enjoyable to run your teammates over with vehicles as well.
Oh yeah, it is.
I used to do that quite a lot.
It feels so peaceful.
Like, ask my buddies, all right. Oh, here's your favorite gun in this crate. Like, you can go pick it up. Just go.
And then you just run them over.
Yeah, just run them over. Yeah.
Some evil plans being discussed. Guys, do not use this in your real games, okay? We never told you guys you can do this. I personally never did.
You never heard it from us.
Yeah, you never did. So keep this between us. Promise, okay? Promise, pinky promise,
Pinky promise, yeah.
Pinky promise. You will never tell these strategies to anyone. We don't like a toxic environment, okay? We want love everywhere.
We don't like a toxic environment. Necro
Yeah, we
2022.
never do. Never do. All we do is spread love. Spread love, guys. I love you all. And I'm pretty sure you all love me too. Maybe some people don't. It's okay. It's understandable.
Why don't you think that? Why do you think some people don't love you?
It's pretty much life, man.
Yeah. See, now you get it, Necro.
It's pretty much life. Some people just don't love you for some reason. But I love everyone.
Yeah. You know what I love? The fact is the lads from the side of JyanMaara are all wearing green inside a green car, rolling together like a band of brothers. Reminds me of the Backstreet Boys.
The gang.
Ooh. The car from Harry Potter showing up, making a cameo.
But I don't know how safe that Murado is going to be, though, man. It's a delicate darling.
Yeah.
Trust me, it is.
Plus, you can get
blows
shot in the
up
head.
Yeah, that too, yeah. I do not trust Murado at all, especially on Miramar. I never trust it. I mean, it is quite quick, but it's still not worth it. You would rather just use a bike at this point.
So, for the viewers who are tuning in, well, for the Grand Final specifically, and you're wondering why me and Necro are just rambling on about random things, it's Miramar, and it is podcast hour, baby.
Yeah. I mean, Johnny pretty much has just chucked down like 2 Red Bulls before the thing even started. So, yeah, he's just... Yep, he's just on absolute maximum energy. And Johnny's here to have fun.
Maximum hype.
Maximum! Okay, at this point, we're just looking like 2 stupid people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. But
but what? This is quite interesting. Okay. Elementrix trying to make it. And on top is the player of Raw. Oh, no. This is quite an awkward situation, huh? I mean, Incus, he cannot even take down the 2 players that are right next to him. Because if he does peek out, Orange's cover fire is going to be way too good.
look at the buggy, though. It's stuck. It's not going anywhere. It's not going up or down. Finally drops down the slope, and Incus using the opportunity to try and survive. I don't think he's going to stay alive long. I think he is definitely getting finished by Elementrix. What about you, Necro? Do you think this man is going to survive this
Oh, yeah, he will.
situation?
He will. All he need to do is just don't peek. And the players that are approaching him right now, what he can do is just run away. That's what he's doing. But, okay, he's done. So close.
Jump.
No, he cannot. He's done. He's met the dead end. It's done.
Do a backflip.
Oh, wait, he can slip. He can ski on it. He can.
Oh! Wow! He did.
He did, man.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Look at the feed, though. The first blood of the game actually going to Godlike Stalwart, who have actually managed to pick up one of the players from the side of JyanMaara.
It's funny how I said he can ski on it.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said that. Yeah,
Just
scratch.
wondering why he's going to ski on a rock mountain. And how, in fact.
It's okay, though. You know. As we do have Godlike Stalwart in front of us. And right now, Godlike Stalwart, they're just in a really comfortable spot inside the circle. They don't want to do anything. Instead, just chill over there, wait for things to happen. They are almost in the smack center, too. A little bit in the off, though. As we have T2K and MABETEX sharing the similar compound. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of rivalry between these two, and you do see the nades being utilized as well. T2K is just 2 players. MABETEX, they have 3 players inside the compound, but T2K instead, the position they've found so far is quite interesting. Somewhere else, there's another fight happening against the players of IHC, and IHC are putting in work against 1952. 1952 are not even able to stand a chance against them, but as Wally catches a couple of bullets on himself, while he tried to get away too, that's not a good option, Wally. He straight up runs into the crossfire.
Well, quite an unfortunate event right there, but let's see MABETEX. They are still waiting, and Apex is going to do the same to Sandesh from the side of T2K. Him getting finished, it's going to be putting T2K in a very bad position now. I believe they're going to be down to their last player surviving, or last two players surviving, and Baron on the outside is in the perfect position to take them on and shut down any thoughts that T2K have of going for a squad wipe on the players of MABETEX.
Yeah.
So that rig is also going to get finished off. Jane in the distance, just hiding behind the ridge, and Leo is now just waiting for him to peek.
That is such a massive blunder from them too, man. Definitely things didn't work out. Things didn't pan out. T2K got a little bit too ahead of themselves. They really did want to just take care of the players of MABETEX, but they couldn't. That push was way too unorganized. Should have utilized a bit more utilities in that one, unless if they don't, then they should have just backed away. That's all I can say. Jane still on the rear, just peppering down and mowing down the lawns in the front, but Jane's not able to find anything once again. Baron from the back will try to close the distance. We'll get the confirmation on the elimination too. And yeah, MABETEX looking good so far. They have almost managed to dismantle the entire team of T2K, and they should be able to get a safer route outside the spot as well.
Well, we'll see though. Elementrix against Raw on the other side. Raw losing a few of their own. DEADEYES guys now on our screens. They've had a pretty consistent run on this particular map, but this time around, I think DEADEYES guys, they are going to be playing to maximize their prize money from this finals. Elementrix, again, quite a decent record on Miramar as well for them. For now, with how the zone is just sticking to the northern side of the map, I think with what happened in the previous scenario, it was kind of a similar circle. Everyone is going to expect a hard shift to have come in anytime soon. But look at this, Bishal, he's being hunted down, taking on Joker now. The UMP is going to be out of ammo. Bishal as well, switching his weapon. The M4 is not going to do anything for him. And Bishal just going for an instant knock and finish. A massive mistake from the players of DEADEYES, guys. Bishal is going to have to heal up from the distance. He's getting shot at by the players of 1952. He tries to run away, but will he be successful? Putting on... Well, he does not have any heals. I did not even see that. He does not have any heals. He has one smoke and one set of painkillers. So the boosters are going to be there, but I don't think they're going to be as beneficial. True love. That is not going to be an 81 toss.
Well, I mean, he did anyways, though.
Yeah, it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah. Just blew up into thin air. 1952. As they are just down to a two-man squad, of course, on a man deficit. And DEADEYES guys in the front, Elementrix around them. No intentions of fighting against each other so far, because even the teams on top of the hill, they're not even peeking out yet. And so far, if you do take a look at the map feed too, I mean, it is clearly evident that the majority of the teams are just waiting for the next circle to pop up. As you do have the airdrop too on the board as well. It's going to be the MK14. And the next circle shift pops up, and it's going to move on the bottom left towards El Pozo, or somewhat towards El Pozo. Elementrix is right in the smack center, but I'm not sure how much of a fan I am of the position the players of Elementrix have so far, because that clearly, soon enough, will be the center of attraction too.
I just feel like we're rewatching game one, to be honest. This is a similar shift. This happened in match number 1 as well. The Fez zone, quite up towards the northwestern part. Then we had the southern shift, and well, things are just going to get more and more chaotic from here on out. Necro, 13 minutes in, 16 teams, 54 players still surviving. But Orange, look at him, so eager to go for those fights. Constantly re-peaking the ridges, going, looking for targets everywhere.
Speak about looking for targets. As the circle did shift on over, there's still a couple of teams who are routing for that late rotation. Gremlin Storm is definitely going for a little bit of a mid-pack type of play. Godlike Stalwart still playing on the edge. Not really trying to get inside the center. 1952 as well in the smack center, right next to the players of Elementrix, as we did see them before. DEW spawning out the entire rotation of VENOM Legends, and they're quite out in the open too. The distance going to be something that might just be the saving grace, but no! They somehow get blown up! The vehicle gets blown up. Pripson as well is about to be ripped apart. But damn, that was a great spray.
Well, it was a good spray. And I think if we can see another one from Doc, not a spray, but the tap shots from the Mini. VENOM Legends are going to be in a world of hurt. And it's not going to matter because IHC from the other side are going to chime in. Demo, the instant knock finish secure. 5 elimination points already this early in the game. IHC looking extremely deadly right now. All right, Negro, I have a question. Everyone else gets a gaming chair. This man is sitting on a couch.
Dude, that's the best gaming chair you can find. That's a gaming couch, bro. This man's the level head.
Couch.
You don't get it. Yeah.
200 IQ play.
I mean, we all are just betas over here, bro. We all are beta males. That guy is an alpha male. That's a Giga Chat. Yeah, that's a Giga Chat right there. We all think gaming chairs are the next level stuff, but actually, it's the couches. It's our fault.
We are the problem.
We are the problem. Indeed, we are. But right now, it's just bullets raining down from top of the mountain. It's the players of Skylightz Gaming, and MABETEX have welcomed them as well. Unfortunately, they stepped inside an unknown territory where the MABETEX just ate them alive. And now they're not even seen inside the lobby anymore. Even the death crate is not visible to me.
God. Where did they go? Poof. Magic. Well, let's see, though, the zone shifting up towards the northern part of the map. MABETEX in quite a wonderful position for now, though. If they can manage to absorb all the pressure headed towards them, I think they will be able to survive and secure a lot of extra points from this particular matchup. But we do have... What is going on? Who are you joining, Domain? That's not your teammate. Just following the players of high voltage, and look at where Legend and the play... Is this a battle royale? Are we watching something else right now?
I don't know about that, man, but we're seeing that gaming couch diff hard. But we'll speak about that gaming couch later on as we have a big pounds on top of the players in 1952. They're getting just charged on by the entire squad of DEW. And somehow Entry manages to win that duel, but he instantly gets taken down within a matter of seconds. DEW, as expected, they come out on top, but Nearzet's going to be the casualty in that fight.
Well, just one player lost in that entire situation. The Warriors looking extremely strong, so I guess now the last 3 matches, or especially in this one, all eyes are going to be set on IHC, High Voltage, and DE Warriors. And High Voltage, DE Warriors being extremely close to each other is going to mean that we are going to witness the change in rankings happen in this particular game itself. DE Warriors, 1 player down. High Voltage kind of in a similar situation, although they have a little bit of a bigger area to work with. Lot of cover spread out quite evenly. DE Warriors, they are going to have to play a little bit together, right next to each other. So one good nade can actually cause a lot of damage. On the other side, Godlike Stalwart taking a massive hit. Skylightz Gaming getting that bit.
That is not good. Pika wanted a little off that high ground, but unfortunately, stepped directly in the line of sight of some enemies, and he got greeted pretty gracefully. But as we do have DRS on our screens inside the pipe, we're about to see some pipe warfare.
Well, let's see.
I like the fact that we call it pipe. I'm pretty sure that's not what it's actually called, but the pipe sounds cool.
Sounds like, well, it sounds something very, very shady.
I don't know about what sort of pipe you're thinking, buddy.
Oh boy.
But yeah, the entire squad of DRS is inside that pipe right now, and they're just chilling. They know they don't need to move anywhere, and even lobbing a nade inside that pipe is going to be so tough. So the only way you can really take a team down in that pipe is to push on over, close enough, and then maybe try and toss some utilities. But even doing so will be so tough. Of course, the team inside will not let you push.
I know what we're going to call DRS as long as they're in there.
What?
TMNT.
What does that mean?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Have you never watched that show?
I mean, I've never watched this show, but I played the game, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's not talk about that right now.
Yeah.
As we have DEADEYES guys getting picked off too. Yeah, of course, the circle is going to create quite a lot of problems for a decent amount of teams because the circle is, of course, not going to be friendly with every single one of them. But right now, the circle is definitely being quite friendly to the players of MABETEX, and they've found themselves in lucky shoes. And MABETEX, if they do end up winning this game too, Johnny, they really do need this one because we saw MABETEX were on that 12th or 13th spot, really close to the players of Skylightz Gaming, and if MABETEX win this one, this can be a big booster for them in the overall rankings.
I mean, definitely for sure, but look at this, what is going on right now. No one is feeling the comfort over here. No one's seeing the love, especially the players of DE Warriors and High Voltage, both of them. The zone moving away from them are going to be struggling to find an entry over here. Elementrix now getting on the high ground is easy, but coming down from the high ground is even tougher. Precious, if he drops wrong, he's going to take a massive chunk of his HP bar. He sees it vanish right in front of his eyes. Vulnerable for a few extra seconds, but has his teammate watching his back, so not a lot of trouble for him. But look at that, JyanMaara down to the last player. Godlike Stalwart down to the last player. DEADEYES guys, 2 left. Elementrix 2 remaining. And then, well, the other teams are there with a lot of manpower still surviving. Only 3 teams with all 4 players left. Gremlin Storm, MABETEX, and IHC.
Speak of that, and even the players of Godlike Stalwart are still out in the blue. I don't know what the game plan is there for them. What are they exactly trying to do there? What were they exactly trying to pull off in the blue? They, of course, got eliminated, but yeah. That's something we'll need to talk about later on, but DEW getting approached now by the players of High Voltage as they have moved on a bit too much close, and of course now the paranoia is going to start to build up even on the players of DEW, but it's okay. From the top, it's going to be the players of GSM who will rain their wrath on the players of High Voltage, and High Voltage, even this game is not that great for them. Only 2 points secured, but not a lot of positioning points, of course, because they got taken down quite early in the game as well. DEW, 1 player knocked out, Sneaks is out the fray. Now Doc is going to be the only man up and live, and to activate your clutch genes in this sort of a situation is going to be next to impossible because you still need to make it inside the safer zone.
But let's see when is that actually going to happen for him. At least for now, Killer White T against the players of DE Warriors. Doc, left and right, just jiggling in and out of vision. This is perfect 1v1 against the individual, but now he lacks the HP required to survive and is going to be shot in the back by Delta. Instant trade coming in. WIZZES Club shutting down DRS as well. A lot of shutdowns happening. Another team eliminated from this match, down to 8-23 players surviving. WIZZES Club, their numbers are dwindling down now. From being a team with 4 players left, now down to the final 2, Quid and Slayer. The nades being lobbed to perfection. IHC getting destroyed. An artillery strike on the players of IHC. Just last player surviving, Godless with barely any HP. He's going to go for the fair state, but it's a little too late. 1 nade, 1 Molotov. IHC, they're done. This run of theirs on Miramar is over.
Speak of the run, and there we go. The last man falls down to... IHC, tough outcome for them. As they do get taken care of easily. Kuwait YT was knocked out as well. And then even Memo now is getting shot at in the back. Unfortunately, now the players of GSM, they're getting picked off one after the other. 2 more players in the front. It's going to be in the name of Rowdy and Fear. As No Fear is inside the shack, it's crazy how No Fear and Fear are right next to each other.
Yeah.
Which one's going to be able to inflict fear and which one's going to be able to deflect it? What do you think, Johnny?
It's a dilemma, man. It's a paradox. No fear versus fear.
Oh, okay. I think so. No Fear will probably inflict fear because he has no fear.
Now it's 1v1 between them.
Yeah, as soon as he finds knockout, even the puppy starts dancing. So yeah, now it's of course a 1v1, but No Fear is not able to capitalize on that. If he wanted, he could have definitely pressed on a bit more, but he didn't do so. Rowdy's back up on his feet now. No Fear finally decides to push, but he should have realized it's a bit too late. But before going down, he still manages to find Fear. Game is still being spoiled for Gremlin Storm, and Rowdy has no other option than to let Fear die, of course. Because he got knocked out at the last second. Now making it inside the circle, it's next to impossible, Johnny. It's literally next to impossible.
Well, let's see. I mean, it is going to be MABETEX in quite a comfortable position towards the northern edge of the zone. They will have the high ground in the fight against Skylightz Gaming and Raw Official as well. If they finish off Raw first and then go for the players of Skylightz Gaming. I think that should be an easy situation for them to deal with, since the right flank is going to be completely empty, and Rowdy might as well just help them out a little bit, dishing out the extra damage onto the players of Raw, but I don't think that's going to happen. He is in the blue, slowly and steadily bleeding out, so he is not going to survive for long.
Yeah, he shouldn't be able to. He's trying to pull off a Met strat inside the map of Miramar, which of course doesn't work that well. So he should be bleeding to his death soon enough. But Rowdy still from the back looking for some spoilers. He does manage to find one. Might just find the second one as well, but no, catches one single bullet, and that just sealed the deal. Rowdy out the fray. Gremlin Storm out the game on 4th spot. 3 teams alive. Now it's going to be the trifecta of death. Skylightz Gaming, Raw, and even MABETEX. Skylightz Gaming, a consistent performance considering the sort of run they had in the previous game. And if Skylightz Gaming do end up winning, man, oh, I mean, I picked them last game, so I should be getting a point.
You should have realized that's not how it works, right?
This always happens though. Like, whichever team I pick, usually they end up winning in the next game. It's crazy.
Well, let's see though. This game is still not done.
Yeah.
MABETEX are not giving up yet. They are moving forward towards the players of Skylightz Gaming to try and see if they can shut them down. And in the meanwhile, just stop the players of Raw Official of even thinking of rotating towards the zone. If they can delay them for a bit, I think their
I love it.
job in this game is going to be done. But no, MABETEX, they're going to be grouped together. Skylightz Gaming with a nade can actually just take all of them down.
I love it. The players of Raw are way too tunnel visioned upside. And that's what the players of Skylightz Gaming realized. Instantly, 2 players pushed on over from the left side, took the control inside the circle, and now Raw is completely screwed up. Even though it is a fair trade, but still, the players of Raw don't have a good cover to work with. Now the players, even from the back, from the rear, will start pushing in. That means which are the players of Skylightz Gaming. This rest should be possible without any problem. MABETEX Esports, for them, definitely Skylightz Gaming and both, and even Raw will be a big problem, but it should be dealt with by the players of Skylightz Gaming soon enough. But MABETEX, with all the 4 players alive, they have the most amount of men alive too inside the game. It should definitely give them a big advantage and also the high ground to play around with. MABETEX, of course, looking like a dominant force. They're looking to establish some more fear in the enemy teams.
Well, let's see how far are they going to be able to take this. As you mentioned, they are trying to instill some fear in the opposition, but it's not going to be an easy job, especially considering who the opposition are. It is the former champions of South Asia and MABETEX Seal Esports. I mean, the former Seal Esports, they were deadly. Look at that. Liquid is just going to evaporate as he is going to step into the Molotov right there. MABETEX, the opening that they need is going to present itself as AJ is going to be taken out. Now 2 players from the side of Skylightz Gaming remaining. Raw down to the last player getting shot at from the back lines with a Molotov from Mafia Ninja can actually do wonders for him and for his teammates as well. The players from the side of MABETEX do not care. They just run towards Skylightz Gaming. 2 lads extremely low. Mafia Ninja still hiding behind the car and they are getting those trades. MABETEX down to 1. Skylightz Gaming, what have you done? Bringing themselves back into this fight. But will they actually be able to win this since Raw are still alive?
Oh, it's only 1 player from the side of MABETEX now. Baron on the high ground to play with, but the next circle does graze the players of Skylightz Gaming with his presence. And now look at Raw. They're wrapping up from the right, left lines. They should be able to get rid of Baron soon enough if Baron's not able to clutch it out. And yeah, Baron's out the fray. MABETEX out the game as well. None of us expected this. None of us saw this coming. A team that was looking the most dominant, a team that had the man advantage compared to any other team inside the lobby. They still somehow get eliminated and dismantled by Skylightz Gaming. Now it's just going to be Skylightz Gaming just mopping the entire field up and getting that chicken dinner in their hands. We spoke about a comeback, and yeah, this is what they're here to do. A last-moment comeback and a last-moment remark in the lobby. This is going to be a stark message inside the South Asia Championship.
You know what? Once a champion, always a champion. That's all I'm going to say. That 2v4 that they just pulled against the players of MABETEX, that was insane. I mean, they were so low and still both the players in tandem just swinging left to right, dodging those shots and connecting their own 9 eliminations by Skylightz Gaming in this game. And look at how close they are to the top 10 Necro. Ooh, this is gonna get more intense in the next game.
MABETEX, oh, how can you get 2v4 like that? And considering you even have the advantage, man, it's just sometimes you getting too ahead of yourself and realizing that you have the advantage so you can do whatever the hell you want. And that's what the
nade or a
players of
molly,
MABETEX try to
man.
do.
A nade or a molly could have just changed everything, but
That's what exactly
No.
happened even in one of the previous fights too, if you remember,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Because the nade or molly's thing, that's what exactly happened too in one of the previous fights, and I just don't understand. Utilities sometimes are not being utilized to the fullest potential. I'm not sure exactly if the players
Exactly.
of MABETEX did they even have any utilities? I'm not sure.
I think they did. I think they did because you
They
always
did, right?
save some for the ending, for the last few moments.
Yeah,
but
if you're a good team, you need to save them. Yeah.
exactly. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going on a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
I'm the real, real deal. I'm the real, real deal. Ignition, it's a bang. You know my name. I'll be your everything. I'll be your hot flame.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Grand Finals. And of course, today's the last day, and we're pretty much done with the half point. This was the 4th game of the day. That means 2 more games to go. And where did Johnny go, man? Who are you?
Yeah,
Hello?
I replaced him because I was just thinking that I need to cast some games, right? There's the final moments, and I really want to enjoy them. I just need that adrenaline rush. So yeah, that's why I'm here.
Welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome aboard, because you are being set up for an absolute fantastic show. So I'm pretty sure you're going to be graced over here. You're going to be welcomed even by the chat too. But as you do have the MVP of the previous match, and it's going to be Mr. Boro from Skylightz Gaming with 3 elimination points and 5 knockouts.
Wow, that's amazing, right? And in fact, 1074 damage. That's impressive. But the important part is Skylightz Gaming, just need to do the same thing in just 2 more matches. That's it. Then they will be able to qualify for the top 10 because it's all about the top 10 race. If you want to be in the championship, you have to be in the top 10 of this final. So what are your expectations now from Skylightz Gaming? Because we have seen them perform. We have seen them, just getting better day by day. But now they are struggling a little bit. But again, this could go either ways.
I mean, speak of the struggle, man.
Yeah.
Skylightz Gaming, they were struggling, but before this game, now they're not going to be struggling anymore. I'm pretty sure they should be somewhere around the top 10, maybe on the 11th spot, or maybe them themselves have found themselves in the top 10. We'll only be able to figure that out once we do see the overall rankings, and I have no clue we're going to be able to see the overall rankings or not. It's up to the production. If they do want to keep some secret going on, then yeah, if they do want to build some suspense, why not? We're up for it, In the end of the day, we wouldn't know no matter what, but the chat won't know. And yeah, you guys might call us evil, but sometimes you got to be evil for the best of things.
Yeah, sometimes evil is good, right? That's
I
what
don't
you
know
taught
about that. I don't know about that, buddy.
Okay.
I have no clue about that.
But again, the important factor is to just crown the champion today.
Yeah.
We have to wait for a little bit long, but let's hope for the best. Now we have the match summary here, in which Slayer got the highest amount of eliminations and Mr. Boro with the highest amount of damage, but Demo with the 3 assists. That was important.
I mean, at this point in time, if you do take a look at the match summary, and you can see Slayer 2 on the first with the highest eliminations, Mr. Boro there with 1074 damage, then you have Demo coming in with the highest assist, then you have Frackboy with the highest healing done. So, VENOM Legends is there too, but unfortunately VENOM Legends didn't really have that good of a game. I'd see Demo, though, definitely a surprise for me to see Demo on the board, considering we didn't really see IC doing that much in the previous game. I mean, an okay-ish performance, but they really do need to start doing even better in form to maintain that position they had in the top 3. because right now the position is definitely quite shaky, and teams are now starting to get close. And teams are now starting to become really close to that position. As we do have the match rankings in front of us, and Skylightz Gaming, of course, with that chicken dinner, they have gotten 24 points. Not that much of an elimination-heavy game in general, but Skylightz Gaming still props should be given.
It's gonna have been, MABETEX game, but that one blunder just cost them a lot. And in fact, the positioning Raw was holding was also perfect. But again, as you just told us, Skylightz Gaming, slowly and steadily, they're getting there. If we talk about two teams, Stalwart Esports just secured only 1 point. That's bad. In fact, High Voltage could have gone some more, but quite unfortunate situation for them. But again, it's not over yet. You still have 2 games left in the backpack. You can still pull off a lot of stuff. In fact, MABETEX had a very good run in the previous match, so yet still then you already secured double digits point in this one particular matchup. So yeah, chances are bright, as well as we can see here in the Oppo F21 Pro moments. Elementrix were looking good in the early stage, but that one blunder that just cost them a lot.
Yeah, just that one blunder. And then I don't even know what exactly is going on or what exactly the case is with the players of High Voltage as well, because even they were somewhere in the top 3, right? And considering the fact that you only have 2 more matches left. Yeah, there's not a lot of matches left, man. And the teams, as I mentioned, the teams that are under you, they're slowly and steadily covering up that distance that the top 3 teams had built up, the cushion that those teams had. It's now starting to fade away. So something needs to be pulled off. A good game is essentially needed for the teams in the top 3. As you do take a look at the damage graph, though, Skylightz Gaming, a desperately needed chicken dinner, and they do grab it at the end of that game with 9 elimination points and 2296 damage wrapped up. Raw with 6 elimination points and 1474. MABETEX as well, a solid game, but still not a lot of points.
Kind of disappointed by that one performance from the side of Gremlin Storm. And they had a very good chance, but still finished on the 4th position to secure only 1 pick. But on the other side, JyanMaara, look at the damage, 664. That's good amount of damage, but haven't secured a single pick from that. That's bad. But if we talk about the final 2 matches, the next map is going to be Sanhok, one of my favorite maps. And we have seen some of the teams like High Voltage, in fact, Warriors 2, they shine. These are the perfect match. But look at that total points. High Voltage in the first match secured 20. Then we have the Warriors with 21. We can skip to 22. Then we have 23 and 24. They're increasing the numbers. They're increasing the minimum threshold of the chicken dinner. So we might expect a 25, a massive 25 here from the Sanhok map. Let's see which team is going to get that one. Let's see. That is going to be the biggest question right now. But Necro, what do you really think? Like, what type of approach should High Voltage just opt for? Is it going to be a passive approach, or they just going to go all pursuit?
Passive approach, High Voltage. I just think so. They should shouldn't change. They should not change anything. Just play the way they play. They do like to play with a little bit of more tactical nature compared to all the other teams inside the lobby, which sometimes do mean a little bit of passive and a defensive gameplay, which is completely understandable. This is how the team likes to play, and I don't think so they should change anything. This is how they've gone up till now. This is how they've gone up till here. But I just saw 10 correct predictions on Launch. That's just a little biased.
No, it's not, dude. That's the truth.
Okay, listen. Time to make the prediction, though. And I really need to catch up with Johnny. Okay?
I agree with that. Okay,
so I need to catch up. Go.
I'll opt for... I just want to play on the safer side. I'll opt for D Warriors this time.
DEW. Okay.
Yeah.
Solid pick.
What about you?
Solid pick. This is going to be Sanhok, so there's definitely going to be quite a lot of RNG involved.
Okay.
Oh, tough.
Come on, go with Skylightz Gaming.
No. I'm not going to go Skylightz Gaming. For them to pull off a back-to-back is going to be really tough. Maybe they will have a good and consistent performance. It is quite understandable, but my personal pick is going to be IHC. Let's see. I mean, this is a big gamble, considering IHC, they haven't been that great on Sanhok. And I still am going to the IHC. I want to give them a chance. Maybe I want to give them a chance to redeem themselves and get that first spot.
Let's see, you opt for IHC and opt for the Warriors. We both are, looking forward to the Mongolian regions this time. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting pick. And let's see, what's just going to happen. But whatever happen, right? It's just going to be our victory. If any Mongolian team win, it's going to be our victory, right? If D Warriors win, then we won. and if I see when we won, like I really need that 1 point because I know this is my first day, but still, I'm hungry. Like,
Okay. Okay, it's understandable. It's
Yeah.
okay. I'm not gonna blame you with that. It's completely understandable. But inside the Sanhok, man, these days, the one pump and the dump is really famous. If you know what I'm talking about. Do you know?
My soap is slow, dude. Come on.
Okay, it's okay. You're
Just
slow.
explain it
slow.
to
I'm talking about the DBS, the one pump. And
Oh
the dump.
yeah. Okay.
The
Yeah.
DBS. So it's understandable. You haven't been there on the stage for that long, so it's okay. I'm here to teach you, man. It's okay. I got you, bro. So me and Johnny have these type of code names that we've given to certain type of weapons
Got
and
it.
even some certain type of players as well. We'll teach you as we do keep our journey alongside going.
Don't you think I'm a little bit late to learn those kind of I think so slang or whatever it is?
Listen, man, I'm a quick teacher and a quick learner.
Oh,
got you.
okay.
I got you. Okay.
That's cool.
From
Yeah.
now on, you call
I'm
the
happy
DBS
now.
the one pump gun, and the man
One
who yields
pump.
it, you call him the one pump man.
Okay.
Okay.
Man, got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
got it. So
Aye, aye, Captain.
DBS. But yeah,
Yeah.
as we do have the player camps in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and again, the players are definitely locked in and loaded. Now, jokes aside, if you do speak about the DBS, though, this is one of the strongest weapons that is being utilized by the majority of the teams inside this Sanhok map. So we're probably going to be seeing DBS at its prime once again in this one, and we might see some battles that might just happen pretty quickly too, as we do see the plane fly path starting all the way from Sami towards Camp Bravo, which is of course tilted a little bit on the bottom right side of the map, but DRS are going to be the first one to take an exit from the plane.
Well, they already dropped towards the southwestern side, and you know what? They really opt for the same position, right? So it's going to be an easy drop for them. But I'm really excited that where the circle is going to form. In the previous Miramar, we almost just saw the replica of the first match of the day, but I really wanted to see the same in the second map. In fact, in the second Sanhok. If that's going to happen, and it's going to be a little bit crazy for teams like DEADEYES guys and High Voltage, because now they'll get another chance to at least get one other victory for them, especially in the final day of this grand final. But if we talk about the MVP ranking, look at that. East with 2.79 MVP rating. And the average survival is quite less, but damage, my, 6,824.
Yeah, this is what it's been, man. This is
Yeah.
what it's literally been. The players of DEW, even inside league stage, for the fair bit amount of time, one of the players from the side of DEW was actually leading the charge with the most amount of damage too. So it's just something with this team. And considering the fact that Doc 922, yeah, if I'm not wrong, it was Doc 922 who, for the decent amount of time, was actually
True.
leading the overall rankings in general. So Doc 922, of course, he is there, and the entire team at DEW. You got to remember this, right? It's a pack
Yeah.
of rookies. It's a pack of rookies. We've never seen them play inside the PMPL. Of course, I'm not saying that they're not experienced, but they're definitely a pack of rookie on this stage.
True. I agree with that because, again, the competition here is really tough, but they are defeating every single one. They are here to conquer, and that's what they are doing right now. So that's really commendable, right? But again, Sanhok map, we tend to expect a lot of early fights in this one particular map, but nowadays it's literally opposite. Sometimes we witness way more early fights in Miramar map, and sometimes we witness just opposite in the Sanhok map. But again, it's all about the teams, how much they are comfortable in what situation. If we talk about the split, IHC tend to opt for these type of splits, and it works in their favor. But in the previous match, if we talk about the first Sanhok, that didn't literally help them because the circle was ridiculous at that time. But right now it's kind of decent.
Skylightz Gaming honor screens. Oh, 1952.
70.
Getting shot at. RX Jax has realized where he was getting shot at too. Of course, the UMP was not suppressed, so the shots could be heard. And Nima gave his position away too, doing so. Currently, they're near Bon area, in which, being close to him is definitely going to be quite a risky move. So might as well will try to just pull back from that spot, and that's what the players of 1952 are doing, and usually 1952 has been the team that is getting dismantled early off.
Especially in the Sanhok map, right? We have seen plenty of time they will they struggle a lot, especially in the Sanhok map. So again, you have to change your style a little bit. You have to remold it according to the situation. But again, they are 1952. They are fearless sometimes. The first match was pretty amazing for them, but the other matches weren't that good. Now, if we talk about high voltage, just let's take a look at the minimap. It's a 2+2 split from the side of the players of high voltage, which is good. But again, from which side you guys gonna enter inside the circle, right? If you're gonna opt for the center of the circle, you are already surrounded. Jiggle and Assassin sticking together right now, and pretty close to the player DEADEYES guys to rule off. However, he's still a little bit far away from him. But again, it all comes down to your decision making. Let's see. Again, it's a very slow start in the Sanhok map.
Indeed it is. A slower start. Didn't see any battles happen so far. But I do see on my minimap, though, 1952, Skylightz Gaming and T2K are getting really close to each other. And this might just be the battle that the people want to watch.
JyanMaara too. Look at that.
Yeah, and we spoke about the battles not happening right now, and it seems like this might just be a battle that can be worth watching. Slipknot's position was compromised, but Slipknot decides to slip away from that spot, so he's going to try to disengage. But 1952 just greeting one of the players from the side of Skylightz Gaming. Skylightz Gaming completely stepping inside unknown territory. In 1952, the setup working out perfect as they have found themselves on a man advantage. Dante's taken down a bit low in the front, should back off, and that's what he exactly does. Does not want to stay in the nade range, and now even T2K from the back lines is creating a lot of problems against Skylightz Gaming. They're getting shot at from everywhere. 1952 getting an unintentional hep, but Boro is trying his best to fight back. Entry will try to shut one down, but that's not going to be the case. They have found another one, but there's still two more players in the front. 1952, some rookie moves are definitely being made, but AJ is the only man left alive. AJ managed to shut one down. One more to go. It's a one-on-one situation. RX Jax really hesitant of taking this fight, but it's a complete third party from the back.
T2K literally changed the fate for Skylightz Gaming. They could have, just won that fight. But again, T2K just came from nowhere and finished off them quickly as possible. 6 minutes to the game, and we already saw one team faced an elimination. The good part is T2K even secured 2 kill points here. And 2 goes into the favor of the players of 1952. They have to be careful, right? 1952 knows that there's another team just in the vicinity, so just have to be careful. Meanwhile, JyanMaara, I think so JyanMaara also heard those gunshots, but they're not moving. They're just still holding that position. Their halt location is still perfect. In fact, their drop location even. Just want to say that because it's pretty close to the center of the circle, so they don't want to leave those compound. However, T2K quite happy with their approach. Reg,
yeah,
a little bit far away from the pack, but still, it's a very good split. It's a well-planned split. I'm very happy with their approach. Reg is just trying to climb that hut, and here comes the scooter. I kind of like this. However, it makes you really vulnerable in a lot of situations, but the speed is good, and it looks cute too. Yeah, that's the main reason.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
It's one of the classic rides,
Yeah, really enjoy
People
that, and
used to use back in the day, the
Yeah.
old scooters.
that's what I'm gonna say.
But airdrop 1's on the board too. It's going to be the MG3 with, of course, some couple upgrades if the teams do want to go for it. 1952 on our screens as well,
What?
as we have the fight being taken care of course, against the players of Skylightz Gaming. Unfortunately, 2 of those players got picked up by the players of T2K, in which Mr. Boro was trying his best to fight back, but unfortunately, man, the third party always inside this map can be a big surprising and astonishing factor. That comes into play and leads for Skylightz Gaming's demise. High Voltage has finally made the rotation happen on the right side of the island and looking pretty good so far. They have breached in on the other side. Raw is there too, around the corner. but I doubt there's going to be any battle between them.
Like that is kind of going to be an unnecessary fight for high voltage because they already have the compound. They are pretty safe inside the safe zone. So why you're gonna opt for a fight? Why you're gonna engage in a fight if you know you're already comfortable? But again, you just want to mark your area. Just want to mark your territory. Meanwhile, look at this. Yetauta and Rules pretty close to each other. Both of them just a little bit far away. I think so, like not more than 30 meters. That's it. If any of them just gonna spot one out, he will definitely go down. However, Gremlin Storm, the strategy is perfect, dude. I used to use this in my rank match when it's my rank up match. Just play a Sanhok match with your teammates and just prone down and start crawling in. Just act as a venomous snake. Have you ever like done this in a Sanhok map, or you just like a player?
No, I just like to go aggressive.
Come on, dude, you're not like that.
I am. Dude, I'm literally, you can ask anyone.
Yeah.
And they can tell you.
Okay.
I'm the biggest blind pusher you can find. Like I would just straight up push up. I honestly don't like to play passive, but that's just me. You know, that's my play
Sometimes
style.
it's necessary, dude. Sometimes you have to play passive.
Sometimes you have to, but even though I don't.
You know, there's a
Even then I
term
don't.
in my native language. I would love to say that, but I can't, unfortunately. But yeah, if we talk about the circle, Gremlin Storm quite happy with this. In fact, they can easily take down 2 players of T2K if they want. JyanMaara in the dead smack center. Look at the position of the players of IHC. As I told you earlier, this time the circle might favor them, and yes, that's happening. But I'm a little bit concerned about the players of Elementrix and DRS because they might engage in a fight, and yeah, Gremlin Storm doing whatever they have to take out one player. I really thought they might take down 2, but you know what? It's consolation prize. Just go for it.
Yeah, T2K is on a retreat. Legends now on a back step. It doesn't want to engage anymore. Has realized the compound's being held down by the players of Gremlin Storm, and T2K are so spread out. Not sure if I'm a big fan of the spread out approach because considering Legend really does need some help. And Gremlin Storm, they know there's at least one man in the clotheslines. They really do want to find that man too, but at the same time, they don't want to find themselves in some risky shoes. So that's why Legend's just playing this one safe and sound. Gremlin Storm, they should start scouting this out. And as soon as they realize that no one's around them, they should just make a push happen against him. And I think so that's what the players at GSM are doing too, but sometimes GSM do end up hard focusing on just one single team.
That is their weak spot, right? But again, if we talk about Legends' position, it's not that perfect, but still, Sandesh already has his back, and Chain is also providing a bit of a cover. So it's kind of good. That's why Gremlin Storm is forced to use their utilities. But again, as you just mentioned, they have to be careful. VENOM Legends also closing in from the backline. Sphere knocks out Legend with that beautiful spray. Legend thought that he might escape that Molotov, and he did eventually, but unfortunately got caught up by that incredible spray. After this, they will get another kill point in the backpack. But I'm really worried because VENOM Legends, this team, it's really dangerous in the Sanhok map because they knows that how much important it is. But what was that? These two Goliaths colliding against each other, and high voltage have an advantage. Already knocks out 2 players, only 2 players left from the side of D Warriors, and now it is not good because I literally picked that team.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. They're making the push happen too, and it's only one player in the close. It's going to be Sneaks. He does finally peek out, but unfortunately the jump shot, or the jump spray if you'd like to call it, was way too good from the side of high voltage, and they put the final nail in the coffin, as that's going to be it. DEW. Now there's going to be no players, or at least no threat in the clotheslines of high voltage. DEW not having the greatest of the starts in this game, as they were looking pretty solid in the previous games, but now Doc is going to be the only player alive, and he will need to make sure he's keeping his identity anonymous first of all, and at least try and wrap up a few placement points before going down. Godlike Stalwart as well, just playing in the off centers, looking pretty solid so far, and also taking some shots against the players of JyanMaara.
They already pinned down Vadu and he is spraying. Just leave him alone. He needs that revival, but is it going to be possible or not? That is going to be the biggest question. Meanwhile, high voltage, not only secured 3 kill points, but they also annihilated their biggest enemy right here in the map, and that's why they are one of the most deadliest team in the Sanhok. However, Vadu got the revival and now he's back on his feet. 8 seconds more and the second zone will close in. I still think it's going to be a centralized shift, and I would love to see that because I really want 1952 and JyanMaara inside the center of the circle because they sometimes use that pretty perfectly. That particular situation, in fact, particular area, and now that would just happen. Gremlin Storm and VENOM Legends. Look at the position of Frag Boy. He's still going for some loot, I think, so he just want to collect some of the health utilities to fight till the end or just opt for that heal battle. But look at the position of the players of DRS, dude. They are really far away. And now, finally, a good weapon inside the airdrop 3, a suppressor and a Groza. One of the most deadliest weapon. The fire rate is good. The damage is perfect. Just need to use perfectly and your aim has to be precise. Meanwhile, IC takes out Domain and he is barely surviving. Oh, did I spoke too soon? He's done. We just end his misery.
Yeah, Domain out the game and out the fray too. As WIZZES club, they are now down to a 3-man squad in which JyanMaara is still ruling on top of the hill. MABETEX is close around them, but WIZZES club, they just want to position themselves for a better spot. And that's what they're trying to do here. WIZZES club, they clearly know they have the big advantage in this fight too.
Yeah.
So all they need to do is just hold on because they are inside the circle. Instead, MABETEX, they need to make it inside. Somewhere down line, MABETEX will need to at least cross the sight lines of the players of WIZZES club. And that's what even the players of MABETEX are preparing for. But instead, MABETEX has some different plan. And if they keep on going towards the way they're going right now, they might just meet against the players of IC. And they can be even more deadlier than WIZZES club.
But look at that. They're literally just moving straight up into the area of WIZZES club. And that's going to be a little bit difficult for them to survive in that location. Look at the way Baron is holding his phone. Very
So
close to his eyes, dude.
Yeah, so close, man. He just wants to spot out some snakes in the grass.
Yeah.
It's really tough to do so.
Just use a...
But I really feel like Octopus messed up big time in this fight. He gave his position away, and now the players of MABETEX are quite alerted. So they are going to start to watch out. Even their clotheslines, they'll make sure they're not letting any type of snakes just sneak away. So yeah, this approach is going to be interesting. MABETEX, they already have sent some presence behind that little shack, and that's what they're approaching, or at least that's what they're trying to surround. But do they have any clue that Slayer's inside the compound?
Volley and Octopus. This is going to be an important 1v1 fight between these two lads. Oh no, I think so. It's going to go in favor of Volley, and yep, that would just happen. Octopus just goes down. Instantly, Volley secures that pick, secured one pick, but he has to be careful. There's another man present on his left inside, and he doesn't even know that there's another player, and that is Kiva. He has to be careful. Leo, he's very close. He's not even fighting a single bullet because he spotted out 2 players. He's just waiting for the perfect movement. You have to create it. You're not looking out for that. Volley goes down. Kiva with an incredible knock, but now he's surrounded by 2 enemies. Instantly finishes off 1 player. Goes for another. Got it. But unfortunately got traded off by Apex. That's a very good approach. But where is the backup? That's what he just needed. And WIZZES club couldn't able to provide that. Slayer just backing off. Oh no. Come on, that could have been their fight, but yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is, but in the end of the day, it's now going to be a battle breaking down between 1952 and Elementrix. And 1952, somehow inside this game, they're able to win a lot of their duels, and I'm proud of them. Elementrix is now just being forced back, considering how things are looking like inside the grand finals for the players in 1952. They were really struggling, even winning some duels, but now they're finally able to showcase some sort of presence inside lobby, as they have taken down one of the good teams inside lobby, and now they're also on the verge of taking down the entire team of Elementrix. Definitely some duels that might help them win the entire game too, but Godlike Stalwart, as they have realized the circle is going to shift a little bit on the right side, they have started to make their move inside the circle too. Top's already made it in, now he's just waiting for the rest of the team to try and regroup on him.
No way. Gremlin Storm, look at that. They spotted out another team and now they are looking out to take them down. It's going to be DEADEYES guys on the receiving end. Joker is done. One of the most impressive assaulter from the same. And what was that? Liquid jumps from his car and it's gone down quickly. That was a bad, especially in this situation when you are barely surviving on very less manpower. However, Precious has a very good chance to take down the players of high voltage because now they have to move inside the circle while fighting against the blue. Raw also pinches down the players of high voltage. It's looking impossible for high voltage to survive in this position. Come on, Enkis! Oh no! He was waiting for so long and that's why he got punished.
Yeah.
Why he was waiting for so long? Come on.
Enkis goes down. MABETEX now just, starting to take fight against the players of high voltage. High voltage in a big disadvantage inside the blue too, taking a lot of damage. They don't even have a lot of meds to back himself up. They're on a med deficit, that's for sure. They cannot afford to stay outside the blue zone any longer. They will need to try and make it in. Soon they're also going to run out of those bandages. High voltage all the time. They're just being stopped in their tracks no matter what. Mulligan and Assassin are still up. Assassin's trying to pull some miraculous play off, but the DBS is now going to come into action. JyanMaara realizes, the DBS is definitely going to be quite deadly, but the only chance for him to survive is to actually go ahead and take that head-on collision. That's what he tries to pull off, but unfortunately that DBS shot connects, and he meets his demise as JyanMaara. They're of course going to lose out on a player, but something they can afford. They still have two players inside the circle looking pretty safe and healthy.
Oh no, Wadu trying to move inside the circle with the vehicle, and that truck just going to help him. He can use it as a cover, a temporary cover in fact, and now was inside the circle, but unfortunately that wasn't going to be the case because circle just moved towards the eastern side of the map, and JyanMaara, they are done this time. Faced an elimination. Godlike Stalwart really happy with this performance, but they have to deal with Gremlin Storm perfectly. Action thought the players were pretty close, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. No fear. Has to be careful because that one latch is moving in towards them, and DEADEYES guys also pincered them down. That's bad for Gremlin Storm.
Indeed it is. Another man as ball goes down. Gremlin Storm 2 men short. Now it's all down to that one last man alive. Of course, a lot of burden on his shoulders, but Turulov from the back is just spoiling and crushing dreams as he's trying to make it inside. And while he's doing so, as I mentioned, he's just crushing those dreams. He's making sure even Godlike Stalwart are going to pay the price for what they're trying to play or pull off. DEADEYES guys, they should have a clean rotation, or just that one player from DEADEYES guys should be able to make it in, because Godlike Stalwart, they need to get the res on the fallen players, and that's what is going on. Right now, it's a little bit of safer move for Godlike Stalwart, but as soon as they have all the four players back in force, they're going to start to wreak havoc. As the last man of DEW gets spotted, he will be put 6 feet under, and Godlike Stalwart, they have managed to secure the player, but yeah, he's on the back for now.
Yeah. That's friendship. You have to carry your friends sometimes in game and in real life too. But however, 1952 got eliminated, secured 4 kills, and that's enough for now. Fifth circle is literally taking down a lot of teams in 5 more seconds, and we'll witness another zone. Elementrix Precious. This is very precious. He has to survive, but unfortunately going down by the players of MABETEX, and they're really looking strong. Already secured 5 kills, but Leo eventually goes down. Rules has a little bit of HP left, and he has only 7 bandages and 3. You can see energy drinks. I see. Spotted out the players of MABETEX. Very good spray, but that's not going to be enough for Apex. He's barely surviving on 55% HP, but he has to revive his teammates and he has to heal himself up. He has only 10 seconds left on the clock to move inside the circle and to just revive and just give a rebirth to his team.
Speak about giving the rebirth right now. I mean, DRS with all the 4 players, definitely, they are looking pretty solid and comfortable. Not exactly comfortable, though. They need to make it inside the circle. So, yeah, but in that particular fight, they were definitely looking comfortable. But if you do talk about the position throughout the entire game, that is not a comfortable position to be in because the wall of death is now starting to move in from the back. And DRS, they do realize it's time to make that desperate rotation happen. That's what they exactly try to pull off. Of course, they are going to catch a couple of bullets onto themselves, but they have to take this sort of a risk. They have to have at least one sort of a sacrificial lamb that will be sacrificed in this rotation, and that usually always does happen. Delta falls down. The sacrificial lamb is being utilized. The second one might as well go down this time because you do see the shots coming through. Gante is still left in the back to provide some cover fire, and Gante is actually wrapping up a lot of points as well. So DRS, the cover fire is definitely there, but this rotation, it cost them everything.
Only one player left, and that is their last hope. Meanwhile, Stalwart Esports, they were looking pretty strong. Apex was there, converted into a 1v1. Really able to clutch it, really able to survive in this situation, has very less HP. Action also dropped down to only 30% HP. Apex is brought down to only 6 bullets, and that's it. Action proves that why he's the best and why Stalwart Esports is one of the best team in the server. And in fact, he survived, and now he will revive all of his teammates. And they will be again strong.
Yeah.
All the 3 players back together. In fact, this is going to be really tough for other teams because this is the only team which is inside the zone.
Yeah, but still valiant effort though from the side of MABETEX, but Action just saying, get out of my server. And kicking him out instantly with that DBS. As we have T2K with 2 players, Jane and Sandesh, still up and alive. The zone is always just being such a big problem for the majority of the teams. It's always being that one thing that is really forcing them to run into each other all the time, and that's what they're doing here. Jane as well is on a move. Oh, he gets surprise attack by one of the players from the side of WIZZES club. He has no clue now that his teammate's right in the back too. And now he finally spots him out, but he's also getting shot at from somewhere else. It's going to be the players of DRS. Slayer turns his back around them. DRS are now trying to create a lot of problem for that player, but unfortunately it's too many bullets flowing his way, too many men. Jane's still going for that med strat. Godlike Stalwart and DRS, the battle breaks down, and Godlike Stalwart are just dominating this entire end field, and it's only Jane left in the blue who is behind that entire mountain, or behind that big rock. And yeah, just going for a med strat. Final one will squeeze in, and they accidentally just knocked their own teammate. It's okay. At this point, it's just fun all over the place. And yeah, Action spots him out, and there we go. He didn't get the elimination point though. He didn't get the elimination point. That's why he's unhappy. That could have been one more elimination point added to the board. It's okay though.
It shows the hunger, right?
Dude, all the time, whichever team I pick in the previous game ends up winning in the other game. What is this? Why does this always happen with me?
I think so. You should pick IHC next time. They might secure the second dinner.
I mean, I already picked IHC in this one.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm,
win.
saying. Oh, look at that.
Hashtag.
Yeah, that's your number.
The overall rankings, guys. That's the overall rankings. They're in the hashtag position right now.
Yeah, you have to guess.
You guys have to guess.
Yeah, that is your task right now. But the way Stalwart Esports plays was amazing. If we talk about their rotation, right, there was a time when it was the 4th circle where Top was the only person who was inside the circle, and he was just collecting a lot of information, and then he delivered, in fact, distributed all the information between his teammates and said that, yeah, it's good area, just come here, because he already has a very good position of the map. So it all comes down to your decision making, right? Kudos to Top, because if you couldn't able to secure that one spot, I don't think so they would have secured this 1 second dinner. But amazing performance by the players of DRS too, because they were struggling. If we talk about the 5th circle, they were literally struggling, but still they managed to get into the top 3, and that was amazing. But on the other side, the top 2 teams we were talking about, right? One of the most best team inside the server, and that was High Voltage and DEADEYES. They were looking decent, but not perfect.
I mean, with all that being said, guys, it's time for us to push to a short break. We're going to go for a little breather. We'll be right back, though. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia, of course, and I'm going to be your host and caster, Necro. Alongside with me is going to be Shivansh. So, Shivansh, man,
What's
that
up?
previous game was definitely quite interesting, right?
What's
In
up?
which
Yeah.
Godlike Stalwart came through victorious, had a lot of expectations from some other teams like DEW and INC,
True.
where unfortunately they, at the sort of final stages, they started to crumble down, but DEW got eliminated quite early.
Yeah, in fact, it was a fight against their biggest enemy. Like I would love to see it because it was high voltage. So high voltage really had an upper advantage in that fight. However, let's take a look at the MVP of this one particular matchup, and it was Action. He was not happy that he couldn't able to secure that final pick, and just because of that, he has only 3 eliminations. But again, a very good approach. 5 knocks and only 3 converted. So yeah, dished out a lot of damage, but still. Good knock to conversion rate.
I mean, speak about a knock to conversion rate right now. Yeah, as you said, definitely quite a good, I would say decent rate still. With the survival time of 24:50, of course, Action was able to stay alive till the end. So its survival time is going to be the maximum, without a doubt, with only 677 damage dealt. So in general, Sanhok has never been that sort of high fragging game. The elimination points are usually equally divided with all the teams. That's just how Sanhok is, right? Because you do see a lot of third parties happen a lot of the times. And I'm talking about the professional games, of course. But if you are speaking about normal lobbies, then Sanhok is probably the best map you can try to get your highest eliminations on. But as we have the player focus in front of us, and Action, of course, is going to be on the first with 3 elimination points as he was the MVP of the previous game. Apex is going to be there too from the side of MABETEX. We did see him sort of pulling off a little bit of clutch, but in the end, he failed.
Yep. Again, that was a close call, but Action, as we talk about that one particular man, he is there to deliver, and that's what he just did. Winning a 1v1 fight against Action is a little bit difficult sometimes, and that's what he just proved again. But if we talk about Apex, he was good. Scray with 4 kills, 447 damage, that's it, but still managed to get 4 eliminations. The backpack Precious nearly close to that 600 mark in terms of damage, but yeah, it was a good performance from their side too. If we talk about the highest eliminations, highest damage, and highest assists, just all acquired by the players of Godlike Stalwart.
And again, guys, just to let you guys know, once again, just to let you guys know, there's one more game left to find out who's going to be the winner of this entire PMPL South Asia fall split, as it is the day 3 and the final game is about to be there soon enough after these graphics are done. So yeah, you guys don't have to wait any longer, man. The winner will be announced after one more game, and that final game is of course going to be played on Erangel, of course one of the most classical maps, and every single player and team is well accustomed to that map. With that being said, the match summary as well, you guys saw it on your screens. Highest healing done, Orange, from the side of Elementrix. This man was just going for a med strat in the back.
In fact, we have seen like the players of IHC always has that backup plan ready. Like if something happened bad, if something went wrong, then they already have a backup plan that they have to work and they have to rely on that. That's the best thing, they are already 2 steps ahead from their enemies. So that proves that this is a premium team. But now we have only one map left, and this will decide who's going to be the champion and which are the 10 teams who will move to the championship. So really excited for that and really hyped up too. But again, I really expect a slow start, and I accept that too, because again, teams has to just focus on their natural playstyle, and they have to just really need good footing before really going inside into the fights.
MABETEX, I mean, this is the battle that we were having a big or long conversation about, and how this fight really did pan out. I mean, MABETEX, of course, they came out on top, and I'm still just wondering that one reveal that was done from Octopus. If you weren't confident enough, you shouldn't have taken shots in the first place. But Octopus, as soon as he started taking shots, he gave his position away. But this is right here from Apex. Could have definitely been a miraculous clutch to keep his team alive, but unfortunately, in the end, Action just deleted him from the server with the DBS, and then Godlike Stalwart, just doing Godlike Stalwart thing. What can you expect once you do see them alive in the top 4 or top 5? You pretty much can bet your money that this should be the team that would come out on top, like 80% of the times.
Yeah, mostly. They have that confidence and they knows, right? If they're in the top 5, it's going to be a little bit easy for them. They just have to take team, and they just have to eliminate the teams one by one, and that's going to be a little bit easy for them too. But now, again, the final match. So Stalwart secured second, which means they secured 20 points. And after that, as I told you, right, if we talk about the algorithm, 20 points, then 21, then 23, every single team just increasing the total points after every match. So I really expect a 26 pointer in the final map, and then I'll be happy.
As we have Erangel coming up next. And guys, that is going to be the last game of the grand finals. And as I mentioned before too, after that game, we'll be able to figure out who is going to be the winner of the PMPL South Asia Fall Split Grand Finals winner, of course. Yep. Just one more game to go, man. All this wait, all the month, we have been waiting just to find out this one single winner. We'll be able to find it out soon enough, but that's not where the journey's going to end. After this, the top 10 teams in this PMPL will be moving on over to the PMPL South Asia Championship, which is going to be even more intense, and that means the top 6 teams, even from PMPL Pakistan, will be joining us in the PMPL South Asia Championship. Yep. So, of course, everything's going to be hyped from now onwards because this last game is definitely creating quite a lot of mysterious aura, and I just can't wait to jump inside. So let's be quick with the predictions, and I'm gonna go with the last prediction. I'm gonna go with Godlike Stalwart once again.
Damn.
Let's go.
I really wanted to pick the same team, but as just
okay,
picked
you can go with
Stalwart,
them.
I just want to really do something different. I'll opt for
Go
IHC.
IHC.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
Because I went with IHC previous game, and usually what happens is the team that I pick in the previous game end up winning the other upcoming game. So yeah, the odds are with you, man. The odds are with you. But
let's see.
Yeah, let's see, man. I mean, I went with Godlike Stalwart. You went with IHC. So this is going to be quite interesting. Let's see. Both these picks are really close to each other in the overall rankings. That's all I'm going to say right now. I don't really want to spill the beans over here. I don't really want to spill the tea. But just to let you guys know, the overall rankings are getting way too close. And the only reason why we are not showing you guys the overall rankings is just to build up the suspense.
Yeah.
You know, just to build up the suspense, man.
Just wait for the climax.
Just wait. At the end, the feeling, the satisfaction you're going to get to see that overall rankings and how you're going to feel, which team's going to win or not, because all the top 3 teams are, of course, deserved, and they are there. They have shown a lot of hard work throughout this entire month, and that's why they're there. But the way IHC been playing, man, I personally don't love it. IHC, the first day, they dominated so hard that they got in the top 3. And then later on, it seemed like they were just doing it on purpose. And I think so. Even right now, IHC are doing it on purpose. I don't know. I have this feeling where IHC will end up winning the last game.
Oh, yeah. That's why I opted for IHC. In fact, I really had the same feeling. But again, you know what? It all comes down to your final moments, right? Now, it is more important who's going to be the champion, but the most important part is who are going to be the top 10 teams who will move to the championship, right? Because again, this is your last game to prove your mettle. We have seen Skylightz Gaming. They were on the 15th position. The team who always dominated the PMPL era, and one of the most strongest team from the Nepal region. But now, in the start of the game, we saw they were struggling, but I don't think so that's going to be the case for after this game. See what's going to happen or not. Finally a good plane path. I'm happy.
Yeah, the plane flat path is going to be pretty good for all the teams, actually. It is perfectly right in the center, but going from the bottom right to the top left. So the plane flat path is definitely not going to have any favorites right now. It is equally divided for everyone. So as we all know, of course, Godlike Stalwart like to drop down south near Nova Rupnoi. That's where they're exactly going to drop. DRS and VENOM Legends near Milta. Of course, 1952, they've overtaken the spot of A1NP as they've realized A1 are not playing inside the games anymore. So yeah, they pretty much have taken over. At this point in time, we can definitely say that the teams that are on bottom 4, it's done for them, or even bottom 6, actually. It's probably done for them. They're not going to be able to make it inside top 10. But I really do want to figure out how the position is looking like between Skylightz Gaming and MABETEX, because MABETEX have had quite a consistent run. Skylightz Gaming, that chicken dinner, that definitely gave them quite a big boost. But, oh boy, I just can't wait to figure it out, man. Just show me.
Dude, you have to wait. You have to wait for a little bit more long. But the circle, we talk about the circle is ruthless here, covering almost 30% of the water area and then 70% of land. And Nova Pro is already inside the circle too, as well as the military island. So it's going to be a good thing for the players of DRS Stalwart Esports and 1952 DRS JyanMaara too. But it's going to be a little bit difficult for the teams like IHC, VENOM clubs, and T2K. How they'll manage to move inside the circle. So T2K, I think so they have a rotation pattern. If they dropped out towards the Severny area and the circle just formed towards the southeastern side of the map, they will move from the Stalwart area or head towards the Snaya highway and then opted towards the mansion compound. So again, we have seen these type of rotations from the side of the players of T2K, but is it going to happen again or not? That's going to be the biggest question. But where is the team DEADEYES, guys? Again, pretty close to the players of one of my favorite team, MABETEX, but still, I don't really want to see a fight between these two teams because they are on the edge of the circle. They really wanted to do. I really wanted to see that they'll do a gatekeep, formation stuff like that, or maybe opt for that strat. That will work, kinda.
Definitely can work. I mean, gatekeeping. I feel like gatekeeping can definitely be best when the circle is probably down south, though. And then you can really just start gatekeeping all the teams from entering inside the military island. But yeah, of course, the early phase of the game is going to be pretty much the podcast hours where not a lot's going to happen in the map. Teams are just going to get their loot up. They will try to get a better circle, better rotation inside the circle, especially if you are teams like VENOM Legends and DRS, though. You won't really need to move a lot. You're already in the smack center of the circle. All you need to do is just wait at the same position for a bit more longer time and wait for the next circle to pop up. So for them, this is going to be quite a slower of a paced game. But for MABETEX, DEADEYES guys, and High Voltage, I'm not sure if we're going to see any sort of a rotation clash between them.
Interesting question, right? So for some teams, the zone will, they have to move towards the zone, and for some teams, the zone will move towards them. So quite an incredible situation. But, and again, a slow start. As you just mentioned, it's going to be a podcast. But, okay, so as we are not going to witness any fight between any team for like almost 3 more minutes, I think it's going to be an ideal time. So where are we going to celebrate, dude? Like, it's the final match. We will witness the champion. So where are we heading after this? You're giving me a treat, right? This is my first and last day of PMPL essay. So, Necro, are you listening to it?
First and the last day of PMPL. I think so. You should ask Johnny for a treat.
Dude. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, but I think so. You're my best friend.
Desk friend. So Johnny's your enemy or what? What's going on?
That's not going to be it. Like,
what?
Technically he's my senior, so I kind of have.
Exactly. That's why you need to ask him for a party. You need to say, you need to give us a treat because you're our
dodging,
senior.
dude. Come on.
No, man. I'm just trying to show you the right path. I'm just guiding you towards the right path.
Yeah.
You will find people like me quite less in your life.
I think so. I just really want to agree. But yeah, that is true, by the way. That is really true. You're a really good man.
Damn, don't say so much good stuff. Don't say so much good stuff.
Okay. So
I'm not used to it.
Let me tell you one thing. The first interaction we had, it was a fight between us, like who will eat the Maggie, if you remember. We'll get his noodles first.
What? I forgot.
Okay, so I think so. It was PMCO time. That was a good crash. They're playing buggy fight here. But yeah, the noodles fight. I still remember that. How you forgot that, dude? Come on.
Forgot, man. All right, forgot. I'm sorry. Should have kept our first interaction in my mind. Damn, I forgot.
I thought you are my
big deal.
Best and desk friend, but I should take that title from you. I should give it to someone else. Maybe like
Dude, you're my friend, not my girlfriend.
Do you have Really sorry. Because we don't have any, so that is going to be a.
Yeah, we both don't have. But yeah,
But who
let's focus on the game right now,
Nothing
because
is going on, dude. Come on.
I mean, yeah, nothing is going on, but still, if you look at the center of the map,
Yeah.
these teams have started to situate themselves
True.
towards off center and a little bit center too. As I said, DRS doesn't even need to move anywhere, so they're just going to sit over there. But I don't exactly know what the game plan is with the players in 1952. They're spread out on the bridge. What is this approach they want to take?
Ooh, okay, so I think so. The spread out approach is kind of crazy and also scaring me a little bit. But again, it is their game plan. They should know how to just execute the strategy. And if they did it, actually, then it's going to be a really good strat. They might secure a lot of picks from there. But again, let's see. And if we talk about the T2K rotation, as I just mentioned it earlier, right, they'll move from the Yasnaya side or from the northern or from the highway side, and that's what they are doing. It's pretty common. T2K really offer these type of rotations. So I really thought Skylight had a chance to just go for the creep situation, but they're really heading for the zone capitalization, and that is also an ideal move. VZ's club and IHC also struggling with the blue, and they have to move inside the circle. So that's going to be a task for them too. And look at that. Gangsta, he's smiling. He's literally enjoying. VENOM Legends, the player, he knows that, okay, this is the final game. We have to really enjoy the game, right? It's more about, I know it's about winning and the cash prize too, but it's about you just play the best game of your life. We'll witness the best PUBG Mobile today. And
Speak
two,
about
three more emotional
Speak about
lines, yeah.
playing the best game of your life. I mean, right now, a couple of teams are definitely looking really close to that sort of a statement.
Yeah.
And they need to play the best game of their lives too. In a couple of seconds, we should see the next circle popping up as well. That should clear a lot of things on exactly how teams should play and where they should position themselves. Because at this point in time, a decent amount of teams do look pretty lost. And first of them, I'm going to say 1952. I mean, it is quite understandable why they're spreading up like that, but at the same time, they need to realize that there are a couple of teams that are available even in the back lines. Now, the
Nice
main
shift.
focus for them over here is, of course, Godlike Stalwart, which is understandable, and even a couple of teams that do drop inside Military Island. But in general, if you're just going to be tunnel vision just on the bridge, you might as well miss out on that good position in the upcoming phases. At the same time, you are also neglecting your backlines. At this point in time, teams, of course, as you do see a huge wave of recall just moving in closer and closer towards that center position as expected, and then circle just centers on up. Nothing much out the blue, nothing unorthodox. It just centers on up on the team. So, yeah, I don't think so we're going to see a lot of action just yet, but maybe in the upcoming circle we probably will. Also did see the elimination feed dancing finalists, the players of MABETEX against JyanMaara Snap YT all by himself, find himself isolated, and that's a perfect duel taken.
First elimination after 9 minutes 55 seconds into the game, but a very good pick. JyanMaara lost their one man, and that is not good. Really thought that Snipe YT would survive, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. He was pretty far away from the pack and opted for a 1+3 split to collect some information, but eventually got picked off. And now Apex just trying to save his vehicle, because you know what, in these type of circles, your vehicle is your true friend, because you can easily convert into a temporary cover, all just use it to increase your mobility. But if you talk about one thing, Necro, that is 1952 has a really good chance to take down the players of Stalwart Esports. Plus, they were pretty close to that triple story and double story which was present near the Novo Ripnoi bridge. So they already has very good control, very good area of the map. They just need to use that perfectly.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, they will need to use that perfectly. And that's what the problem's been with that team. They're not able to utilize the positions properly. And sometimes they're not even able to position themselves in a proper spot. But luckily enough, this time they found themselves in a good spot. And as you said, if they are able to utilize it pretty nicely, I mean, right now they're on the southern side, sort of close to the edge. Even the players of Godlike Stalwart are moving in from the back, and even Raw is quite close to him. If this battle does break out, of course, 1952, they're going to gather a lot of attention. We do see another team closing up in the sidelines. So this area is completely filled up with a lot of teams. And if you ask me, do you really want to be in this area? I don't exactly know what my answer is going to be here. Because I do see on the map too, Godlike Stalwart, they're not exactly or directly going for the bridge. They're actually going to go for the bridge on the left side, in the blue.
The military bridge. Inside the blue. So the damage is not going to be that huge. They'll receive some considerable amount of damage from the blue, but if they already have their boosters, you know, if they have some good amount of health utilities, they'll like easily able to manage to, you know, deny that amount of damage from the blue. But again, there's a cluster of teams, and it's really difficult to read the names through the minimap. But Praveen spotted out the players of IHC. So again, sometimes you can't spot out your players if you don't know that where they are, and if you know, if you already spotted out a vehicle, so it's going to be a good thing to destroy those tires and vehicles too. But I was really thinking that what if the circle just shift towards the Milta power side, and it really happened. Milta is inside the circle and 20% of water area too, so it's gonna be switcheroo for a lot of teams. 1952, and now Stalwart Esports questioning their decision. They have to move back, dude.
Oh. Uh-oh. Rotation clashes are definitely going to be seen.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, but as the next circle does pop up, of course, teams are now going to be caught and settled. It pops up even down south again. Now, as I mentioned, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of rotation clashes, and that's what exactly has happened. Orange finds a nice opening against Gremlin Storm. He's able to open things up, but an instant reward is there, even from the enemy side, so at least they're able to get the trades flowing. It's the players of Raw helping them out unintentionally, and also just securing 2 knockouts. Elementrix now finds themselves in a big trouble, as Gremlin Storm 2 are taking a fight, and the third party as well in this sort of a close contention is acceptable.
Yeah.
And that's what exactly is happening. Fear is still knocked out from Gremlin Storm. The res is there. Shouldn't be any type of problem right now. Gremlin Storm's backlines, they do look pretty clear. I'd see with a really late rotation inside the circle. Don't exactly know how the late rotation is going to be planned out for the future stages, but at least for now, I'd see it's safe.
I just want to add one thing, and that is JyanMaara and DRS, both the teams have one of the best area in the Milta city, because again, JyanMaara, 2 players already has those triple story and the pink compound control, and 1 player has a, you know, that sniper tower control in DRS. They have that warehouse control. So these 2 teams already has one of the best compounds, because you'll get the height advantage. You have solid cover, huge amount of solid cover, plus you can collect a lot of information, as well as you are in the dead smack center. On the other side, Stalwart Esports is trying to move inside the circle from the Nova Ripnoi bridge. There's 1 team in front of them, and that is one of the Goliath, and that is the Warriors. Orangey has a Car 98 in his hand, spotted out 1 player, still waiting for the perfect opportunity. But in these situations, you have to create opportunities. You don't have to wait for those.
As you mentioned, in these type of scenarios, you'll need to create opportunities, and they probably will. The entire Milta city is just stacked up with a lot of teams. At this point in time, even if you do try to escape from that spot, it's going to be next to impossible, because sight lines are going to be all over the place. Even if you expose yourself for a little bit of time, that should be it for you. Your lifeline should be taken away. As you have IC now pushing on up against T2K. Rig is way too close and isolated in the clotheslines, but his position still uncompromised. Rig is making sure that no one's going to spot him out, but maybe now his position will be known, as Alex is catching a lot of part. But unfortunately, Alex is not taken down just yet. Rig as well has a DBS in the hand, so IT knows this fight needs to be challenged pretty cautiously. The DBS will finally be found. Rig will be taken care of. T2K fall down in the close, as now their number is, of course, going to be subtracted down to a 3-man squad.
That's really bad for them, but Look at the circle, dude. I already told you there's going to be a really good situation for the players of JyanMaara and DRS, and now they're again in the deathmatch center. But it's going to be a little bit difficult for for those teams who were present on the western side of the circle. Stalwart Pika goes down. That's a really big loss for the players of Stalwart. Godlike Stalwart, and now 1952 also receiving some amount of damage. Elementrix targeting the players of Gremlin Storm, eventually taking down one by one. And Action also goes down. Erangel got knocked out by that one grenade from the side of Fear. Vishal healing himself up. And what is this? Vishal has only one first aid kit. No Fear! In fact, Yetauta versus Fear. Fear goes down. Yetauta secure a very good pick. Rowie, Precious. A lot of players are going down. Trades there, but Fear, the final kill. Team elimination. We are still waiting for that. Yetauta, the final man, the only man surviving from the side of Team Elementrix.
As you said, the last glimmer of hope alive from the side of Team Elementrix, and Yetauta definitely does have a lot of burden on his shoulder right now. Gremlin Storm, they're not in a position they can definitely rely on. Oh, they need to make it inside top 10, and yeah, those nades are getting way too close, but that's a friendly
stuck.
nade. Unfortunately, Gremlin Storm Memo just nading his own teammate, a little bit of miscommunication, not working out properly. Yetauta now was just pinned behind that little car, but finally decides to peek out and deal a lot of damage. He definitely is in a bit of an HP advantage, but both of them need to patch up, and now they do decide to just disengage, patch himself up, and probably engage again in the fight. At least one of them has to go down here, and that's what exactly happens. Yetauta, somehow he comes out on top of that battle, even though he had a big disadvantage. Ooh, that's tables being flipped in that one, as DEW with 3 players up and alive. Now they do realize it's time to make the push happen, and that's what they're here to do.
Team Elementrix, they got eliminated. That was a really close call. Yetauta. Oh no, that was a fight that could have been in his favor, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. The circle is also closing in, so the Blue Zone is also applying a lot of pressure. Plus, look at the position of the players of WIZZES club. They have an upper advantage, they have an height advantage, and if they will be able to, be able to use that pretty perfectly, they will secure a lot of picks. But I'm really happy by their performance, because they're playing slow, but things still working out in their favor. Gyante with an SLR secured 1 pick, and GSM Gremlin Storm goes out from the lobby. Baron also takes down IHC, and this is the fight we are looking for. IHC, they were moving inside the circle, but MABETEX totally denying that.
Speak about some denials right now. IHC's entries inside the circle might be denied as well. They're moving in all the way from the edge lines, and that's what exactly happens. IHC completely denied and taking an exit from the game on 13th spot. IHC packed up and parceled back to the lobby. One thing we can say for sure, IHC are not going to be the champions. That is confirmed. They should be somewhere in the top 3. Don't exactly know how the overall rankings are looking like, but IHC, yeah, just packed up and sent back to the lobby. A lot of teams are still alive inside the game, and the majority of them are outside the circle, and they are inside Milta area. Soon enough, they will need to leave that and make it out in the open in those fields, and as soon as they do, it's going to be an absolute hell-breaking lose.
The only team which is inside the circle is JyanMaara. And there's a lot of pressure onto their shoulders, because this is the time to shine. If they're able to clutch that, they get this chicken dinner in their favor. A lot of things will change, and they might, see themselves into the top 5. Anything can happen. But again, the teams who were present on the western side of the map, or we can say the western side of the Milta, they have to move inside the circle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they will feel the wrath of the teams who are in a good spot. VENOM Legends and Skylightz Gaming might engage in fight, and that would just happen. AJ with 1 grenade, take down Ripson. Meanwhile, WIZZES club fighting against the players of MABETEX, which is also going to be an incredible fight too. Nima is there. AJ from a different angle with an UMP takes down another, and now it's going to be an incredible fight for VENOM Legends. This is really looking tough for them. If they're able to clutch it, be a miracle, but I don't think so that's possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 teams fighting for the supremacy, in which the players of Skylightz Gaming are just here to hand out some haircuts. They're definitely connecting their shots. They have managed to find 2 more to go. Skylightz Gaming not that far away from the victory in this fight. The player's taken down way too low. AJ unfortunately lets him slip away, but it's okay. His teammates got him covered. No, it's MABETEX from the back lines, third-partying this entire scenario. VENOM Legends in one of the most awkward spots possible, pinned inside the Visor Tower, and just locked in. The players of Skylightz Gaming have surrounded them from all the
Oh,
different angles,
no.
and they eventually will put an end to the fairy tale of VENOM Legends.
What a good save. And in fact, the best part is Skylightz Gaming haven't lost a single man, if I'm not wrong. That's what they were able to do. But now, and that's what just happened. Look at that. All the 4 players are alive. All the manpower is good. And they also have a very good area of the circle. Meanwhile, WIZZES club taking down the players of DRS. It's going to be an incredible fight between the players of DEADEYES guys versus the Warriors. Joker looking strong, takes down 1, and that's a trade, in fact, on top. With DOK down, East is the only player surviving.
Ooh.
Already got spotted out. That's a very good spray. Connected a lot of bullets. Now it's a 1v1 situation. We're able to win this. East just brought down to only 10% HP, and that's a cover from the side of the players of MABETEX.
Oh, the back! Too exposed
no.
and forgot. Tunnel visioned, of course, but in that situation, he can't do anything to survive. You have to tunnel vision on the player in the front. It's an individual duel that you need to try and win, but if you do lose out on that, of course, you're also going to be losing out on your life. And that's what happened. WIZZES club, they're so unaware of the fact that there's one player hiding inside the kitchen. Delta peeks out and surprises. An astonishing play working out perfectly in the favor of DRS, and WIZZES club getting dismantled one after the other. Octopus and Kuwait YT, the 2 players to go with, but they're also getting shot at in the back from somewhere else. Third parties are, of course, going to be all over the place, and that's going to be a big share of this entire final moment. Octopus finally makes it inside the room. The push is there. DRS, oh, the fight choke is definitely there. WIZZES club, somehow they're able to get the grip back inside the fight.
They have to disengage from this fight as quickly as possible because the blue zone is also closing in. And WIZZES club, in fact, they eliminated DRS from the lobby, and now they're moving in. These 2 lads somehow managed to win that fight and able to survive from that situation. Now this is what you're looking for. This is the team we are looking for. Now MABETEX, all the 4 players are also closing in. JyanMaara, they have a control of this compound from pretty long time, but no fear! That was a bad spray. Baron punished them as quickly as possible, and now JyanMaara losing out players. There's only 2 players left, Vadu and Gunner. Vadu lobbing out grenade 1 by 1 to at least looking out for at least 1 knock. If you're able to manage to get that one, that's going to be an opening, but I don't think so that's possible. Look at that high voltage, and Skylightz Gaming inside the circle. High voltage might get this one, dude.
They probably will get this one. High voltage right now, yeah, of course, they're controlling the main territory of the circle, and actually the majority of the portion of the circle too. Skylightz Gaming as well can be a really big threat for them. But, oh, the Molotov. He's barely alive on a sliver of pixel. Somehow it's not spreading on that pixel. He's so lucky to be alive right now. But even Godlike Stalwart weren't able to win this game. High voltage, they're still alive, even in the top 4 situation. But look at this push from the side of MABETEX. All the 4 players, well pushed. And oh, nowhere to go. He's just going to be inside the house. JyanMaara being eliminated and ripped out from the server. As now we have the final 3 teams up and alive. 3 teams alive, 12 players in total. Here to find out who's going to take the final game of the grand finals.
Is it going to be Skylightz Gaming or High Voltage or MABETEX? I've been looking out for the chicken dinner from a very long time, but this is going to be their last moment. 5 seconds more and we'll witness another circle. Is it going to favor High Voltage or Skylightz Gaming or maybe MABETEX? And it is! Goes to the favor of MABETEX. This is really a game changer for them. Leo spotted out a buggy and knocks out Jiggle from that buggy's explosion. AJ meanwhile takes down Apex. It is looking good, right? All 3 teams fighting against each other, but they have to focus on one team. First of all, they have to take down at least one team so that they can move inside the circle. It's going to be a little bit difficult for both the teams, especially for High Voltage, because it seems like Jiggle goes down and now it's a 3v4v3 situation.
Oh, but the circle, though, the circle wants even more action. It wants more drama inside the lobby. That's why shifts in the favor of MABETEX. And MABETEX, they're currently holding the only compound that's available. That means they can stamp this compound for a decent amount of time and even get away harms free, because the circle is right in their court. If they do have the desirable amount of utilities, they can definitely make this play work out. And it does seem like they have the utilities available, but what it's going to matter the most are the smoke grenades. Finally, the battle between the players of Skylightz Gaming and High Voltage should break down. As Skylightz Gaming, they will have a little bit of a standishing angle. High Voltage now are getting picked off. Skylightz Gaming as well, they desperately need this game in their hands. Even MABETEX for the survival to make it inside the SA Championship. Even for them, this game is going to be way too important. Oh, the battle's breaking down. Bullets are being fired all across the board. Skylightz Gaming just declaring an all-out war against the players of High Voltage. High Voltage cannot do anything. They're just moving up close against Skylightz Gaming one after the other, and they're getting picked off. Skylightz Gaming with full force. They're looking pretty dominant inside this game, but when they need to make it inside, this is where MABETEX will have a big edge, and they're just picking them apart. Skylightz Gaming getting ripped, nowhere to go, trapped outside the zone, and Skylightz Gaming, they will be eliminated. MABETEX Esports, they win the final game, and this might just be the declaration of their entry inside the South Asia Championship.
Look at the happiness. They are quite happy with this performance, and this is what you really need. Chicken dinner in the final game of this championship. The best part is they stole this compound from the players of JyanMaara, conquered it, and secured chicken dinner from the same location.
Yeah.
Really commendable. And as I told you earlier, right, I was really looking forward to a 26-pointer, and MABETEX did that. Wow. 1675 total damage, yeah.
Speak about having clutch genes, man. Just clutching yourself in the top 10 in the final game. One thing I can tell for sure, they are in the top 10, no matter what. They were really close to that position. So MABETEX is, but even Skylightz Gaming had a really good game. Which two teams have been kicked out? Or is even MABETEX in the top 10? So many mysteries, guys, so many mysteries. And for that, to find out which team is in the top 10 and which team is going to be the winner, you guys will need to stick around the entire broadcast.
Yeah.
But that previous game, man, it was something that definitely blew my mind. MABETEX Esports, where was this team that pushed on the last man on the JyanMaara? All the four players knew that he's just trapped on top of that building. All the four players pushed together, perfectly synergized, perfectly communicated, and easily got rid of him in the lobby and took over the prime spot in the circle.
Yeah. In fact, they destroyed the hope of IHC, Skylightz Gaming, and High Voltage at the same time. They were really thinking that these three teams might get the chicken dinner, but MABETEX was like, we are here, and that's not going to happen because we are here to conquer, and they secured a very beautiful chicken dinner, and I'm really happy with their performance because if you talk about Apex, if he could have secured, the final pick of action, they would have got that chicken dinner in the Sanhok map, but the whole team was like, okay, if we couldn't able to get that one in the Sanhok, we will eventually secure a chicken dinner in the Erangel. And you know what? This is the kind of performance you're looking for. This is what you really want to see from a team like this. Because, again, the name has changed, but the players are the same, right? The synergy and the beautiful play. Wow.
But one thing, I think so, High Voltage have done it. High Voltage has done it. They are probably going to be the winners, but we still need to figure it out. We still need to see and confirm it for ourselves because I just don't want to sit here and make some blind statements, right? I would say High Voltage won, and in the end, maybe someone else won. But here we go. It's time to reveal the champions of the PMPL South Asia Fall Split, and it's going to be High Voltage. Congratulations, High Voltage. The hard work's paying off. The tactical approach this team brings inside the game, one of the most consistent teams inside the South Asia. Oh, well-deserved. High Voltage stole it away from some of the big names like Godlike Stalwart, IC, and DEW. They stole this entire win.
The final performance from their side, finished from the 3rd position and still managed to beat the champions. This was High Voltage for you guys. What a performance, and you know what? Finally, that's what we are looking for. Because, to be honest, in the past 2-3 PMPLs, we have seen teams like Stalwart Esports, IHC, Fagzus dominating the PMPL. But this time, High Voltage stepped up and proved their mettle, and they were like, you know what? We are here, and that's not going to be an easy fight, especially if we are, hitting our prime. That's the I don't think so. It's the peak yet because you still have to move forward and you still have to
championship.
Go a little bit up. Yeah, the championship is up, but they became the champions of South Asia right now. What a good performance!
Yeah.
Really happy.
Exactly. I mean, they are the kings of the PMPL South Asia Fall Split. And congratulations, well-deserved champions of the PMPL South Asia. As I said, one of the most consistent teams in the lobby. And the tactical approach this team brings inside the game has really helped them where they are right now. Even inside the final day, High Voltage was looking really comfortable. Of course, there were some times where we saw the players of High Voltage sort of taking a little bit of dwindle early off in the game, which is clearly understandable. When you are going to be at the top position, of course, there's going to be a big limelight onto yourself as well. You are going to be in the target. You are going to be in the focus. But they still somehow managed to avoid that. And in the end, the final game was played pretty phenomenally by them. Even Skylightz Gaming, they really needed this final game. They somehow were able to make it alive till top 2. But MABETEX, they won that final game. And now it's time to reveal the truth, guys. It's time to see the overall rankings. And as you do see the overall rankings after the match,
Massive.
18. And this is big. Look at Skylightz Gaming's leap 2 all the way on the 8th spot. MABETEX jumping over 7 positions. Those are some huge leaps taken from these teams. And now, High Voltage with, of course, 277 points. They also had a cushion that they won with. Even DEW, Godlike Stalwart. These are going to be your top 3 teams, and IHC pushed down all the way on the 4th.
Like, it's a close score, dude. If I'm not wrong, Godlike and IHC, before the start of the broadcast, we had a 1 point difference between these two teams, and it's still close now. It's just increased to 4 points. But D Warriors just toppled down both the teams and secured the second position. The performance was good. If they could have secured the second in this match, they would have been on the first position. But 27 points difference. They started today's day with style, secured a chicken dinner, and they ended with style. So yeah, High Voltage really deserve that. But MABETEX with a 7-pointer lead. In fact, that's amazing. They were on the 14th position, now they are on the 7th. That's humongous, dude. You have to be careful. But oh no, raw officials! Look at that, VENOM Legends raw official in DEADEYES, guys. Every single team has similar amount of points, but VENOM Legends, why they are on the 10th? Because they secured 2 chicken dinners. This is the competition you're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. VENOM Legends,
God.
those 2 chicken dinners saved their day.
Okay, look, VENOM Legends, they did quite well, but that is lucky. You have to be so freaking lucky because the overall rankings are tied up. DEADEYES, guys, Raw, and VENOM Legends, and JyanMaara too. It is so close.
No
From
way.
10th to 14th, it's way too close.
Am I still sleeping? Is this possible? Oh my goodness, dude.
VENOM Legends, you
Yeah, this
guys
is
have found
straight
yourself in one of the best odds possible.
Yeah.
You guys have the luckiest day today, and you guys need to realize this.
Yep.
You guys have barely managed to squeeze in. It's barely.
If we talk about out of those 2 chicken dinners, they just secured only 49 placement points. So yeah, it's really commendable. Those 2 chicken dinners saved their day, and 52 eliminations, which is really good. Bonus point if we talk about it's 28, 159 total points, dude. That is close. And in fact, if VZ's club, could have secured some more points, 4 more points to be specific, have been on the 10th position. But again, these are all the ifs and buts, but we know who are the 10 teams, which are the 10 teams who will just move forward to the championship. And congratulations to all the 10 teams.
I mean, of course, congratulations. But guys, again, for some people that are still unaware of what is about to be in the future, just to let you guys know, top 10 teams from the PMPL South Asia Fall Split will be moving up in the South Asia Championship, and the rest 6 teams will be qualifying in from PMPL Pakistan. So, yeah, the competition's going to get even more tougher. South Asia Championship is going to be lit.
For sure. In fact, we are still waiting to, confirm those 6 teams from the Pakistan region, because those 6 teams just give you the perfect amount of competition. Just be ready for that, because we have seen those players, and some of them are literally, and mark my words, they are crazy. If they know that they will take you down, they will take you down.
Of course, man. They have so many known names, too, that I've even casted in the past. I mean, of course, been casting for almost 1.5 years now, and I've seen some crazy players, even from the Pakistan region. So, guys, the competition is going to be amped up even more. And the talent is going to be even more inside lobby. But what I'm sitting here and wondering is, what just happened to DEADEYES, guys? What happened there? DEADEYES, guys, used to be a team that used to end things on the 2nd place all the time in the grand finals of the PMPL. They were always in the 2nd spot in the overall rankings, but this time things have changed. The champions have changed. The players haven't changed, but just the champions have changed.
To be honest, it's all about evolution. If you keep up your pace, if your pace is matching with this competition, and you know that what you're doing right and what is wrong for you, then you can easily manage to do some incredible stuff. But this man did some incredible stuff single-handedly, because he became the MVP. 39 eliminations, 7,252 damage, 6 headshot, 37 knocks, and that is what you're looking for, a very good knock to elimination conversion rate. Only 18 minutes survival time, and he still got that. You know what? We have to learn a lot from this man, and we really want to see a lot from this team.
We indeed want to. And considering this was their first PMPL too, as you said, we want to see a lot from this team. These players are really strong and solid players. So in SA Championship, as me and Johnny used to always have this conversation, that there are still some teams who are creating that mysterious aura, even inside the PMPL and even in the Grand Finals. South Asia Championship has to be the place where everyone will try to deliver with their fullest potential. Considering you're not going to have a lot of days and a lot of games, just like the Grand Finals, you will need to deliver at the fullest potential. But we'll be only able to figure it out, of course, once we step inside the South Asia Championship, which will be after a decent amount of break in between. As we do have the MVP of the MVP here of the Grand Finals, of course, and it's going to be East with 922 and 39 eliminations wrapped up with 37 knockouts and 1832 survival time. Oh boy!
You know what? This is just the start of this PMPL. We still want to see this one player and the other teams too. You know how they're gonna keep up the pace, and are they going to manage to do the same thing they did in the South Asian Championship, because it all comes down to that one championship title. The prize pool is going to be a little bit higher, and the stakes too. And you know what? You are going to face 6 teams from the Pakistan region. And again, I'm saying this again and again, because Necro and me also had a chat about the same topic, and that is the teams are looking so good. But let's see. Let's see how this is going to pan out, because I'm really excited for that. We have to wait for a little bit long, because the teams also has to, just need a break so that they'll prepare for the bigger picture.
Speak about preparing yourself for the bigger picture. We have the MVP rankings now in front of us. On the second's going to be Top, on the third's going to be Pika. I'm quite surprised to see Pika there on the top 3. Usually you do see Action and Top right next to each other, but this time it's Pika. And then you have Doc on the 4th, Assassin on the 5th from High Voltage. Assassin, he's been putting up some hard work.
True. Living up to his name, 26 eliminations with 5,000, approximately 5,300 damage. But again, despite of the fact High Voltage secured the championship title, still they have only 2 players in the MVP ranking, and Stalwart Esports and the Warriors, just stealing the show in the MVP ranking stage. DRS also, 2 players from DRS also managed to get into the MVP ranking position. Kyanthe and Delta X. Again, these 2 players are really experienced. They have the experience, and they're showcasing the same. Godless. Whenever we talk about IHC, we have one name in our mind, and that is Godless. This man has to be on the 6th position. But among these players, the least average survival time goes to East, but he still managed to be in the 1st position. That's pure domination. Whatever you say, that's the best player right now of South Asia.
Exactly. I mean, as you said, indeed the best player of the South Asia. But there is a lot of competition too, though. There is definitely a lot of competition. And considering Action used to be one of the best, I mean, he probably is still. And the only reason why I think Action hasn't been able to perform inside the PMPL, maybe some sort of strategies, maybe the players of Godlike Stalwart want to keep their last big weapon just under the sleeve, Maybe they don't want to activate Action just yet. Maybe they're just telling Action to chill, sit back, relax, Top, and Pika will do the work this time. Action is your resting time.
You know what? If the beast is sleeping, you have to wait for the final moment. Whenever he wakes up, he will literally take every single person down, and that's what I'm expecting, right? Because championship, it's gonna be amazing, and you don't have to miss that out, because that is one of the most biggest stage right now for the South Asian region.
as Sivan's mentioned, championship is the biggest stage of this entire South Asia, and you guys do not want to miss out on that. As I mentioned, there's going to be a big gap in between.
True.
But South Asia Championship is not that far away.
True.
And you guys got to have a little patience in you, because even these teams need a little bit of breather between all this, and they also need to prepare for the bigger picture, because those 6 teams coming in from PMPL Pakistan, they're of course going to bring their own playstyle. And we've always known Pakistan has always been that sort of an aggressive region. They like to play things really aggressive. They like to just straight up bring things to the table. So to make a research happen on that sort of a region definitely can be quite tough. But again, it's not impossible. I'm pretty sure side by side too, these teams have been watching even PMPL Pakistan, so shouldn't be that hard for them to try and find some counters.
You know, players done their job. Now it's time for the analyst and the coach to do their job, because this is the study time. If you study hard, you will perform better in the exam. So that is really applies on your life too. But to be honest, I am unhappy just because of one thing. All of my productions were bad.
We're going to have these talks going on, but it's time to push for a short interview. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
वेलकम बोइज अनि बिग बिग कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन हामी सबैको तर्फबाट बधाई छ यहाँहरू सबैलाई कस्तो रहेको छ फिलिङ कस्तो भइरहेको छ सेलिब्रेसन सुरु भयो कि छैन सुरु भइसकेको ओके रस्मे हुनुहुन्छ आई गेस रस्मे त्यहाँ हुनको लागि मिस गरिराख्नु भएको छ बट यहाँबाट भए पनि सपोर्ट गरिराख्नु भएको छ इन्फिक्स हुनुहुन्छ सो उहाँहरूको केही क्वेसन छन् अथवा केही मेसेज छ भने प्लिज बोइज
पहिला सुरुमा त बधाई छ टिमलाई कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन्स च्याम्पियन्स भनिरहेको थिएँ हिजो बेलुका पनि भर्खरै कुरा त भएको थियो एकछिन बट एउटा बेटर गेम एन्ड देन कन्सिस्टेन्ट हामी नै हौँ भनेर देखाउनु भएको छ सो कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन्स अनि पार्टी कता हो
हामी सब आउनु पर्ला जस्तो छ त्यतिलाई नि ओके त्यही नि अब त साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिप पनि नेकमा छ तर जिएनहरूको अब चाहिँ पार्टी टाइम हो पिएमपिएल जितिएको छ त्यो प्रेसर एकछिन साइडमा राखेर चाहिँ अगाडि बढ्ने समय रहेको छ कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन तपाईँहरूलाई एज अ हार्ड वर्क पछि यो गेम चाहिँ जित्नु भएको छ यो पिएमपिएल जित्नु भएको छ खुसी देखिरहेको छ एज एन्सर भन्दा पनि एज फेसमा नि त्यो एन्सर चाहिँ हामीले देख्न पाइरहेको छौँ
पक्कै पनि र मलिकको लागि मेरो एउटा स्पेसल मेसेज पनि रहेको छ मलिक आई डोन्ट नो मतलब मलिकसँग त्यति धेरै इन्टरेक्सन भएको छैन तर मलिकले अर्को कुनै एउटा रोस्टरबाट अर्को कुनै लाइनअपबाट च्याम्पियन बन्नुभएको थियो यो पटक फेरि अर्को एउटा लाइनअपबाट च्याम्पियन बन्नुभएको छ सो वेल डन मलिक कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन्स मलिकलाई पनि अनि एक्सट्रिमलाई देखिरहेको छु मैले कोचिङ कल्चर नेपालमा एकदमै कम रहेको छ त्यसमध्येमा एक्सट्रिमको नाम त्यहाँ देखिएको छ सो कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन्स फेरि पनि अन्तिममा तपाईँहरूको इन्टायर टिमको तर्फबाट फ्यान्सहरूको लागि केही मेसेज केही आफ्नो अन्तिम केही कुराहरू रहेको छ भने प्लिज गो फरवर्ड जसले भन्न चाहनुहुन्छ सबैजनाले भन्न चाहनुहुन्छ तपाईँहरूको लागि आज फुल छुट रहेको छ
हामीले सपोर्ट गरेकोमा धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद यस्तै माया देखाइरहनु होला हामीलाई अब यो च्याम्पियनसिपमा जित्ने हो
यस एब्सोल्युटली हाई भोल्टेज हाई अन भोल्टेज त्यो भोल्टेज हाई भएको पर्फर्मेन्स हामीले देख्यौँ फाइनलमा सो कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन टु इन्टायर टिम फेरि पनि एकपटक हामी आशा गर्नेछौँ साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिपमा पनि यही किसिमको पर्फर्मेन्स अनि जिसी त जानु छँदैछ मैले सुनिरहेको छु पारा धेरै चलिरहेको छ अरे सो त्यो पारा कन्टिन्यू पनि रहोस् वेल कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन्स फेरि पनि थ्याङ्क यू सो मच जोडिदिनु भयो हामी तपाईँलाई धेरै डिस्टर्ब गर्दैनौँ पार्टी टाइम बनिसकेको छ सो गो एन्ड इन्जोय बोइज अनि ह्याप्पी दसैँ टु यु अल हाम्रो तर्फबाट पनि अनि साउथ एसिया च्याम्पियनसिपमा फेरि पनि फर्केर यसरी नै एउटा जितको माहौल बाई बाई थ्याङ्क यू सो मच ओके उहाँहरू हुनुहुन्छ
I'm so glad to see them happy, man.
Yeah.
Years of hard work finally paying off. I mean, the history about this team, before they were, of course, called Carnage. Then Carnage, of course, got completely disbanded. And they got back with High Voltage. And this roster kept on going. Of course, the main motive, the main key way for success for this roster was the tactical approach this team brings in. The consistency this team always has inside any tournament. It's truly remarkable. And they show it this time in perfect fashion. And that's what has helped them win this entire thing. But again, doing so, High Voltage might have as well just given away their main key strategies too. Inside PMPL South Asia Championship, something out the box needs to be figured out. Because right now, teams are going to be on their full mode where they're going to just go back, sit back, relax at the home, all the top 10 teams. and take out their notebooks and do all kinds of research.
True. You know, this is, as I just mentioned it earlier, this is the time to study. But again, as you just told us, they went through a lot of changes, but this is the perfect change. I think this is the perfect lineup to just move forward with. And now we talk about PMGC points, dude. Look at Godlike Stalwart. Way more ahead than any other team. But 1512 for them. Skylightz Gaming also 1146. IHC just far behind from Godlike 1386. Then we have DRS, T2K, DEADEYES, guys. It's a really close call.
I mean, the PMGC points, yeah, it is really close indeed. But Godlike Stalwart, man, they're currently leading the tracks right there with 1512 points. And then right underneath them is IHC with 1386. So yeah, even I'm really happy to see DEW as well on the board, considering what sort of performance they put up. They definitely deserve to be there.
In fact, Gremlin Storm also, made spot, able to, get that spot for them. In fact, it's still a 9th, but you know what? This is just the start, and you have to improve a little bit. This is the time, you just focus on what mistakes you have done and what type of things you have to just focus on. And what is your weak spot and what is your strong spot? Do you have to work on that or not? Now it's again. That's what I'm saying again and again. You know what? You just chill a little bit. You really need 2 to 3 days break. Just go outside. Maybe just go for camping or something like that. Because Necro just denied that he will not give me a treat. But these teams can go for camping and something like that. So, yeah, that's
I don't know about camping, man, but I think so tonight there's definitely going to be a big party in the high voltage boot camp.
Yeah.
Just set up some music, blast some music, have a great time. It's time to get out of the serious zone, and it's time to have some fun in life. Because right after tomorrow, it's going to be some intense practice and some intense homework once again. But we also need to shed some light on the teams that are underneath. And now, we spoke about, of course, high voltage. We spoke about Godlike Stalwart. We spoke about IC2. We spoke about even DEW. But we also need to talk about Skylightz Gaming, who have barely managed to squeeze in, and that's sort of a performance. Now, I don't exactly know if that sort of an entry inside the top 10 was planned or not, but one thing I can say, when they realized they really need to wake up, they woke up.
Yeah, this is the perfect timing, I think. So they just pulled off the wild card and they were like, we are here and we can change colors too, and just straight jump out the first page of the overall ranking. That's really a nice turn. But VENOM Legends also, they were quite lucky. They already used all of their luck today. And they were like, yeah, we survived that somehow. So I really happy for VENOM Legends because they made it into the top 10. But I still think that one corner of their mind, this is going to be a wake-up call. You just have to do better because this is not enough. Again, every single time this is not enough. Every single team just improving the level of competition. If we talk about one team, MABETEX, in fact just came in. However, the name is changed, but the players are still there. They literally showcased domination. And in fact, the Warriors, one team who just came in, sweep in, and instantly secure the 2nd position in the overall ranking. That's massive. Defeating teams like the Goliaths, like Star Esports and IHC. That's humongous, dude.
I mean, another team that we really forgot to talk about here is T2K, man.
Yeah.
And T2K's run inside this entire PMPL have been really interesting. It sort of has been kind of similar to 1952 in the league stages, where they dominated in the week 1, and then later on, things were just completely downhill for them. And in the grand finals as well, they were just not able to find that sweet tuning, and even they have just managed to barely pull themselves inside the top 10. But guys, it's time for us to end the night shift right here and right now. This is going to be it from me, Necro, and Shivansh, of course, and love from Johnny as well, as it's time for us to end the PMPL South Asia Fall Split. Any last word from you?
I really enjoyed that, however, just managed to get into the last day. But still, I will try to just cast some more games if Necro just allowed me. But again, I really enjoy this PMPL and looking forward to witness some more games like this.
All right, guys, with that being said, that's going to be it from my side and Shivansh. It's time for us to take an exit. Peace.